Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. Over the past 10 weeks, Sam West and I have given you our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst cleric spells of every level. And now I've cobbled all those videos together so to save you the tedium of having to hunt down and click on 10 separate videos. That's it. Enjoy the show. Here it goes. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and we recently finished doing all our top 5 and 1 worst picks for wizard spells. Now we're moving on to cleric spells, and we're going to start with the cantrips.
Oh yeah, bread and butter cantrip goodies.
Now, these lists, I think, are going to be a little different from the wizard because the wizards have such a robust selection to choose from. Yeah, when picking my top 5, there's only I think 10 cantrips for clerics, right?
If that, yeah.
Yeah, so this was finding a worst one was pretty easy, but 5 ones that I cared enough to say, oh, I'll put this in top 5. That was a little more challenging.
Yeah. There's also so clerics have the boon of getting some weapons and armor proficiencies regardless of their subclass, where there's some of their subclass, some of their domains will give them full martial weapon and armor proficiencies. So you can conceivably take a +2 dex or a +2 strength on a cleric, and that's your damaging cantrip, right? That's your I take mace, I beat thing, right? You can take a short sword on, a sneaky stealthy trickery cleric and actually get decent amount of regular utility damage. Even things like short bows, if you're on something like a war domain cleric, they're open to you, and you can go war domain, take a short bow, take 2 short swords, and go nutso, and that's equivalent-ish to a little bit better, honestly, than some of the full caster bard, vicious mockery, wizard, firebolt stuff. I will take weapon proficiencies a lot of the time over the damaging cantrips, if given the opportunity to. So that I think is for context why these start kind of feel worse. What bums me out a little bit is that their utility cantrips kind of blow. There aren't that many where wizards get minor illusion, and that you get mage hand and mending and all these really wacky cool different ways to interface with the world. Clerics get guidance, and period. That's where it stops. So and that's not a new tool. It's not a new way to interface with the game at all. It's just a change to modifiers. I don't know. I think in the coming edition in D&D 1, maybe we're in for hopefully some new cleric options. That'd be pretty sweet because they are desperately in need of some new utility stuff. As it is now, though, our lists are going to be fine. I think you might want to take these as top 3s, and then 2 honorable mentions might be a better way to consider it, because there are not a lot of good cleric cantrips.
Yeah, I mean, for the reasons you said before with the weapons and everything, I didn't want to take more than 1 damaging cantrip, but I was kind of forced to.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the utilities
they're not great. So yeah, just for the context as well, I should mention clerics are prepared casters. This will matter for first level and upper, so I'm not going to talk about it too much here, but I figure it'd be you will often be able to refresh and get different things as you go on. So a lot of these are going to be regularly things you're going to want to prepare. For cantrips, though, it's just going to be these are what you should take. And once you get 2 of these, you probably don't need them and need to care about anything else. You can just roll a die if you don't care. You level up, you're oh, I get a new cantrip, roll. That's what I got. I'm never casting it. Great. It goes away. I don't remember it, and we move forward because most of these are not castable. Want to get into it?
Yeah. Well, you want to pick first? Go ahead.
Sure. I'm assuming you would just grab that, and I number mine, so you'll so I'm 1 to 5, best cantrip to worst. I'll start my number 5, 5th best cleric cantrip is thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy is the cleric cosmetic cantrip, and it lets you talk really loudly. It lets you kind of be the big voice of God and be and you do divine light stuff. It's not of the cosmetic cantrips. I think it might be the worst. In that it doesn't give you a lot of really cool stuff. You cause flames to flicker, brighten or dim or change color. Neat. You cause a harmless tremors. Neat. You can create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of your choice, such as a rumble of thunder, cry of a raven, or ominous whispers. This feels like minor illusion light. and I feel like the DMs are going to be a lot harsher with this, which is why it doesn't like make it that much higher on my list. I don't know. There's some cool stuff you can do with thaumaturgy. I think it's probably like if I'm picking a cleric cantrips, this is probably one of the 2 or 3 that I'm taking along the road, just because it's one of the few ways you actually have to do like interface with the world outside of damage or number modification. That being said, like it's not out of this world good, but I think you'll definitely get enough mileage out of it that you can justify taking this on most clerics.
All right, what do you do with it?
I use the sound effect a lot. So if there's like if I see that there is army coming or whatever, or scary people coming down the road, I might make a specific sound of something that frightens them, or something like a hissing of a snake, right? That's a really easy sort of like divinely associated animal. Very typically, snakes tend to be very very religious. Having that sound in your back pocket to be like, we can make something that scares the kobolds, or we can make something that, you know, gives an inclination of like glass shattering, for example. That's stretching it to be towards minor illusion status. And again, I think you're gonna get a little contest with your DM. But if you can find neat little clever ways to weaponize the sound, you can do some pretty cool stuff with it. I've seen people use the harmless tremors as like an indicator to try and sell that there's an earthquake coming, sell that there is like imminent disaster and that people should be worried. I've had the unlocked door or window slamming shut is convenient because it's a 30-foot door closing tool, which is just like worse mage hand. But like you can just be like, oh crap, close the door, and it'll shut, and then you hope it automatically locks, and it doesn't, and they spend the opposite direction to open the door and move anyway, and it makes very little difference. But you can get some thematically effective stuff out of it. That's all like practical uses of it. Beyond that, it's just nice to sometimes have a spell that makes you feel like a cleric or cleric, and that's what the dim lighting stuff is going to be doing. That's what the booming voice is going to be doing. The booming voice also can just have like some interesting applications as far as like roleplay, like commanding a room, making a tavern, like sit down and listen, interrupting bar fights and stuff can come up. There's a lot of little niche utility in here. None of it's going to be like game breaking or game warping. Oftentimes, you saying my character stands up and yells very loudly will be exactly as effective.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, a lot of this stuff, you know, the even the distracting noise. You could throw a rock, you know, or I mean, it won't sound like a snake, but it can still divert somebody's attention. And yes, speaking loudly is called shouting.
Yes, 3 times is a lot. Like it is hypothetically yelling with 3 times volume is like guitar level amp right up to your face levels of loud. So this does give you more things to do. I don't think this is better than a lot of the other cosmetic cantrips. I don't think it necessarily sells the cleric fantasy as well as the other cosmetic cantrips sell their specific fantasies, like shape water definitely gives you the waterbender aesthetic. Something like even prestidigitation is probably worse than this is if you look at it in the scope of like raw utility, but it's in a class that has better utility cantrips, and it definitely makes you feel like the rabbit out of the hat wizard. It gives you like the sparkles, it gives you the weird little stuff like changing the smells of stuff that's like, what? Nothing in this game does that. That's so nifty. There's nothing here that's like, oh, nothing in the game does that. That's so nifty. But still, I would say a lot of characters won't. I think a lot of clerics will take a cantrip that are like, yeah, I took guidance. We'll get that out of the way. Guidance is on my list. You take guidance, and then you take something else that has some amount of utility. This fits that bill for me most of the time.
All right. Well, yeah, I guess since you let the cat out of the bag, guidance also made my list. That can be next. Guidance.
Sure. My number 1.
Yeah, well, if I was ranking mine, it would have been my number 1 as well, I think. Yeah, it's just like bonus to any skill check.
Are you out of combat and moving at a moderate pace, then you probably can guidance everything, is how I typically run it, right? Like if you have a cleric in the party that takes guidance, oftentimes it's just like, oh, you're going to go do a thing? Great, guidance. And you just have like this passive buff that it'll start to feel like the guidance provides that just no other cantrip in the game provides. It just makes having a cleric be like, oh, we're all moderately better at everything out of combat. Swell. And that's, you know, that's very, very high utility. I did want to mention in this, in D&D 1, from the playtest stuff we've seen so far, they're planning on reworking some of these cantrips. Guidance is one of them. I really like how they're reworking it as well. It lets it become a reaction that you make whenever someone fails an ability check to give them a d4 at a range, but it limits it to once per person per a specific period of time. So like it becomes less overwhelmingly like ubiquitous, but you use it when you need it. I think that's probably a good direction for the spells to go. I just figure I'd mention that's what D&D 1 is. The playtest is it right now. But still, even without that being where it's at, where guidance is, it's the only cantrip you should probably care about your clerics. To be honest, it's gonna feel like, oh yeah, this is what the cleric does, is the guidance to whatever.
Yeah, I guess not much more to say about that. It's great. What's next on your list?
Oh, next on my top 5, my number 4. So guidance is my number 1. We'll just get the ones in the middle done now.
Okay.
This might be my most contentious spot, but I think I couldn't give it over something else. I think Word of Radiance probably goes here. And Word of Radiance is Thunderclap for clerics. And there's a pretty big difference between it being a cleric spell and it being a non-cleric spell because of the aforementioned armor proficiencies. It being an area of effect D6 damage means you're more likely to, as a cleric who's frontlining, you're more likely going to want to be in those situations. And there'll be real times you'll be like, a D6 plus 2 mace or 3d6 to things around me. You'll take the 3d6 to things around you because slightly better. It'll scale decently well. You'll get a 5th level and it'll be doing 2d6 to things around you. That's pretty good. You pair that with a spiritual weapon and you get like a consistent damage flow going. You can pretty comfortably put this on frontline clerics who intend to soak damage and tend to be more tanky-ish. And you can make those. Those characters do exist. The problem is War Domain overlaps with that a lot. And if you're a War Domain, you definitely don't want to take this because you definitely want to hit things with great swords. But maybe you are a frontline, I don't know, knowledge domain cleric. Maybe you're dipping into some fightery stuff. In those instances, Word of Radiance, I think, is quite good. Is it like game warpingly powerful? No, but it will be a fine damaging cantrip.
Yeah, it made my list as well. Yeah, I'm a sucker for any kind of little, even if it's a small area of effect, it's an area of effect. And yeah, if I don't know, even if you've got a great sword, like if you're being swarmed by massive mobs of little things, this could be a fun way to just blow them all up around you.
Absolutely. I think I also would recommend, because there are, actual swarms of monsters that exist. Like swarms of ants and swarms of flies and stuff like that. I, as a DM, would 100% rule that Word of Radiance just kills them all. Like, I think there are like area effect spells against swarms. Swarms are a series of tiny little less than 1 hit point monsters.
Right.
I would just say, yeah, why not? If it hits, or like, let it hit more than one of the spaces that it occupies, so it can like trigger on the same creature multiple times. There are some cool ways to play Word of Radiance from a DM's perspective, to like it be really rewarding against the lots of little things that'll make it feel like it has a specific cool niche use case. Because oftentimes it's gonna be like, oh, I Word of Radiance the single goblin that's engaged with me. Never mind, that was just worse than a mace. I pull out my mace and I hit the goblin this time. And that's fine. It's good to have kinds of cantrips that are not the ones that you can always use, but ones that you find cool windows to be better than something else you're doing.
Yeah. All right. Is it my turn?
Yep.
All right, you did Word of Radiance. Let's see. All right, my other one that I think is kind of good is Toll the Dead.
Yeah, I think this might be the best like range damaging cleric cantrip, but there's like it's competing with Sacred Flame, and Sacred Flame is fine, but like Toll the Dead I think is slightly better. So
well, yeah, because Sacred Flame, I mean, I looked at them both. I think they both have the same range, but the only, I mean, they both do D8, but Toll the Dead has the option to do a little bit more. Was it D12 or something?
I think, yeah, I think so. Toll the Dead does a D12 if the creature is damaged, which is like the vast majority of the time. I don't remember. Let me pull it up. I think it might do a D6 damage if it's full HP. It's D6 or D8. I'll consult real quick. It is a D8. Yeah, so it at its floor is Sacred Flame, and sometimes it's better than Sacred Flame, and it's got a great range.
What's the range? 60 feet?
Probably. I just literally closed the tab, Bob. This is why we can't.
Well, you said it. I only mentioned that because you said it has a great range.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is a range. 60 feet is enough. Yeah, and it's 60 feet. That's the same as Sacred Flame. So you're just like, yep, this is exactly what I would look for.
The only thing Sacred Flame has going for it is that it ignores cover.
No one has ever cared about that text in the history of ever. No one's been like, oh, thank God, we have a tool to get around 3/4 cover, and it's a D8 radiant damage. Yes! No one gets excited about that. Sacred Flame is just like the holy range damage cantrip. I do think there are a lot of characters that thematically don't like Toll the Dead. I personally, Toll the Dead is one of my big pet peeve spells just because it's a bell. You make this stupid bell gong motion. It just like, this is the dumbest. I hate it so much. Mechanically, it's fine, but come on, it's so stupid. I think personally, I know a lot of people love it. I think it's really, really stupid. But still, it's a D8 range, 60 foot. That's fine. It's probably about as good as Firebolt.
Bell noises. You're not making bell notion. You're not summoning them for dinner.
But like, what? It's got a somatic component, so I'm wondering, what do you do with the somatic component of the spell?
Like that.
Like, that makes it so much cooler. You convinced me.
Well,
Oh
that's
my
I
god.
imagine any spell you cast, the somatic component is this.
Ugh. Uh, sure. It's the other thing just to say. This is a reason to bust out your D12s, and I'm always here for that. I just wish it wasn't just like a bong. Like this is like
Yeah, that doesn't
if
bother me in the least.
like imagine if in Christmas Carol is the striking of the bell physically killed Scrooge, because that's what's happening here, and that's stupid. When the gong
This is a
strikes 9 or
magic bell
whatever.
sound that kills. I mean, I don't know. That might make it more entertaining.
It definitely makes it more entertaining. I just don't think this is not my brand of stupid, and I think it's trying to be serious, and I can't take it seriously. So all around, I think it's dumb. Anyway, we can stop talking about this spell because I'm not going to have anything else nice to say about it, despite the fact that it's pretty good.
Bob Cratchit beats Scrooge to death with a
With
bell.
a bell.
Oh,
Sure.
all right. What's next? What's next on your list?
This is my last one. So Total Dead was my second best spell, much to my chagrin. Again, you could probably interchange that with Sacred Flame, but I think they're basically the same. The D12 damage is slightly upside. But anyway, my final one is Mending. And Mending, I think, is important to note here. I think this is a really interesting spell to note, because this is a wizard spell as well. And it did not crack either of our top fives. Now, did it, Bob?
I could, I considered putting Mending on my top 5 list, and I also considered it for my worst. But it made neither of mine.
Okay, I think Mending gets a little bit of a bad rap in that it bad rap or rep? Bad rep? Bad I don't
think
know.
it's
It doesn't
rap.
matter. Bad rap. Okay, great. I don't know where that comes from, but I know that's the ism. In any case, Mending is like, it's hard to use because it's got a minute cast time. However, even in games that aren't like, oh, I can fix all the broken arrows, which is like the gamiest way to use it, there are going to be real times in a lot of games where having Mending on your character sheet is like, great, I actually have something that interfaces with the world in a meaningful way. Specifically, like if you're in a naval game where you're like sailing the seas, having a shipwright on hand that can fix holes in a ship is really important. And a Mending fixed that space, and it fixed it quickly enough that it's not a huge problem. You've got all other kinds of situations where like holding down a fort, Mending is really useful. If you're going out carrying a caravan, having a way to quickly fix things to keep moving whenever you're being pursued is very useful. Having a small tool on hand that says, I can fix anything small that breaks in under a minute is a very useful little utility spell to have. I don't think it's particularly largely applicable to the vast majority of tables. This isn't a cantrip you're casting every session. This isn't a cantrip you're probably casting 1 in like 3 sessions. In those 1 in 3 sessions, though, it's very valuable to have.
I don't think you're ever casting it at all. I think it's something you just say, all right, I during my downtime, I fixed the fishing nets or whatever with my Mending spell.
I think if you're at this table where you are 5 lone adventurers in the woods with your rolls, like your bed rolls and stuff, which is a lot of games. A lot of games is just, yeah, the 6 people running around doing wacky random adventures, and they don't bring anything with them, and they're not like defending specific spaces. They don't own their own ships or whatever. This spell is uncastably bad. In tables that have dedicated settings, dedicated things to protect, that have entities and objects that need maintenance and that can be broken, in games that are playing a little bit more and like the hex crawl survival style games that can be very meaningful. Like in the World of Chult, for example, is where I saw the spell used the most. Whenever I ran Team of Annihilation, Mending was very meaningful at keeping packs together, keeping bug netting from keeping mosquitoes and stuff out so that the disease didn't get in. Like in the games that care about it, Mending is a very high utility cantrip. That's not most games, but I think it earns this spot because it's something that, this can be a way that you interface it with the world well in those games. And there are so few other, like, again, Thaumaturgy is competition as far as like utility spells go. And I think this is better than Thaumaturgy at those tables enough so that it earns a higher risk spot for me.
Oh yeah, I mean it does something.
Yeah.
That
makes you louder. It makes illusory sounds from 60 feet away. That's neat.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Mending's bad. It's just even at tables where it's not super important, it's nice to have. Yeah, if somebody in the party has Mending, then yeah, All right, well that guy's maintaining all our routine crap. And that's yeah, you don't have, if
And
something like that bothers you, then that can take the weight off your shoulders.
that also, so that is a nice thing. That almost puts it in the cosmetic cantrip kind of bucket, right? Where if you're like the Forge Domain cleric, if you're the I am the artificer that wants to fix all of the things, mending does fit that bill pretty nicely. Where you just say, all right, every single long rest, take off all your long or heavy armor. I'm getting the Nyx out. We're gonna be the most glamorous, pristine looking armored combatants that ever were. Mending does that.
All right, well that's your full list.
That's my full list.
I've still got two.
Oh my god. I can't
I
wait
don't
to tell
know.
you they're bad.
Oh yeah, well I mean, one's light. It's
Yeah, that one's bad.
that's not bad.
Bob, have you heard of this item? It's costs a copper piece. You know what? I'll let you guess it. I'll describe it to you. Gold cost first. It costs a copper piece.
Yeah, I know.
What is
It's
it?
a torch.
It's a torch. Light is a torch.
Yeah, but that's fire is dangerous.
You're giving me crap for thaumaturgy. You put light on your list.
Light is so useful.
Can you do the things that thaumaturgy can do? Can you do the things that light can do?
Can you light up the bottom of a well with a torch?
Specifically a well? No, you got me
Or
there.
any body of dark water?
No, I guess for all of my lighting bodies of dark water needs, I can pick up light.
Well, that's how you find the treasure. Or scary fish to shoot at.
Dark vision?
Yeah, well, not everybody does. Anyway,
sure, roughly half the characters in the game do.
I know. Look, I told you in the beginning of this, I was struggling to put 5 spells on my list.
Yep.
This is one of the strugglers.
I would honestly put light close to the bottom as far as cleric cantrips you should take. Now, granted, like we said, there's only 9 of them. So maybe you're in a situation where you're multi-classing a bunch and you're like, oh god, I already have all the good cleric cantrips. I guess I'm taking light. And then you'll find some cute things to do with pebbles.
Well, there's pebbles and there's arrows. You can fire it up in the air for a signal. Like, you could do that with a torch maybe, but not very effectively.
You can light a lot of arrowheads on fire, a tiny bit of tar.
Right.
If you have a tinderbox, you have what light does.
Yeah, but whatever.
I am definitely making fun of it a little bit more than it probably justifies. I know that there are a lot of people, magical light being able to make it whatever color you want is nifty. There's some cosmetic stuff that is fun to it. There are times where you're going to be like, I light up a thing and I throw it over there. You'll feel cool, especially if this is like your first time playing D&D or something and you're like, I'm wondering what all these things do. It's very much feels like a legacy cantrip that they really need to get to do more things. They need to take dancing lights, light, and like 2 other cantrips and mush them together and I'd be like, this is a real light spell now. Until then, I would just take a torch, but that's just my opinion. Bob, would you? So you say we're at the stage now where these aren't spells that you would even consider putting on your clerics? Like, are we out of that?
No, no, I'm probably not taking light. Look, it's the top 5 list. I needed 5 spells.
They're at 9.
That's
you
where
can
we
pick
are.
8 others.
All right. Well, I'll tell you the other one I picked. I know you don't like this one either. I picked resistance.
Oh, resistance actually got my worst spot. Fun fact. I think that this is the worst cantrip clerics get access to.
Oh, yeah? Well, thaumaturgy was my worst.
Oh, my God. Thaumaturgy is fine. It's like prestidigitation. Oh, God. Resistance is so bad. Why? Okay. I want... Explain to me why you like resistance enough. Enough that it's not the worst spell on this list.
That it's not the worst. Because thaumaturgy exists.
What? I gave you a list of things thaumaturgy does.
A list of things. You were talking about a torch. I talked about throwing a rock or shouting.
A rock can't ever sound like a raven. A rock can't ever sound like cracking glass. A rock can't make you louder. A rock can't do all of the other things thaumaturgy does. You could also throw glass. Could you throw you can catch and throw a snake.
That's so much more effective than making snake noises.
To catch and throw a snake. Resistance, Bob. Resistance. Tell me how to use resistance.
You cast it, and I know this is all right. Perhaps before a friend of yours goes down a spooky hallway that could be riddled with traps.
So your objective here is to just walk behind them, hold your hand on them, and spam cast resistance.
Well, I mean, it lasts a minute.
Okay, so you go barbarian, here's resistance, go into the trap.
Well, I mean, go into the place that could be trapped. Yes.
And that's all the time. Do you use it anywhere else?
Yeah, you use it before battles. Where
Over
with the something that's breathing fire or casting spells at you.
this costs your concentration.
All right. Well, I mean, not using it all the time. You
Are
asked
you
me for
using it
examples
ever?
of. I don't know. But yeah, definitely for the exploration. Maybe not so much in battles, but yeah, spooky hallways.
I don't think you need both guidance and resistance on the character sheet ever together. I think I have seen players take resistance instead of guidance before because they're like, this has to be decent. This has to use the applications that you mentioned. Maybe I don't run enough arrow slit ridden hallways, but I have found pretty regularly resistance does functionally nothing. Like resistance is so I think I've seen resistance dice rolled twice in my whole time DMing that come to mind. Like 2 times people have cast the spell, the cantrip, and also have then seen the dice get rolled. The D4 bonus to the saving throw. That is how infrequent resistance makes it. Granted, people recognize the resistance isn't a very good cantrip, don't take it that much. I don't think the justification of let's just send the barbarian to their death to get trapped is a good use case for this, whenever more often than not you should be investigating for the traps. You should be circumnavigating them with a whole suite of other tools. And then using it prior to a combat, Bless is a cheap first level spell that is definitely more usable than this. There are really important concentration effects that clerics are going to want to keep up the moment they hit 3rd level. Even, like I said, Blessed first level is a big deal. And that's a first level spell, so that costs your concentration that will make a big impact in the fight that you're about to go into. I much rather have that up than a bad cantrip that will affect one person for 1 saving throw for a D4, should that occur. Because like, if you're going, let's say you're going to a dragon, right, where you know there's a saving throw coming. Are you casting this ever over a real spell, over a first level spell or higher that requires concentration before a dragon fight?
Let's see. What if what were we just talking about? Yeah, I was thinking about our Warcaster video. But yeah, say you cast it on the wizard so that he can maintain his concentration spell better. No, that sounds stupid now to say it. um,
Uh,
okay, go ahead.
Okay, here's something that's good news about resistance moving forward. They are like with guidance, how they're giving us a new version in D&D 1. D&D 1's also coming with a new version of resistance, and I really like it. So it becomes a reaction. Whenever someone fails a saving throw, you can give them a bonus D4 to that roll. That seems way better and very, very good, very usable. It drops the concentration requirement entirely, which is so crucial to the spell functioning at all. I think that makes the cantrip all of a sudden interesting and very takeable. This is not that. I would advise, if you are going and considering wanting something like resistance, go find that playtest document and pull out that resistance. Maybe this is 3 years down the road you're watching this video, and they've given us the new resistance, and all of a sudden I look like I have egg on my face because resistance is one of those baller spells that is in the new edition. Which is going to be like, most of our videos are going to be perfectly applicable to it. Resistance will get better whenever it is altered. For now, I don't think you want to be walking behind the person every minute, giving them resistance to a saving throw whenever you could guidance them and then take a real cantrip. And there aren't a lot of options, but Toll Dead is one. I think Thaumaturgy is another, even though Bob thinks it's the worst cantrip. And Word of Radiance is one. Mending is one. All those are cantrips I would take over this. So
again, this was one of my strugglers.
All right, we did my worst, and my worst was on your list.
Yes.
Let's jump into your worst real quick. Tell me why Thaumaturgy sucks again.
I just don't think it's very useful at all.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Even for, I mean, you talked about cosmetic cantrips before, like they make you look cool, like your cantrip. This doesn't even really do that so much. I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I will agree with that sentiment.
You can change your eyes appearance or something, but
yeah.
Yay.
I think that's probably the most meaningful text on it whenever it comes to like playing the character you want. I definitely know more than a handful of people that will want my eyes are fiery burny red all the time. They're playing the ultimate evil edgelord death domain cleric and their eyes are inky black. Thaumaturgy is part of that.
I don't know. I feel like if you just say to your DM, look on my character sheet, my eyes are inky black. That's it. I don't give a shit. Okay.
Well, I mean, that is a tool that you can use for intimidation, right? You can make it look like you're demonically possessed and stuff like that. There will be people that
See,
like that.
that's what I've read when I was looking it up. That's never going to be the case. Nobody's going to be intimidated by that. They'll say,
That is a
"You
fun
are a cleric looking at me with a
thaumaturgy.
cantrip."
That's so that I think this is a more interesting direction just than recouping whatever we did before. I think that's a really interesting consequence of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition and there being like this list of spells. Magic feels less magical and it feels like more scientific and learned in this instance because someone's eyes turning inky black in the real world and where we live today is cause for alarm.
Oh
It
yeah.
happening in the world of Dungeons and Dragons, you're just like, look at that scrub.
Yeah.
Do you think he's being intimidating right now? That's not even a first level spell. What? Get a load of this guy, right? There's and to be fair, there will be games that treat that effect like we would treat it in the world, right? Like try to approximate that, right? There will be people that will say magic is still, mysterious and unknown, and most people don't know what most spell effects do.
Yeah.
I tend to run games where magic is everywhere because it's really fun. I like games that consider the implications of spells in the world and how they work. Like I really love a lot of like shops as opposed to having a metal detector, it's just a detect magic detector, which is just a magic rock that they stick on top of the door that casts detect magic, and whenever it comes in, you glow with whatever magical enchantments are on you, right? There are lots of fun ways that you can incorporate the spells of 5th edition into world building, and when you do that, a lot of the utility of the cantrips gets a lot worse whenever it comes to like intimidation and stuff. It becomes a lot harder to be like, I'm possessed by the devil, when everyone goes, no, you're a first level cleric, calm down, kid. Right? Like it does make a lot of the utility here a little bit worse. I think that's just something you probably want to consider whenever you're taking any spells, is how does the world you're about to be playing in care about them? And I think it's a really important question to talk to your DM about, because it might be something they didn't think about, is what are the reactions to people when they see magic? What are people's reactions whenever they see someone casting like light? Is it something that's magical and whimsical and everyone goes, oh, the wizard's in this room? Is it like a Lord of the Rings kind of deal where, Gandalf is one of like 6 entities that can do magic on this level, and him doing any amount of magic, even if it's just like a cool fireworks display that they don't entirely understand, that could be mundanely done, people are still awed and amazed by it? Or is, like we just discussed, is it just like my child learned to do that yesterday. I just got the magic initiate feat, and she has another cantrip too. You want to see her mage hand? Like, that's the kind of, you got to figure out and understand what you're working with before you can really get a lot of utility out of some of these cantrips.
Cool. All right. Well, that was our list.
This might be our most scuffed list as far as like, we're all over the place, and I'm not confident in our answers.
Oh no,
but
I don't even think. I don't think we've ever had one of our worst picks on somebody else's best list, and in this one we both did.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's how cleric spells are going to be.
Maybe.
Or if it's just the cantrips.
There are only 9 cantrips, so
yeah,
it'll get better as we get the more dense lists, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I looked up. I think it's level 8 spells. There's only like 4 of them. It's going to be challenged to get to top 5.
What are our top 2 8th level cleric spells? I will say, for commoners this time around, I'm really interested because Bob and I had different ones, and I'm sure light might be your worst cleric cantrip. I think maybe you hate guidance. Maybe you're like, I've never seen guidance pop off and be awesome. I've always just seen it be boring and unuseful. Maybe that's your worst. I'd love to see in the comments what your worst cleric cantrip is and why you think it is that, just because there's definitely a lot of room to debate and talk about these things. Because most of the time, if you're a cleric, your cantrips are kind of like a secondary thing that you're thinking about.
Yeah. Leave it in the comments. Let us know. Man, are we both going to be wrong?
But I'm not confident in any one of mine list except guidance. That's the only one where I'm like, yeah, that deserved its spot.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, let us know what you think. And we will see you next time for our next list will be level 1 cleric spell. So, but we'll have other videos between now and then. So go watch them. Goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and one worst level 1 cleric spells. Um, well, I'll start off by saying I found this list a lot easier to make than the cantrips.
I found it a little easier to make than the cantrips. There are a lot of spells where I was like, yeah, it's fine. My worst, I had a really rough time like sifting between them all, and I'm pretty sure everyone's like, "Oh, Sam, you picked Cure Wounds for your worst." No,
I
I'm
was
gonna let that
thinking
cat out of
that.
the bag now. It's not the worst cleric spell. There are worse ones. It's still bad, but like
I was certain that was going to be it. I was like, oh, here we go. We don't even have to ask. We all
yeah,
know.
no,
But no, well, all
I
right, you're gonna surprise
yeah.
us.
There are worse things in this game than Cure Wounds, believe it or not. Even though I would advocate that it's the most overused and poor spell that people are taking that they shouldn't be. But it's not like the worst cleric spell ever.
Yeah, that wasn't mine either, and you'll be happy to know it didn't make my top 5 either.
Thank God. My time here has been for something.
That wouldn't have. I mean,
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm
Nice.
well, actually no, I'm probably not sure. You have educated me.
As always, I do these 1 to 5. Bob does them grab bag order. And
Yeah.
also, important context, more so than cantrips, these are preparable, which means that you don't have to like pick them. You can choose them every long rest, which makes some of the ones that like we're not going to even be talking about still valuable. They're just not ones that you're going to regularly always prepare. I think this list that we're going to be hearing from us today are probably the like this first level spells you'll pretty regularly want to have prepared. That you'll be like, these are the ones that if I don't know what I'm doing, if we don't know where we're fighting against, if we don't know where we're kind of going with this next session, these are generically good options that you're always happy to have. But there's plenty of options on here that if you're going into this one very specific scenario, knowing that you can prepare it is very useful. And keeping that in your mind is going to be important whenever you're evaluating cleric spells.
Now, you said you found this only a little easier than cantrips. Does that mean you've got some ones you just tacked on because you needed 5?
I think one of them, yeah, I feel is like this one is the most. This is the one I prepare the least regularly, but is one that I still like. If I'm going into a generic encounter, I'm pretty happy to have. Honestly, the hard part was picking the worst one. There are like 5 cleric spells where I'm like, I don't ever see these cast. So
I wonder if our picks will be the same.
let's find out. You want to go first?
No, I'm talking about for the worst. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna have a lot of crossover for the top 5. But I think you went first last time. I'll take the first crack at it. Well, since all right, did what's it called? Healing Word make your list?
I think it's the best. Yeah. I think it's the best first level cleric spell in the game in that it's the only one that I would almost always regularly have, and it's one of the only healing spells you ever end up taking.
I picked that largely in part of your education here on this channel.
Yes.
Healing Word. Yeah, go ahead.
Ranged bonus action healing, very valuable, and at its what it does that you need it to do is get someone off of 0 to give them actions again. It does. We talk in length in both Cure Wounds and Healing Word videos about why these are the spells that you should be taking. I highly recommend my Cure Wounds video. I think I do a great breakdown of like, this is why the spell isn't good. This is the exact reasons why things like Healing Word are better. This is what you need out of it action economy wise. Despite the fact that I don't like giving Healing Word the first slot, I don't like that clerics are like, oh yes, they are the healers. It's almost a class feature for them. It's something that you slap on your character sheet. Okay, I've got Healing Word. I've got 1 spell slot in the back, just waiting to Healing Word whenever we absolutely need it in case something disastrous happens to the wizard, and that will keep the party moving. It'll win encounters that it shouldn't. It's very useful in all tiers of play. It's very important to
have. The 3 basics: bonus action, so you still get your regular action. Ranged, that's pretty amazing. And what was the other big one?
Enough healing.
And yeah, all right, yeah, I guess thought there was something else, but yeah, I mean, yeah, all you need is the 1 point. Get somebody back on their feet, and there you go.
Easy peasy.
I think we've ironically beaten Healing Word to death.
Absolutely, we have. So I'll move onward. That wasn't number 1. So my number 2, we'll just go top down. I picked Bless. I think Bless is a banger of a spell. Do you?
Yeah, that's on my list.
Yeah.
Um,
Bless is just like you pick a bunch of buddies and they're all just better at everything for a minute. If you're a backline cleric, this is a no-brainer. It's really easy early because you don't have a lot to concentrate on Bless, and it's gonna feel good when you're using it. Everyone's gonna be like, oh right, I get to D4 to this, and it's gonna change some fun results. People will notice that it's impacting some rolls, and it affects everything. So like once people start rolling with it, they're like, wow, Bless is really nice to have. You probably don't prepare it after like third level. You probably don't prepare it after fifth level, especially. But in the early tier, this is the spell you're concentrating on more often than not, unless you get a cool subclass spell from your domains. But
now, yeah, like Healing Word and Cure Wounds, they got kind of a little rivalry going. The same, I think, is true with Bless and Bane, but Bless,
Pants is
yeah,
Bane.
yeah, because Bane can fail.
Yeah, and that's a
I mean,
big
because
difference.
that is a huge difference. You think, all right, well, Bane's cool. You're giving penalties to your enemy, and everybody can pound on them. That's kind of the same thing, but no, it
It's
doesn't always work.
No, not
Bless
only does it
always
not
works.
always work, there's less applicable situations for it. You
Yeah.
can bless allies out of combat to help them with a larger best amount of ability checks. I like running things called skill challenges where you have like a series of events happening. And bless is really good in high stakes, like you're in a mine cart and things are flying out of here and you're trying to figure out how to navigate this fun encounter. They're really fun like variants of skill challenges that have kind of been like fathered in from 40 that people recommend. Bless is great in those circumstances, and it's great in just a variety of cases because you know your allies are gonna be making rolls. Basically is only subtracting a d4 from enemy attack rolls, and that is way worse than giving a bonus d4 to all your ability checks, all your attack rolls, saving throws, all that kind of fun stuff.
Agreed.
And again, like you said, I think this is the most important part. You can't miss Bless. You can miss Bane.
All right. Those two I was pretty sure we were both gonna have. Let's see. I'm gonna get one that maybe you have, maybe you don't. What do you think about Guiding Bolt?
I cheated, as I normally do, unsurprisingly. I picked a tie for my third place slot, and it's Inflict Wounds and Guiding Bolt. And we can talk about Guiding Bolt right now. Guiding Bolt's pretty great.
Oh, Sam, how could you not do these lists honestly?
I know, I'm just so terrible at this.
All right, yes, Guiding Bolt. Now I went back. I was doing my research for this list and looking at your review of Guiding Bolt. You seem to undersell the importance of the guiding part, and you like this almost strictly as a damaging spell. Where I'm kind of the opposite. I like the damage, great, but if the damage was less, I'd still like this for the guiding part.
I feel like we've had this exact conversation before.
Probably. Did we do a Guiding Bolt video?
I don't remember, but I definitely was like, yeah, no, that's just vicious mockery. You're just talking about frostbite. Like you're talking about cantrips that already exist, Bob. There are ways to do supportive things with damage. You care about the 3d8 damage a lot on guiding. You really do. At least I do. I think advantage on a single attack roll, you can get that a bunch of different ways. The help action does that. If you really don't care about the damage, Bob, you can do it for free. Just take that, get up right in there, and help them out by giving them some emotional support. That will give them advantage. Alternatively, you can be doing 3d8 damage from a safe location. There are no other spells that clerics get like naturally that you can like that aren't on their domain list that give you this range to cure fairly high damage option. If you're looking for that, this is the option you turn to. If you're the backline cleric and want to be able to dish out some damage, this is a great option. It also like highlights and supports other allies, which works in tandem with like the cleric support fantasy, but it also lets you feel like I'm the one doing big damage here. I'm the one that's contributing meaningful blows to this monster. I'm not just a all support, giving people buffs only kind of character. I am the one landing my own haymakers and have my moments to shine. I think it's really important for a support class to have, and having one attached like something like Guiding Bolt, I think is great.
Let me ask you this, because all right, I see what you're saying. Damage is important, and I'm not gonna turn my nose up at it. I'm not gonna say no, thank you, Dungeon Master. I don't want this damage. I want
1d8's good enough for me, DM.
Yeah. But if I have the choice to outright kill a wounded creature and use this against somebody that's not wounded, I'm gonna make the unwise decision to because I want the full use of my spell. I'm gonna hit
and you're
the
going to be wrong
guy.
in that action.
Yes.
Like you just said.
I'm gonna hit the uninjured creature and let my friend finish him off.
Or let that monster that was about to die kill your friend instead, because now they get a turn that they shouldn't have had because you shot something instead of it.
All right, well, maybe I will consider the initiative order.
Sure. That's,
Ah,
I think there's obviously context is going to matter, but more often than not, you should be trying to kill one thing at a time. Guiding Bolt helps that game plan by you hit it first, and everything piles on top of it nice and easily. And if you have to finish something off with it, that's fine. Do that. You're not missing anything if you like overkill it by 3 or 4 points of damage and the advantage doesn't occur. It's dead. That's a win.
yeah, well, case by case basis.
Sure, you're
All
over here like trying to make sure you get every little ounce of your spells, even if doing so is a horrendous mistake that makes everyone worse off in the long run.
That's right. All right. You mentioned what else did you say?
Inflict wounds.
Inflict wounds. That also made my list. So all right, go ahead.
Nice. So the reason I like Inflict Wounds and Guiding Bolt, and I put them both on here, is because they functionally service different characters. Cleric is one of those classes that has, because they get the subclass at first level, and that subclass determines a lot of their proficiencies, you end up getting very clear characters that are like, I want to be a frontline melee character with my heavy armor and my shield and all that fun stuff, or I am in just my medium armor and stuff, I'm probably in robes because that seems more thematically fitting for like your light domains, for your life domains that are, I guess life domain also kind of wants to be front end, but like you have some back end characters or backline characters that want to be hanging out behind and doing more castery, full caster kind of looking stuff. Both of these options, Inflict Wound and Guiding Bolt, are the damage options for those respective archetypes, and it kind of like divides the class. It mainly favors the frontline stuff. More clerics than more than half the clerics want to be up in frontline with a mace, with a shield, with some kind of heavy armor. But for those that don't, Guiding Bolt is a really important option. Inflict Wounds is the option for those frontline characters, though, that are like, I want a good damage option, and it is better in a lot of cases. It's the highest single target damage first level spell in the game. In like a vacuum for a single action for just no other context. 3d10 damage is about as much as you possibly ask for. It's very short range, but my god, will you see some players' eyes go wide when they roll a 10 or 2 on those d10s, and something that has like 15 hit points that was a boss at the time was like, the bigger bugbear just dies. They will feel so cool and so powerful, and Inflict Wounds opens up that moment. I think it's important, again, for the typically supportive characters to have options that give them moments to be that big and powerful. Inflict Wounds absolutely delivers on that.
I like the name. I just when I think cleric, I'm thinking the archetype is the healer, but this is just polar opposite. This spell is, because a lot of spells inflict wounds. It hurts things, but this is just distilled down to the core. This is what I'm going to do. I don't know what it looks like. Is it an explosion? Is it a stabbing? Or what? It's just straight up wounds.
I do love that,
wounds.
like technically every damaging spell is inflict wounds if you think about it, because you're absolutely right. They are inflicting wounds. But yeah, this feels, I think cleric actually outside of their specific subclasses, I think cleric feels to me like one of the most legacy classes, in that it has a lot of the old like Bane Bless stuff. It has a lot of the inflict wounds, cure wounds dichotomy, the protection from evils. It's like very clearly missing some of the text for like alignment based magic that the game used to have a lot of, and it gets a little clumsy with some of the spells that we're gonna probably talk about later. But like Inflict Wounds definitely feels like nah, this is just distilled evil. That's all this is. I don't know what it looks like, but this is like the evil cleric doing an evil thing by inflicting wounds upon somebody and just like rending their soul, I guess, or body, or both. Who knows? It's pretty cool.
I don't want to get too far off track, but I remember the old 8-bit Nintendo game, Dragon Warrior. You had the spell heal on the opposite end. The spell is just called hurt.
No, even better.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
No, even better. The upper level of that spell was called hurt more.
That's pretty good. I mean, a lot of old D&D looks like that too, right? A lot of them it was greater heal, and we still have heal, cure wounds, greater restoration, lesser restoration. Like a lot of the just really generic fantasy named BS magic is just, it does what it says on the tin. I don't know what to tell you. It inflicts wounds. It does harm. It power word kill. That's what it does.
Yep.
And it's definitely a very cleric-y thing.
All right. Well, that was inflict wounds. What else?
That was
How
mine.
many do you have left on yours?
I have 2 left on mine,
Let me see what I've got left. Come on, mouse.
but I cheated. So
Yeah, you did. That. All right, I got
they
one
serve the
left
same
on mine.
purpose.
So, all right, I've got one left on mine. So you go ahead and take a
All
crack
right,
at it.
sure. My next one, and I think this might be the most contentious on my list, and this one I'm maybe least sure about. It's command. I have command as my number 4 cleric spell. It is potentially very good. I've seen it do a powerful thing now and again. It's never more than once or twice a campaign, and I think I see it flounder more often than not, as opposed to like really get something cool to happen. Still, there aren't a lot of cleric spells that give you like a powerful utility option, that give you like a powerful, unique way to engage a character or NPCs, like navigate a bunch of varying circumstances. This is usable in and out of combat. It's usable to get people to do specific jobs. This is a spell that, for a really creative player, can be a great tool in their tool belt. It's just much harder to use, I find, than a lot of the other first level high creativity spells, like the illusion stuff or disguise self, stuff like that.
Well, I think that I agree with that because I always have trouble thinking of one word. Now I forget what I was going to say.
Commands.
Commands, yeah. Imperative statements, yes.
I mean, most of the time they're
Yeah,
like action verbs where you're just like, thing, do thing.
yeah, but do
like,
thing, that's 2 words.
yeah, but like normally, so like flee or
Yeah.
hide or
Right, they give you some
bludgeon
examples
is
like
a fun
stop
one.
or bludgeon. Yeah, or to bludgeon anything.
Yeah. This is part of the problem you're definitely identifying.
Yeah, it feels like there should be more intransitive verbs that you could use, but and I'm sure there are. They'll let us know in the comments, I'm sure.
True. At minimum, the 4 they gave you, or the 5 they gave you, approach, drop, flee, grovel, and halt, all do some amount of utility. Like, while a single first level spell, being the prone condition, isn't outwardly powerful, it is in the context that it can also flexibly be the 4 other modes. So if you like ignore all of command that can be custom and just take the 5 modes given, halt, for example, just denies a creature a turn. And it also does that on top of the other things it does. It upcasts to hit multiple creatures. We're both big fans of that. There's some flexibility in using this that I think will get it to, I think, like, more often than not, if you're a cleric, just start like jotting down ideas you have as you're playing. Is like, oh, this command would have been great here, and write down ideas and names of the words. And if you just get a decent roster of those, I think you're going to find a lot of success with the spell.
Yeah, I'm sure it's better than I typically give it credit for, but yeah, not good enough to make my list.
It was close for me.
All right, the last one I have that we haven't covered yet is Sanctuary.
Oh, I don't have Sanctuary on my list. I think Sanctuary is overrated.
I actually forgot what it does since I let me look it up real quick. Sanctuary. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I was thinking. All right, well, why do you think it's overrated?
So first,
What
the first
don't you
main
like
problem.
about it?
What do I like about it, or
What don't you like about it?
I don't think it ever does anything meaningful, which is
right.
hyperbolic. But for the most part, if you're engaging in a fight, everyone is contributing in that fight. There are not many fights in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition where you are like, oh, I'm going to only heal here and have that be an effective strategy. Or, oh, I'm going to only, cast buff spells. Or I'm only going to, hide behind this rock. Even in the situations where you do dedicate yourself to that line, how often are you being attacked in that instance whenever you can dedicate all of your actions to hiding, dodging, dashing, and moving? Right? Like, there seem like that isn't a likely scenario where you're going to get the crap beat out of you. And if you take a single hostile action, the spell ends. It doesn't matter any context around like how the hostile action takes form. If you just like swat back an attacker and hit them, Sanctuary goes away. Where it's supposed to shine, I think, is like protect the hostage situations. I don't find those to really happen at 95% plus of tables. I think most people tend to run the kill or be killed combats. in more dynamic environments, in environments where you are trying to protect a hostage, where you are trying to keep a specific person alive from an onslaught of baddies, I can see Sanctuary having a home that is hyper niche. And I think that you would prepare this spell for that encounter. I don't think you're taking this spell regularly out adventuring and finding more or less any use with it, because the whole of the party is going to want to contribute to killing the baddies. That's just what D&D is all about.
All right, this is yeah, maybe. See, I had a different idea for it. I wasn't thinking like hostages. I was thinking more like protecting someone who's using a concentration like buffing spell for the party. But
But if they cast a spell that affects an enemy, if they deal damage to a creature with that concentration-based effect,
yeah,
if they make an
yeah.
attack roll, Sanctuary goes away and you wasted a spell slot. Now, granted, you don't necessarily need Sanctuary to have that long of a duration for it to matter. If you can get like 3 creatures, or even I would say if you can get 2 creatures to miss because of Sanctuary, to have to attack something else, it's probably worth the bonus action cast time because it is very cheap. It's just a bonus action to put on somebody. I still think that window is relatively limited and often isn't going to matter that much. I think a lot of times you're going to see, like, if we're in the world where creatures know what spells do, you're going to see them, like, you Sanctuary the wizard that has a flaming sphere out or whatever to maintain concentration, or you Sanctuary someone with a summon spell out. The monsters, instead of attacking them in initiative order, ready their action to attack them after the wizard's dealt damage, and then the wizard gets the crap beat out of them on their turn, whatever their thing goes and deals damage, and it doesn't really have a meaningful upside with competent tactical monsters.
Yeah. Man, I wrote this earlier today, and I was thinking of scenarios in which it would be useful, but and I still think there are such things. There's, I don't know, like for I'm gonna have a hard time arguing this one because yeah, you do want it. All right, no, here's what I was thinking though.
I'm with it.
So before the fight, you cast Sanctuary. Now, the attacking creatures, they don't know the spell's been cast. They just what?
No, continue. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. They they decide, all right, I'm going to attack this guy, and then, no, I don't want to do that. What are they thinking there?
What are the monsters thinking there?
Yes, or what? Or
are they going to prioritize the creature being actively hostile or the one that seems to be passively ignoring them? Because Sanctuary asks the creature to passively ignore them. If you're saying like we prep this in to prepare for an ambush where anyone can be hit, then this spell seems actually uncastable because that is the antithesis of what an ambush is.
Yeah.
So this isn't a spell that you can like really easily prepare going into a fight. This would be like the best use case that I'm thinking of, right, is maybe you have a wizard that's dedicated to pure pacifism and they haste somebody and then want to be a sack of hit points, so they run in the middle of it. And they just don't do anything because their spell. Then you have this weird conversation where you have to wonder, does the spell affect an enemy if it's hasting an ally is killing people with hasted actions? I would argue no. That seems fine to have not be a problem, but other people won't rule that. But then, like, you also, if they don't hit the creature that's sanctuaried, they can just hit something 5 feet to the right of it. They can just hit something else within their range, or they can just move and hit something else as well. It doesn't mitigate the attack entirely. They can just choose a new target for the attack rolls as they see fit. So, like, even in the best case scenario, you have to put a wizard pacifist isolated in the middle of a bunch of monsters and then have them run around them, miss 1 or 2 attacks, and then be like, I guess we hit other people. And that seems outlandish to begin with. And that's where I'm coming up with the best real case, like, average adventuring party day use for this.
All right, you're probably right. I don't want this to be Sanctuary the video. That's going to be fair. Sanctuary the video. And I'm going to come up with some better arguments for when we do that.
I think a lot of people like this spell. I don't think I've ever seen it cast and been particularly effective.
All right, well, we'll get back to that. Do you have one more?
I do. My last one made the wizard spell list. I think this spell's just great. It's Detect Magic. Detect Magic is baller.
Yeah, it didn't make either of my list because I don't know. It's like, of course, Detect Magic, but it just felt too obvious to talk about, I guess.
I think if it's so obvious that it's too obvious to talk about, you should include it in your top 5.
It should be on the list. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because it's a no-brainer, right? It's a ritual spell. It's a passive effect that you can just take by preparing a spell. Clerics, notably more so than wizards, you have to prepare your ritual spells, where wizards just get to stick them in a book and forget about them. So that's a little bit more of an order, but I think Detect Magic very regularly earns a spot as being like, okay, this is the one spell I prepare this ritual spell. Detect Magic is great. It detects evil things. It detects, summoned and conjured creatures. It detects all forms of different magics. It's good in area. It's something that's very recastable. It's even something you don't mind busting out with a first level spell slot now and then whenever you're like, oh, this is dire. We need to know where the magic is right now and what kind is happening. All those times, Detect Magic is going to be great. I think this is one of the best little utility exploration spells in the game. I think is something that any full caster worth their salt probably wants, if they're a ritual caster, probably wants to have at the ready for the most of the time that they're able to. It's just a way that you could engage with the world and access out the gate that I think identifies like, yeah, I'm a magic user. I can understand and work with magic, and this is how that works.
I 100% agree. Yes. Detect Magic is great.
Yeah.
That's
we
really
just
all I got to say about it.
I think we took whatever little else we had to say about Detect Magic and we just shoved that time over to Sanctuary.
Yeah.
And that's how this video worked out.
All right. Well, I guess we'll save your surprise choice for last, and I'll give you my pick for the worst. I hope it's not the same.
It might be.
Because mine's kind of boring.
So is mine.
Is it Detect Poison and Disease?
That was my runner-up. Mine's Purify Food and Drink.
All right, yeah.
They're kind of two sides of the same coin. They probably could be the same spell and no one would bat an eye.
That's actually, I was thinking that one of the reasons I picked, Detect Poison and Disease is because I thought, well, if you're really worried about what the food you're eating is, there's Purify Food and Drink.
And my thought process is you never ever are casting Purify Food and Drink unless you've also already detected poison and disease. And that's like, there's something where you go, something's fishy about this meal. I think I shall prepare Purify Food and Drink for it. No, you just detect the poison and throw it out, right? That's like how if you know the food and drink is poisoned, don't eat the food and drink. You don't need to purify it. You can get any amount of food anywhere else. This is not a spell anyone ever needs to be taking.
What if it's being served to you by someone evil and you don't want to let on that you know?
So you very discreetly cast a divination and ritual magic spell to purify the food before them.
Well, you wait till they
very discreet.
You wait till they go back to the kitchen.
And then why don't you do a good old cowboy switch, right? Just be like a whoosh whoosh. That seems like a more practical way to do that. And you don't even need either of these spells in that case. You can just be like, maybe we don't. Maybe we think the king's gonna get poisoned, because you have to, if you're taking either of these spells, you have to already think that's going to happen. Maybe just source the bread yourself. Maybe go out and find the food and be like, hey king, we think you're gonna get killed soon. We're gonna make sure we walk you through the process of doing this. Absolute worst case scenario, our cleric will prepare detect poison and disease so they can, spam cast that as a ritual to make sure this doesn't happen. But with Purify Food and Drink, I can't even see, like, these are both laughably ridiculous circumstances that are one scenario in the billions of possible options that a role-playing fantasy game tends to employ. I don't think either are ever reasonably going to cast. I've never seen someone willingly prepare either. Like, without it being, this is the scenario, I've never seen someone prepare them willingly.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that we had different picks, even if they were for the exact same reasons.
Exact same reasons.
Got anything else to say?
Poisons and diseases are widely underused and underdeveloped. That's a big problem for Protect Poison and Disease, but we talk about that at length, and a lot of times anytime we talk about poisons.
Yeah, oh yeah, I remember I read that in in my research for this. What, the giant spider is venomous? You don't say.
My god, the rat is diseased? No way, it's foaming at the mouth. Who would have guessed? You're saying those giant skin warts on it with bulbous green ooze spewing out? That thing's not healthy? Crazy.
All right, well, I guess we'll end it there. That's our picks for the level 1 cleric spells.
Let's just, hey, post review. What were your 5?
I don't remember. Let me look it up.
Well, I can tell you mine. Mine was number 1, Healing Word, 2, Bless, 3, Inflict Wounds / Guiding Bolt, depending on your position in the party, 4, Command, and 5, Detect Magic.
All right, mine was Bless, Healing Word, Guiding Bolt, Inflict Wounds, and Sanctuary. Still standing
So
by
we
Sanctuary.
I think we can count that as like we were 4 or 5 the same.
Well, yeah, if you cheat and put the
If I
entire
pick
list
6.
on there, yeah. Yeah, this is probably our highest crossover so far, huh? Including the
I think we've had some wizard ones that were close. I'm more interested in the comments below to see other top 5 lists that are different than ours. If you were like, oh no, Sam's 100% right, even though he cheated, or like Bob, actually Sanctuary is busted and Sam's wrong and this is great. I'd love to see your lists and why
busted.
you think they're good.
Yeah, I'm interested as well. Looking forward to reading the comments. Stay tuned for level 2 spells. We'll see you next time. Thank
Thanks
you,
so much,
Sam,
guys.
and thank you everyone for joining us. Bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst second level cleric spells. Yay.
So
How
we finally get some good ones.
some did you have an easy time with this one?
Actually, yes.
I got the first, I want to say the first 3 picks were pretty easy. 4 was okay. 5 was tough.
My 5 is a little iffy. My 5 has a special place in my heart, which is why it made the list. There are a lot of very mediocre spells. I struggled more with the worst one, where I was like, oh god, there's like 5 of these that all could
Yeah. I'm wondering if your worst one is the one I think it is, and I kind of hope so. But
great success. So like all the other cleric spells, so these are prepared, which means clerics, you can pick and choose these as you go and as you like. Something I kind of forgot to mention on the prior ones, domain spells are a big mechanic in the cleric class, and they're just free spells that you have prepared, and they're often off the cleric spell list. Those are often going to be some of the best spells you get access to in a lot of the cases of the subclasses. Like light domains has pretty robust damage options. Trigger domain gives you a lot of sneaky, stealthy stuff. So while these second level spells are like every cleric ever could consider them, this is probably the top 5, like across all the domains, across all the playstyles, across being a martial character or a ranged caster character or a healing support. All of those characters probably can get use, I would think, out of our top 5s pretty easily, and can prepare them pretty regularly and be happy with it. And then you can take like the more silver bullety niche stuff whenever you know you need it, because prepare casters have that luxury.
I thought about including domain specific spells, but that would have been, I don't know. It doesn't feel like within the spirit of these lists.
I think they're more like subclass features. They're like little bonuses that you get because they're always prepared. You don't get any choices of them. I think these lists are valuable as these are options that you get to pick from. And these are recommendations of what ones you should pick. And if you picked a domain already, those are just there. They're not an option anymore. They're not the best of the best. They're just, things that you have now. So I think there's a pretty large difference.
If those domain spells are that great, then we'll be talking about them on other caster lists.
Exactly.
And we probably already have talked about most of them on our individual spell reviews. So go hunt down those videos. All right.
You want to get us started?
Yeah, sure. Let me. All right.
Oh, as usual, Bob's is a grab bag. Mine's ranked 1 to 5.
Yeah, I can't be bothered to, or I can't handle that responsibility. A lot of times, you'll just cheat and say, well, if both of these get the number 2 spot, I can't do that. I have integrity.
Yeah, you sure? Fair enough.
All right. My first pick is Spiritual Weapon.
My number 1. Yep.
Yeah.
It's the best cleric spell possibly in the game. It defines their playstyle. It defines so much of their low tier stuff. Spiritual Weapon, God, it's so good across all fronts. Like, there's nothing bad about the spell.
Agreed. Sorry.
You're all good. I think what really sets it apart from almost every other spell of its caliber is there are ways to make bonus action attacks in 5e that are relatively cheap. You got summons that do it for free, so you can do it even cheaper nowadays. But why Spiritual Weapon just kind of keeps sticking around is it doesn't take your concentration.
I was going to say that, yeah.
You use it once with your bonus action to summon it and immediately attack with it whenever you do so. And then you can also have a D8 plus, like it'll feel like, especially at level 3, like you just have a free fighter running around stabbing people with a long sword is what it'll feel like. And even like in the mid tiers, you'll still be like at like levels 5, 6, 7, you'll still be like you're making as many attacks as a lot of the frontline characters if you're a frontline cleric. It scales really well, so like you're pretty happy to get a bonus 2d8 damage for a 3rd level slot. That's a great deal. It's really thematic. It fits whatever deity you want. That's what you can flavor your spiritual weapon as. And the 20-foot speed is actually kind of notable in larger environments. There'll be times where you want to make sure you're putting your spiritual weapon in a specific location so you can make sure you're readily using it against varieties of things, which is an interesting decision you get to make. And I'm always a fan of that. It goes on backline casters because it's got a 60-foot cast range. It goes on frontline casters just because it doesn't take your concentration and hits things. Everyone loves spiritual weapon. You could take spiritual weapon on any class and be like, this is really great. Except maybe rogue because they use a bonus action a lot. But if you're not using your bonus action regularly, spiritual weapon is without a doubt the first spell you should be preparing against.
Yeah, I love it. Everything I'm going to say has to do with the concentration thing. But yeah, you can use it. You make 2 attacks instead of 1. Awesome. Or have a concentration spell going at the same time. Awesome. Or you just all right, you go stab some things. I'm going to go wash the dishes or something. Whatever.
I mean, let's say
or do useful things.
Getting to 9th level and having a celestial flying around killing people with someone celestial, and then also just having your bonus action to be smashing things, you can just have 3 different areas under control with next to no issue as a single character.
Or one foe having a really bad day.
Yeah, exactly. Concentrating on this whenever you're concentrating on like other powerful effects like Spirit Guardians is really good. Having this effect while you're blessing people early is great. Having this whenever you've got, any number of concentration effects that you want to keep up, this works really great with lower tier stuff that you're getting. There's never a reason why you can't prepare this and have a great time.
All right, like, spiritual weapon.
Yeah, where we consider like Mage Hand almost feels like a class feature for wizards. I think spiritual weapon's in the same boat where it's just like it's a 2nd level class resource more than it is a spell because it's just so core to cleric's mid game power. I would say if you're not taking spiritual weapon, you are playing the most supportive cleric of human history, or are just not seeing the spell as good as it is, and it is really that good, and you should absolutely take it.
Agreed. All right, what's your next pick?
All right, we'll go down top to bottom. My number 2 is Silence. I think Silence is a banger of a spell.
That was on my maybe list. It didn't quite make my list, but yeah, go ahead.
So good, Bob. Yeah. It's so good. So the reason Silence is particularly good to me, the counterspell minigame of denying enemy casts and dealing with spell casting, there aren't a lot of things in the game that interface with it. There aren't a lot of things that challenge spellcasting before the spells get cast. Silence is one of those ways. Silence is a way that you can say that sphere, that 40-foot diameter area, no one's allowed to cast spells in that area. At least if they require verbal components, which is the vast majority of spells. So against things like a Demi-Lich, like I've had this exact encounter where I was a Warlock with Silence, because you get it from Fathomless, and I was just like, Demi-Lich gets in the bubble, Barbarian get on it, and the Barbarian tackled it, and now the Demi-Lich that has 9th level spells to deal with our 11th level characters no longer can cast them, and we were able to like, mitigate the life drain with some other effects and pile onto it. It's a really useful tool in that instance. So in the counterspelling minigame meta stuff, it is a really important cheap tool to have. On top of that, however, it is an amazing out-of-combat exploration tool. It's an amazing social tool. It's an amazing subterfuge tool. There'll be so many instances where just making an area quiet is useful. Being able to hide 30 creatures and make sure they're utterly silent whenever you're trying to, be hidden from an angry, hungry dragon, that's really handy. Being able to say, no one is listening into this room. I cast silence around all the doors, so there's no way sound's getting out of there. It's really useful to make sure you're not being overheard. Being able to just say, that spooky, evil monster guy is giving a horrifying speech to all his minions. Let's make him look silly. Silence on him, and then he just shuts up and no one's talking anymore. Is a big thematic, funny, silly moment that D&D is really known for. Silence is a lot of things. It's really useful in a wide variety of environments. And eating your concentration is kind of annoying, but as a cleric, as we just mentioned with spiritual weapon, you don't have to concentrate on that one. So you can concentrate on silence instead and have a pretty good time with it, I think.
Yeah, I probably should have made my list.
Silence is an amazing little spell.
Looking at the other choices, I should, definitely should have been, but it was not.
Listen, you thought other spells were better. Like what? What else did you think was
No,
good?
I didn't think other spells were better. I just didn't think about silence enough.
So I also think it's innocuous, right? I think that's a point to silences, like
Mm,
why don't people necessarily take it? It isn't apparently powerful, but I think on a regular basis at most sessions, you will find a time where you're hiding from the big scary monster. You need somebody to shut up. You really want somebody to be humiliated, or you've got a enemy spellcaster that you want to prevent casting spells where they're at. And it does all four of those things. And that's why I think it's really great. It doesn't say it does all four of those things. It just says it makes a bubble of
yeah,
silence.
yeah, yeah.
So you get it. You gotta like read into a little bit more, and it's not apparent. It's sneaky good.
All right. Well, I picked hold person.
That's also on my list of number 3. Whole person is
Okay.
really good. Why is whole person really good?
Because it holds persons. No, we discussed this
Correct.
on the hold person video. It's what was the effect? Paralysis?
Yeah,
Yeah. So you hold person, that person's dead.
correct. For all the
Okay.
listeners out there that don't know it, like off the top of their head, paralysis means they don't take actions, they're incapacitated, and every attack that hits crits. So,
And you get advantage on those attacks.
yeah, so your rogue makes one attack roll against them, and they're just like, oh no, you're just dead now. Your paladin's just like, oh hey, I don't mind burning 2 smites this turn, and then just chops the like whatever big scary evil overlord you were fighting in half. Yeah, if a whole person lands on like a mid to upper CR humanoid, it's a death sentence for them to the point where like your DM has to throw legendary resistance on a play around whole person. And this is a 2nd level spell. You can just do this at 3rd level. You can just also kill the goblin boss with this and have it be ridiculously powerful in that own right. So, yeah, this is like, I think holder person might be the cheapest, most save or die because it is save or die. Those are the 2 modes that the spell literally has, which is neat. I like that everyone gets to cooperate on the die portion of it though, right? Like everyone gets to have their turn, getting their crits in and feeling like a badass whenever the whole person lands.
I don't know that they do. I think maybe 2 people get to do that.
Fair enough.
But I mean, yeah, and you have the option of not slaughtering the person. You could just wrap them up really tight with ropes while they're being held. If you need to take a prisoner, that's
Yeah, I guess.
yeah.
That's a very real use case for it. It is useful, that asset as well. You haven't even talked about your favorite part of it though. Don't you love the upper level casting?
I don't remember.
More things.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was a little hasty when I made this list.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that is another good part of it. That's I mean, how high does that go?
As high as you want it. 1 per level. So 2 is what level? 2nd level is 1 person. 3rd level is 2 people. 4th level is 3 people, etc., etc. Level minus
nuts.
1, basically.
That's yes, you're right. That is my favorite part because that mitigates the whole save or die thing.
If you're like, there's 2 really angry, evil, lieutenant guards that got 60 HP each. You don't need both to fail. You just need 1 to fail because the 1 fails is gonna die, and this gives you 2 shots at it for a 3rd level spell slot. And it's definitely worth the cast.
Yeah, and like the higher level you go, I mean, if you have a lot of enemies that are coming at you, then yeah, I'm gonna hold nine guys. If 5 of them fail, hopefully we have enough resources to kill them. Otherwise, maybe then that's when we start tying them up and we can stab them later.
I don't think you cast this above 5th level. I think 5th
No.
is. I think there's better 6th and up level spells, Bob. You're never spending a 9th level spell on this, are you? You got wish access. Well, maybe not as cleric. Okay, maybe as cleric you're using 9th level spells, and this cleric's 9th level spells kind of below. But like, you could. I can see this being a 4 person's maximum that you care about to make the save. That seems like a enemy party is all hell. 3 of them fail, great, and then the 4th person gets their ass beat while you maintain the concentration on it, right? That's I think where the realistic use case of whole person's kind of ends. I think 6th level plus you got better effects than this. Off the top of my head, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know much better effects than paralyzing the entire enemy party.
It also only hits humanoids, so against a large variety of upper tier monsters, you're not doing this. It is a good silver bullet against those humanoid parties.
You would not be using it then. It's hold person. If you're not, if they're not persons, then no, use something else.
I really thought whenever you said hold persons, I thought that was the joke about the upper casting, and you just forgot about it anyway, and I'm bummed out.
Yeah, I
now.
did.
Oh well.
Oh,
all right, that's your second one. So we're 3 in right now, right?
Think so. Yeah.
All right. Next on my list, my number 4, because we hit all 3 of mine so far. This one I'm almost certain didn't hit your list. Maybe I'm wrong. Calm emotions.
It did. That was my what is it? Straggler? Yeah.
It was the one where you weren't sure about. I love common
It was the
motions.
one where I was looking through the list and I've already got 4 and like and that's where I felt like I should have picked silence. But
That's
yeah,
fair.
calm emotions was the one. I remember we had a conversation with it and you kind of warmed me up to it, but not enough to make a top 5 list unless I didn't have anything else to put it there.
That's fair.
So that's how it ended up on my list.
I like common motions a lot because it is a way. A lot of groups don't necessarily want to like fight every single fight. A lot of groups want to find creative, cool ways around them. This is a way to do that. This is a way in gamified spell language terms to do that. And I think that's neat. It's also one of those spells that suppresses like a niche effect. So sometimes you'll take charms off your allies. Sometimes you'll take frightened effects off your allies. That's pretty neat. A lot of the time you're more or less just using this to make everyone that hates you stop hating you for a second and maybe talk your way out of the situation for the long term and have it be a permanent effect. I think it's pretty sweet. I think this is one of those where it is really fitting as both a bard and cleric spell. It's one I'm not even upset that it exists on the cleric spell list, even though it's a really definitely cool bard spell too. I think the spell does a lot of the interfacing with roleplay that I want spells to do sometimes. There aren't a lot of spells that do this kind of thing where it changes people's emotions, it changes people's dispositions towards situations. I think the game could use more of these, and whenever I have an option to take calm emotions, unless I'm at a group that like every character is built to kill things in combat, I'm pretty regularly taking calm emotions or seeing players in those tables take calm emotions because it makes a lot more sessions that are more roleplay heavy and favoring the kind of gameplay that that group likes, and having spells that facilitate that gameplay is pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I won't say I'm all about just combat, but I'm definitely more of a instigator than I am somebody that wants to calm emotions. Yeah, I'm abrasive and
I think there
I
will
like to
definitely be
stir the pot.
tables where, like, if I'm playing with you, for example, you go in and get way over your head by calling some people some rude names, and I go, everyone calm down,
Yeah,
calm emotions, take a chill pill, he's an idiot, it's fine. We'll talk this out. I think that's a fun dynamic to also build at the
that
table. So I
works.
think
I,
it
I
works.
like that. I can,
Yeah.
I can be irresponsible and I want somebody else to have calm emotions.
And I think that that'll lead to a lot of really fun character dynamics. It'll lead to a lot of really fun, like sometimes the fight still happens because you're still being an idiot or someone else is being an idiot. It'll be a lot of really fun hijinks moments that'll get the party conflicted within themselves. And you have the one responsible adult cleric trying to keep things under control. It's a very fun little minigame to have. I'm glad the spell exists.
And yeah, that's your favorite part. The part I like about the spell is you know, uh, forget my words. Fixing the those conditions.
Hmm. Just be like, no one's afraid anymore. Get back in there and kill the dragon.
Yeah,
No one's charmed anymore. Those effects of the Fae are gone. Oh, that's
yeah,
pretty neat.
especially that charms. Oof.
Yeah, it can be a silver wold against some niche effects. I've never, ever, and I cast spell a lot personally, and have seen players cast a lot. I've never seen someone use it to suppress the charm or fear effects, but it definitely is here, technically speaking. And I'm sure some people have gotten some mileage out of it.
Suppress. That's the word I was looking for. Okay,
That's my number
calm
4. Hit me with
emotions.
yours.
All right, let me find my list again. Here it is. All right, aid. Did aid not make your list?
It was close. Aid did not quite make my list. It probably should have, but it's so boring.
It is. I know, but it is. It was 5 hit points on up to 5 people. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's that's a lot of hit points. I mean, at lower levels.
I think
And
I think
it was 10 hours long or something ridiculous.
8 hours. It lasts forever.
8 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked about this in the aid video. I think this is one of those spells that gets better when you can upcast it affordably. I think this is the kind of spell where, like, I'm a cleric, I'm not spending all my second and third level spells. I'll cast a third and second level aid to give everyone a free 15 HP, which shrugs off an extra hit from all the monsters, which is a free potential round of staying up, right? And anything that gives you extra free rounds in combat has a potential to be very good. I don't know if second level like if you're a third level character and you're picking your cleric spells for the first time, are you ever preparing aid?
Probably not.
Yeah, is
Because
5 bonus hit points enough for one of
yeah,
your
that's true.
2 spell slots?
Hmm.
Would you rather use those on spiritual weapons?
Yeah, well,
That's not to say it's a bad spell. It's just a spell that you, I think, care about more later in the game. benefits the clerics are prepared casters, so you can just be like willy-nilly long rest. Okay, I've got 3 spell slots I didn't use last time, I'm taking aids this time. Or even like, aid everyone before a short or a long rest again, just in case you get ambushed. There's no reason not to do it. All those kinds of little features make the spell meaningfully better. I think probably past 9th level, this is an easy spell that you always prepare, and then you just sink like 3 spell slots into per long rest. Especially if you're doing like big one-shot, big kind of fights and stuff, because it's just a ton of free HP and you're not using all your spell slots anyway. If you're ever using all your spell slots, the spell becomes quite a bit worse, I think. But
And
it's still
you know
free
what?
HP.
I take it back. I can see myself using this at 3rd level.
Really?
I mean,
Just
you're
5 HP.
effectively doubling the hit points of your entire party all
5
day.
is not. So wizards aren't even doubling their HP. They're getting 50% more HP because they're sitting at like 11 HP right now.
All
and
right,
this
not
gives them
doubling.
16.
All right.
Let's not be hyperbolic like I always am.
Yeah, I mean, all right, not doubling, but getting the highest percentage you'll ever get from this spell.
That's fair. That it is definitely like the hit points will be at their fattest. Like they'll be the most per attack at that tier. The problem is D&D 5th edition gave everything starting out d6s plus mod damage to their attack rolls. So like you're already hitting above this most of the time. This will still mitigate like on attack, but it's not scaling particularly well just because of how monsters are built. Which is, if you're against how I tend to run really low CR monsters, and how I wish we would see more people start to make low CR monsters. For level 1, 2, and 3 encounters, things that deal 1 and 2 points of damage should be very commonplace. There should be encounters where things have to hit 5 or 6 times to drop somebody, simply because it'll make the game feel less volatile and more like you have dynamic and exciting fights. Because those don't really exist in the like monster manual and a lot of the expanded books, because a lot of the low CR stuff still hits like a truck. The 5 HP feels like it's still not enough to me. It is, like, I will agree that it is at its fattest at 3rd level. That is where things have the lowest amount of dice, which means they're going to eat the most number of attacks. Once you start getting like 2 or 3 instances of them stacked up, those when I think starts to actually make a difference.
Also, these are not temporary hit points, so you can stack something else on top of it.
Yep,
That's
a
neat.
really big boon to it. 8 is a great spell. I don't know if it makes my top 5, but you've kind of convinced me maybe this is worth casting at 3rd level sometimes. I never would, because I don't want to spend a spell slot only giving people HP. But if as far as spells that give HP goes, this is probably the best at its tier.
All right. What's next for you?
My last one is this is probably has no business being on this list, but I have a really special attachment to Zone of Truth. God, I love Zone of Truth so much.
I thought that was going to be on your list.
Yeah, it's fun. It is useful. It leads to conflict. It's such a great little cleric tool for making everyone sit down and shut up. We're having an adult conversation about this Zone of Truth. That is what this spell kind of does. I've had parties where, there'd be rogues and sneakies and bards and stuff doing some shady nonsense. So our cleric every week would be, all right, everyone sit down, get in and fail to save. It's Zone of Truth Fridays. We're airing out dirty laundry. No one's allowed to get mad. We're just going to be honest with what we did this week. And that kind of dynamic, I think, is really fun. It's great at interrogating people. It's great at navigating social circumstances. It's great at, like, if you have a big climactic set piece around a negotiation, around warring factions, around big bosses coming together to do some things, and you're on one side of them, having access to Zone of Truth is very useful. I think this spell is one of those cleric tools that no one else really gets, and I'm glad about that. This is like a defining way cleric interface with the world is with morality and justice and the infallible truth, right? This is very much in that wheelhouse.
I mean, that feels paladin-y to me.
I think paladins are more like kill someone with a greatsword, but because it's what I've seen paladins do for a very long time. So, I
think they're allowed to get angry, because don't give me that. How could you do that knowing that we have Zone of Truth Fridays?
It's like someone steals from the fridge at work, and they're just like, we're going to talk about this. Everyone's going to find out, and you took the burrito anyway. How dare you? Because that's the quality of evils that the party was committing.
Yeah.
I love Zone of Truth. I think this is a great little spell. I probably overrate it. There's not a ton of your average adventuring day. You're not casting Zone of Truth. I still think it's
none
really
of what you brought up is what people use Zone of Truth for.
What do you use Zone of Truth for, do you think?
I don't, but I'm thinking interrogations and stuff.
Those are hard, right? Because they can just shut up. You know
That's
what you're
true.
gonna get is truthful out of them, and like you can threaten them with violence and stuff still, but like they could just be like, nah.
Yeah.
It's fine there still too. It's not
Yeah.
amazing, but it's fine.
Yeah, it didn't make my list.
What did? What's your last one? You one more, right?
Yes, I got one more, and it is Warding Bond.
I think Warning Bot is fine.
It's
You like it a lot?
I don't like it a lot. It was on the lower end of my picks, but I think there's fun to be had with it. There's
Oh, I
a
definitely agree with that.
like game within a game kind of thing. It's always a little bit of a gamble, and just all right, here, you're bonded. You go fight. I'm gonna sit here and brace myself for some pain.
I love that this doesn't take down your spiritual weapon. That's a big
Yeah.
perk to it because that doesn't take concentration. It taking down concentration, I think, is a really big bummer for it. I think it's what like ultimately makes this spell not make my list. But it is a way to leverage your hit points in a way that you might not be using. It is a way to do some neat little teamwork stuff. I love spells that encourage teamwork, and this definitely does that. This is a spell that wants you to coordinate and cooperate with your allies and do cool stuff with them. This is definitely down that road. I don't think I put this on many clerics. I think I have to put it on a very specific fantasy. I don't think I prepare this on most tables, but at tables that have that level of cooperation with, the tables where that the group is planning and making these kind of builds and knowing their positioning and everyone trying to get in their spots. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say about it.
+1 AC and sharing hit points. We have a big video
The
on. Go
plus
watch our Warding Bond video.
I forgot about the +1 AC. All I think about when I think Warding Bond is the sharing of hit points.
Bonus AC is not nothing. It's not amazing,
Oh
but it's
no,
not nothing.
no, it's definitely not nothing. I mean, that puts it a little bit above, just the shared damage. Somebody's taking fewer hits in addition
5%-ish
to
less
half
hits.
damage. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's our entire list of goodies. Wow. Do you want to go first for the baddie?
You should go first for the baddies because
All right.
I cheated again.
Oh God.
I want to see if you have one of these two.
All right, dude. I feel like you should know what mine is. Augury.
Augury is really bad. God, this really was like dealer's choice of some pretty like
Yeah.
horrendous spells, huh?
All right, you know what? I take that back. You shouldn't have known because I was not really on the fence, but yeah, I briefly considered some other ones. But I just Augury is bad in and of itself, and it's that style of spell that I hate so much.
Yeah,
Just
I think
help me, DM.
so as far as spells go that make me angry, Augury's not really on that list. It doesn't hit the same marks I think that Legend Lore does. It doesn't hit the same marks I don't think that Contact Other Plane does. Contact Other Plane is comedically bad. There is, I think, some cutesiness to Wheel Woe Nothing. I like that this spell doesn't give your DM a whole lot of like. There isn't wiggle room to be like, hey DM, what is the answer? They can just say, hey DM, are we being stupid? And oh my goodness, I'm burping all over the place this evening. There is some room to have this kind of effect. I don't like it when it slows the game down, and it can slow the game down sometimes, especially when people start to be like, I got Augury, why don't we just cast Augury every 10 minutes? Then I'm like, you're gonna start getting nothings a lot. But that tool is there for DMs. There's a little lever that you can navigate with it. I don't think it's necessarily something I ever want to see at my tables. I don't think it's that useful. I don't think it's worth preparing. I don't think it's that harmful, though. I don't know. I don't think it would not make my worst. I get why it made yours.
Yeah, it feels like the beginning of metagaming. And
It definitely is a
I
little bit in
don't
there.
hate metagaming necessarily, but I don't want it baked into the rules, like slid under the whatever.
Sure. Under the
If
table
I
dealings and nonsense, asking God for, hey DM, that's above God actually. What is happening here? Yeah.
if I'm metagaming, I want to metagame.
I want to be like, all
I
right,
don't want
team,
to
we're
weasel my way
pretty
through the rules.
sure because he just bought the mini last week that
Yes.
we're fighting Tiamat tonight, right? That's the kind of metagaming that we all approve of. Okay, well, my two are bad for different reasons, but I guess I'll only pick one, and then I'll mention the one as an honorable mention.
Yeah, you can't tease it and then not give us both.
All right, I think the actual worst one is Fine Traps. I think Fine Traps is atrocious. I can't believe anyone played with this spell and was like, that was great. I'm going to cast that again. It didn't happen. It just didn't. It's an 120 foot. Are there traps here?
Oh yeah, that's the one
No.
because it doesn't even
Not a
find
real
traps.
spell.
It doesn't
No.
find traps.
It
It
just
it
lets you know if there's a
yeah,
trap
in
in
the
120
area.
feet of
Yeah.
you. Yep. And like if you're in a situation where you're like, maybe I should cast find traps, maybe you shouldn't and just should look for traps because it's functionally exactly the same. The choices you make before and after casting find traps will not change whenever before or after you cast it. You'll still, if you're like, oh, I wasn't going to check for traps here anyway, I guess I'll cast find traps. No, you were gonna walk right into that trap. Or, oh man, this is a catchy environment, we should look for traps. That is just doing what find trap does, but actually. And there's no reason to waste a spell slot on confirming an idea. Just look for the traps, just do the mini game, just do the DM's puzzles. Don't take a spell that asks your DM, did you put a puzzle here? Because it's useless. And it's tied for my worst cleric spell that I think is the worst.
And that's your rogue's responsibility.
That's so many. Your ranger can help with it. Your rogue can help with it. Anyone with a good investigation score can do this. You can just have your people engaged in exploring the world and be like, hey, what are those odd corpses laying over top of that weird panel? That looks suspicious. You don't need the cleric to be like, yes, let me see if there are traps nearby. No. No one's ever cast a spell and been happy about it. My other one, my honorable mention, and the only reason I'm gonna say this one is because I have not once in all of my time DMing, despite it being a ritual spell, seen someone cast Gentle Repose. I ran a game in a zombie apocalypse, and no one cast Gentle Repose. I can't fathom this spell has ever been cast and is ever good.
I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think if you don't have what's it called, Revivify handy, but you don't want to cast like a higher level spell to get your buddy revived, put him on ice for 10 days.
Bob, when are you walking around past 5th level without preparing Revivify?
I don't know. I'm just saying yeah, all right, yeah, that's a good argument. However, maybe you already cast it.
And so you needed 3 casts of Revivify for the day? No, you have to prepare this. You have to choose to take this. You have to be ready to say, in case I run out of spell slots for the spell that brings people back from death, I'm going to prepare a backup spell in case people die. You are only ever preparing one spell in case someone dies, ever. And that is the spell you just said. What was it?
Revivify.
Yeah, that one. You aren't like if you're 3rd level and you're picking up your 2nd level spell slots for the first time, you're like, well, I got 4 first level spell slots, 1 for mostly those, and I get 1, maybe 2 2nd level spell slots. You're telling me this is competing with your 2nd level spell slot preparation?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Thank you. No one's ever cast Gentle Repose. No one ever will.
Oh, all right. Well,
there's some really bad ones in here. There are 3 or 4 that we didn't touch on that I was like, we could talk about that.
I thought you were gonna do oh yeah, well, that one. But I thought you were gonna pick Continual Flame.
We definitely could have picked Continual Flame. We could have picked
I like that one.
That one's pretty bad.
I like Continual Flame. It's what?
It's nothing. It's a torch.
It's not a torch. It is a robe that you put her on and scream, and roll around on the ground in a crowd. But no. We haven't done a Continual Flame video.
Continual Flame sometime. At least it's flavorfully fun. The other spells that we talked about that I have very little bearing on anyone's character sheets and shouldn't be taken, probably. There really are just 6 very much so. God, these spells are awful. And then 3 or 4. These are pretty exceptional cleric spells. And then there's maybe a handful of mediocre ones. There's so far and few spells that I'm like, yeah, this is fine. I could have talked about Prayer of Healing as my worst healing spell, because I will fight that Prayer of Healing isn't ever worth casting either. There's so many bad cleric spells. There's so many. I don't think any of them are worse than Find Traps. I think Find Traps probably deserves the trophy. But Gentle Repose is definitely a contender. I think Augury is also quite bad. So yeah.
All right. Well, that was level 2 cleric spells. Viewers, I am curious what you thought about our picks, and what's your list? Top 5, one worst.
Always looking forward to seeing them. They always are like, that's on your list. You made that spell good? How? You don't think Old Person's playable? What? I love them. I love those moments.
Yeah. How could you not love Augury?
There's got to be an Augury lover out there somewhere. It's
I'm sure.
thematically cute. There's people that are always going to be like, no, I love this spell,
No.
and that's
All
fine.
right. I want to hear the person defending Fine Traps.
Okay, you're right. Never mind. So that person doesn't exist.
All right. I guess we'll find out in the comments.
Mm.
All right. Well, thank you, and stay tuned for level 3 cleric spells, and go back and watch all the other. Well, we did wizard spells before. We've got cleric cantrips on level 1, and we'll have more in the future. All right. See you then. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. So long. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 3 cleric spells.
Indeed.
All right, how was this list for you?
Hard.
Yeah, it was kind of hard for me to, not because there were like so many great options, just because there weren't. Maybe there are a couple of ones that were easy, but I don't know that. And even for the worst one, there wasn't anything so terrible that I said, oh, this is definitely the one. This level 3 cleric spells to me were like a lot of middle of the road, compared to things like the wizard spell list, for instance. That's when level 3 is like, whoa, then you get your fireball or fly. Like, I mean, we got walk on water. Like, how impressive is that if the wizard has fly?
Yeah,
like,
it's a ritual spell though, so it's not that bad. It's just,
no, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, if the apostles were all flying around, we wouldn't be so impressed with Jesus.
Good point. In this context, Jesus is a wizard. I love it. Anyway, yeah, I thought that the 3rd level wizard or cleric spells, there were a lot of ones that I'm like, yeah, that's just fine. And getting ones that were like, I think this defines cleric was kind of hard. Finding ones that I was like, there were 3 that I was like, yeah, this is pretty much all like right down the middle. Cleric 3rd level spells, this is their big upgrades. After that, it was a lot of like middle ground of like, it's not that great. There were like a handful of ones where I was like, this could be the worst one. But most of them, and I think this is one of the first times I found that, like, I don't think there's a spell on this list of all the character level spells that I just would never prepare. And this might be the first time of all of our lists that that's been the case. Because normally there's like one spell where I'm like, nope, it doesn't have any business being on any character sheet ever. But even like Daylight, and I'm no fan of Daylight, I can foresee there being specific environments because you're a prepared caster as a cleric where you're like, yeah, I'm going to take Daylight for this one specific thing so we can, have bright light and not have disadvantage against the super dark vision people. That's not to say like it's a good spell, but it made finding a worse one I thought quite a bit harder.
All right, well, let's start with the best. What do you want to start the list today?
Sure. So like I just said, clerics are prepared casters. That makes it so you flexibly get what you need. It makes all of their spells it makes spells that are more situational a little bit better because you can readily get access to them without having to like waste time on your sheet when you don't need them. That's just for context. Most of these don't have that problem. Most of these are ones you will basically always be happy putting on your list, I think. My number 1, I think this is the akin to the...
Sorry. It's also worth pointing out again. Well, as you just heard, Sam puts a lot more thought into the specifics of things than I do. I just pick them and like, ooh, that one's cool. But Sam's doing this properly. He's also ranking his in order, where mine is just a top 5 in any given order.
I feel like these lists are Bob's favorite, like ones that you actually like, and these are me trying to say I think these are the best 5 of the options for the average character. So yeah, my number 1, I think this is probably going to make your list. I think this is like defines the tier of play. I don't think it's interesting. I actually think it's a bummer at a lot of tables to have it exist, but I think Revivify is probably the akin to Fireball whenever you are playing a 5th level cleric, where you're just like, oh, I've got a 3rd level spell slot. People cannot die near me anymore. That's kind of where I think this spell fits as far as 3rd level wizard spells go. I think Revivify like declares this is part of cleric's fantasy in the tier of play.
Yeah. Revivify definitely did make my list. That has a 1 minute window where you can use it after the
Yes.
character drops, right? Yeah, that's so you can finish the fight.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that's probably like the really important bit is you have enough time that if someone died on the battle map, you can get to them within 8 rounds and be able to get them back up as an action, right?
Yeah, see,
Revivify
'cause
is
you're saying, your complaint was, dying is near me is impossible now. That's yeah, I think it might be cool if it were like a 10-second window. Then you have to make a choice. Am I going to bring back my friend, or am I going to, finish the baddie?
Mhm.
But that's not what it is.
sure. And as far as like complaints go, I think that Revivify, to me, I used to be the kind of DM where I was like, oh, but permadeath is more meaningful and interesting, and having characters die is a fun part of the game. And for me as a player, I definitely feel that way. I like when my characters permanently die, especially when they permanently die in ways that aren't just like cheap random crits. Revivify is really, I think, the best band-aid for cheap random crits they could add to the game, because it's just like oh crap, I didn't mean for the dragon to crit, even though it was doing more damage than you were ever possibly used to. And in the first round, it just killed the halfling, because the halfling wizard had like 15 HP because they took a -1 con for some reason and just instantly died. Revivify is a way to keep that character in the game without feeling cheap. I think that's useful. And the other, like, there are plenty of ways to kill characters permanently. You have to get a body still if you want to revivify them. And if there's no body, and there are plenty of ways for there not to be a body, whenever it comes to death in D&D. So, like, there are ways for characters to still have permanent death and stuff. It's just, I think, a really great meaningless death no longer really has a place at the table, and Revivifies sort of the cleric's way of saying, I prevent that from occurring outright. And that's nice.
Yeah. Let's see what's on my list. I got Spirit Guardians.
Yep, that made mine.
That's on yours, yeah. And yeah, it's just a fun, whirlwind of spirits, meat grinding everybody around you.
Yeah, I think we talked about Spirit Guardians already, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I remember it. The reason I really like it, I think I mentioned it prior, this feels really distinct from a lot of like the wizard damage types. I think Guardian of Faith is in a similar one where you get like a set quantity of damage that things take when they come into the space. I like that this is a similar, you feel stuff around you. When you cast it, you protect people from it, but anyone else that comes into it makes a save or takes damage. It makes it feel like a pretty concrete, this is a space that we're going to lock down, and monsters are going to come at you. They're going to run into the damage type. You're going to get 68 damage pretty readily out of this, and that's as good as Fireball if that happens. That is a way that you can sort of differentiate between wizards, how they do area effect damage as a full caster, and clerics is protective versus offensive magic.
Right.
Magic that you throw on the backline enemies, or magic you put around yourself to deal with invading enemies. It's not as good as the wizard's damage spells, but it's not supposed to be. And I think it hits a really great sweet spot as far as like you're really willing to concentrate on this. 15 feet is just enough that you're pretty like comfortable being right behind the paladin and still getting a good amount of width where anything running into the space is getting beat up pretty badly. You can do some key positioning stuff with this. I don't know. I'm all around a pretty big fan of Spirit Guardians. I think this locks down clerics as you really want to be, if you're not like light domain specifically, you really want to be within the first like 5 to 10 feet of a fight whenever like at the enemy line, right? So you can leverage this kind of effect.
I like the flavor too. I envision this like Raiders of the Lost Ark, when they open the Ark of the Covenant and all the spirits are flying around melting people's faces off.
Mm-hmm. That's I choose to believe that you also like you envision it with the effects of like, Raiders of the Lost Ark, like with the really cheesy, watery, melty face that just practically done looks so weird and creepy. I love it.
And I mean, as a bonus, you can pick your flavor.
Yes,
you can have angels or like demons or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
radiant damage is probably slightly better than necrotic, but it won't matter like 99% of the time.
Yeah.
So next on my list,
Guardians.
Yeah, that was my number 3. So let's just get my number 2 out of the way. I think Dispel Magic slaps. I think Dispel Magic is a hygiene spell, if you will. It's something you pick up because it's an important way to be able to deal with some problems. I love Dispel Magic.
Dispel Magic made my list because it didn't make my wizard list, and I felt bad about that.
That's good, because I think the cleric spells are slightly bit worse than the wizard spells. Yeah, Dispel Magic, it solves any problem. It's a spell that like you will find at third level or fifth level, you will take it alongside another third level spell, probably Revivify, maybe Spirit Guardians, that you'll be like, all right, these are the things that I will do with these spell slots. I'll have one Dispel Magic in case we need it. I will have either Revivify in case we need it or a Spirit Guardian to be more like offensive, right? You'll have a sort of proactive thing to deal with it. I think past that, I think once you're like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th level, you should just always have Dispel Magic on your sheet for more or less the time if you want to have like a really robust tool at dealing with most magical problems. It's cheap. Third level in the mid tiers is not particularly a high bar to clear for an effect that beats some effects that otherwise you couldn't. Getting a Sanctuary like effect off the Lich is really relevant. Getting, turning something from ethereal to non-ethereal is super important. Being able to dispel illusions, being able to dispel summons. Dispel Magic is like a catch-all. And it's a kind of like a reactive, it's a counter spell that's more reactive. You have to let the thing be cast, and then you can get rid of it. Probably a little bit more fun for that reason, too. I'm a big fan of Dispel Magic. I think it's pretty critical to basic counteracting of other enemy magical forces, and if you're in a high magic game, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Moving right along.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't have.
Represent play.
We already covered Dispel Magic on the other list, so whatever. This is where I started having trouble.
Yeah, me too.
All right. I don't feel confident about this, but I picked Clairvoyance.
No, Clairvoyance did not make my list. I think it could have, maybe, just because clerics don't get familiars. Why do you put Clairvoyance on yours?
Again, because there weren't a lot of better options.
Sure.
But yeah, I figured it's useful, right? It's invisible. You can choose to see or hear what's going on. You can put it anywhere that you're familiar with, or like it says an obvious place. You're not like behind a door or something where you haven't been. But if you've been inside, this guy's house or something that you want to spy on, you can put it in his living room.
It does have a range of a mile. Yeah.
Well, you can be within a mile of his living room. That's fine.
No, I was saying that as a boon to it. I was like, yeah,
Right.
It's got a long range, so you can put it where you need it most of the time. My only struggle with Clairvoyance is because of the way I like to play the game and because of the people around me that have played the game with me have seen how good they are. I think familiars make the spell non-functional, as like, if you have a familiar, you probably don't need this. And that's just like, not even like you as a person, as a cleric. You as a party have a familiar, you probably don't need this. And that's why I don't find Clairvoyance to be all that useful in my games. I've seen it cast a couple of times. I've been like, it's fine. It gives you the sensory effect that you're looking for. It's a fine way to interface with the world. I don't really have an issue with it. Is it the best 5? Maybe. I'm not that confident in my last 2. So.
All right. Well, what's one of yours?
All right, my number 4. This one I think is something you don't take at 5th level, but it's something you take in place of Healing Word past like 9th level. It's Mass Healing Word. I think Mass Healing Word is it's an important upgrade over Healing Word, as it's a area you pick a bunch of things that go down and get them all up simultaneously, but also it will do the Healing Word thing of getting one person up and give some other people some bonus HP. Mass Healing Word is just a really efficient action economy tool for giving your team a really needed boost. It's a really efficient tool of making sure you've got the best edge possible, that people aren't wasting their turns on 0, that you can say, oh crap, things went really south. They went down and they went down. Now in one turn, they're both up. That's a pretty big, meaningful upside that you want to have on your sheet. It being able to take just one turn to do that is huge. So I think it's not necessarily something I'm taking at 5th level. It can be. If you're going against like routinely lethal fights, maybe you're thinking about it. I think more often than not, Revivify takes that spot instead. But once you've got a little more breathing room, you can start regularly preparing this almost in place of Healing Word. You probably want both in particularly lethal games. If you only have room for one, though, I think this is probably the better option to take past 9th level.
This I'm glad you picked this one because it didn't make my list, but it was very close. It was a toss up between this Clairvoyance and my last pick. Yeah. All right. So my last pick was, what is that? Glyph of Warding.
Glyph of Warding is neat.
Yeah. It's the only problem is there aren't enough instances where you are staying put and defending a place. If that was the case, I mean, I guess maybe at some tables that's happening. And if it is, then I think that bumps up Glyph of Warding quite a bit. If you can set up a situation where you have to defend a place, then this one can be a lot of fun, either with the
And-
explosive runes or just the multitude of spell effects that you can cause. You can use for good things for yourself. You know, if you get into a tight situation, step on the glyph, boom.
Mhm.
You know, bolster yourself.
Glyph of Warding has, I think, a lot of potential for cheesy munchkin nonsense. I think it is potentially outrageously busted because of the way it sort of deals with spells in a way that other things don't, right? So like it targets a single creature or an area that's pretty varied. The spell has like you can I think how does it interact with concentration again, right? Like I don't think it eats your concentration, it uses it just lasts to the full duration, which means it's a concentration-less version of the prepared spell. Now you still have to store a cleric spell in it, which I think makes it a bit worse on clerics specifically, because like we've talked about at the beginning of this video, I'm not seeing a lot of super notable options. I think you'd probably take explosive runes over like maybe no, maybe take Spirit Guardians over explosive runes if you're going to defend a spot, right? That makes sense to me. And then you have a 10-minute duration giant area of damage of just like Spirit Guardians hanging out there. That seems decent. If you can get an hour in the villain's lair, this can be a giant nuisance. It's a spell that has some application at using it like proactively. It's just really hard to find that window. It's really unlikely that it's going to be consistently able to be put somewhere you want it and have that matter. And I don't see a lot of games that are there's really, like, again, if you want to do a defend the castle situation, if you want to have build your own dungeon from the player's perspective, you'll do that once. You'll be like, hey, DM, we want to do this. And the DM will be like, great. Your DM will say, I want you to do this. Here's the setup. You'll do the thing one time. You'll take Glyph of Warding for that reason, which is you're prepared caster, so you can do that. It'll be great there. And then past that, it probably is not making your sheet. It also hurts that it costs 200 gold to pop.
And that you can't move it 10 feet away. You know, that's if you cast on something that you're carrying around, then portable trap. That's fun.
I wish it was like you can have one up at once and you could carry it around with you and you just have a grenade. I think that'd be fun. But that's more of a class feature than this is anyway, so we don't need it to be that much better. I still think this is quite good. It's just very narrow. It's very good in those narrow circumstances. It's just a very narrow circumstance, but it's good.
All right. Is that your list finished?
No, I got one more.
Oh, you got one more? All right. What do you got?
My final option. This is the one I'm least confident about. I think this is a spell that just like uniquely I adore. It's Speak with Dead. I love Speak with Dead. I love Speak with Dead so much. This is a fantastic little world information gathering tool that I want on so many characters just because I love talking to dead people. I love the thematics of conjuring the spirits and asking them questions. I like that you can, with a DM that really loves this kind of thing, it can balloon out beyond just asking the questions and getting some basic information. Instead, you can like actually interface with the spirit and learn more about the world and conjure ghosts in a very occultist kind of way that I think is really sweet. And you could, where like the warlock gets this through an invocation, the wizards do it with like, super evil, spooky magics. I find like the cleric and bard versions of it tend to be more of you must avenge me, or I cannot believe, or I'm comfortably sitting on a lofty pillow on the clouds while I'm speaking to you, right? Like there's a whole bunch of different approaches that these will look like between the characters that I really love. And I think as far as like having a unique information gathering tool goes, this one, I see more clerics take this than I see wizards take this, because the wizard spell list is a lot more competitive. So I think that this ends up feeling more like a cleric spell. And in that instance, it makes the cleric feel like it has a more unique option. I really wish it was just a cleric bard spell. I don't think wizards need this. I like that it's in their wheelhouse. I like that this is how they explore the world. They deal with life, death, and the morality axis of, heaven and hell and shit, right? And that fits their identity really well. So having this be a great exploration tool, a great tool to learn about the world, to learn about their target, to learn about, you killed some goblins, you want to come back up to life, but we're asking you some questions. I think it's really fun.
Not up to life.
Not up to life. Up to undeath.
Yeah. All right.
I also want to make an honorable mention. Animate Dead is not a good third level spell, but it is a decent upper tier spell. So if you're getting 3 or 4 zombies with Animate Dead, using a 6th level slot or higher, it tends to be quite a bit better than whenever you're getting 1 zombie with a 3rd level slot. I thought I'd mention that because it's a pretty big core identity to upper tier, some like evil upper tier clerics, and it's pretty useful on those builds. I just find at third level it tends to be really underwhelming. Getting one zombie for a third level spell slot is like the worst summoning effect in human history, because some zombies are just like, compared to the Tasha stuff, compared to the second level summon beast, I don't want to. Nope, that's not good enough. They like meander around at 20-foot move speeds and double over and die from a single arrow. Like, no, they're not great. So I would highly recommend skeletons are a bit better. They get like short posts, so you might be able to do stuff with that. It's the summoning option you have here, but I think you consider Animate Dead, even though it's a third level spell slot, more so in the middle to upper tiers whenever you have a little bit better access to more robust spells.
Animate Dead was another one that almost made my list. I forget which one. I was going back and forth between that one and one of my other picks, probably Clairvoyance. But yeah, I don't know why I chose Clairvoyance over this, but whatever. What's
I don't know
done
either,
is
to be
done.
perfectly honest. I don't think Clairvoyance is better than it, but
No,
Clairvoyance is still fine. Like I said, there's just a lot of fun that are like, yeah, I mean, I would prepare that sometimes. Clairvoyance is one of those, like, I mean, I would sometimes. I don't know if it's best. I definitely think this is the same with Speak with Dead. Like, I think Anime Dead might earn this slot over Speak with Dead. It's close.
well, just, I mean, you like the thematics of the Speak with Dead, and I feel the same about Animate Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I'm a necromancer at heart. I also love Anime Dead.
Yeah, perhaps not effective, but certainly cool.
I think there are going to be some. I think Speak with Dead does have an effective use that some other spells don't, which does make it powerful.
I was talking about Animate Dead at the level.
Yeah. Oh, at the level, yeah, 100% agree.
All right, well, I guess that brings us to our one worst.
This is the one I'm most interested in. The rest of this list, I was like, yeah, these are all fine. I'm pretty into all these. The top three are, yeah, they're pretty baller. Where are you at? What's your worst?
All right, I'll go first. Feign Death.
Feign Death. I forgot it existed, so that's probably my slot.
I think we have this conversation every time we do a worst.
But normally it's reversed.
Yeah.
Why did Feign Death be your worst, Bob?
There are, I guess, like fun shenanigans to be had with it, but I've never seen it used. I've never. I mean, you really have to put all the pieces of a situation in place to make this useful, and I don't think anybody's doing that. It's if the occasion happens where it would be fun to use, all right, but I don't think that's ever happening.
It feels like a spell that you make the plan ahead of time specifically so you can use Feign Death, right? It feels like you want to use Feign Death. How do we make a plan that incorporates Feign Death? Is where this spell feels like it fits, right?
It's like Romeo and Juliet, but they fucked it up.
Exactly. You're doing it the right way. I find that like it's really fun still to me. These kinds of spells I have such a bad time with because I would prepare them all the time and I never use them. I'm a sucker for these kinds of tools. I'm a sucker for these little like fun utility bits. This is absolutely fits that category. I love Feign Death. I think I've seen Feign Death cast once, and that includes the times that I put it on my character sheet as a cleric. I was never the one to cast it. And it's a ritual spell, so like you can definitely find like if you force it, you can make it happen. It is quite bad. You probably shouldn't ever be preparing Feign Death just because there's gotta be better. There's invisibility so much better than this. Not going to be a cleric spell, but you probably summon the party with invisibility. Like you don't need this ever.
Or there's sitting very still.
Yes, there is just actually feigning death, right? Like that's an option that's always allowed.
All right. Well, what was yours?
My worst is tongues.
Tongues?
I went back and forth on this for a long while, and I think I just came to the conclusion that tongues solves a problem that no one actually has. Languages in 5e are very straightforward. You speak common, which everything speaks. And then you have a flavor language. You have your kobold, or you have your draconic for kobolds. You have your elvish for elves that you can be like, only elves talking to elves. You have like the dwarves with their dwarven language and dwarven script and stuff for like merchants and stuff. You can use languages really well as a world building tool, and you can use them as a really great tool to sort of differentiate groups and allegiances. You'll find that like making a band of mercenaries, specifically speaking Dwarvish, even between like the human, the halfling, the two dwarves in the party, will make that group sound and feel like a cohesive unit that has their own shared sort of identity. Tongues is never solving any of those problems. There aren't any problems really presented there. Language is more used as a way to enrich the narrative, as a way to enrich the story. People don't want to have to be like, I bust out the translator, let's then communicate with them. You will occasionally have moments where you'll be like, well, they don't want, the hoity-toity high elves won't talk to us in our common tongue, even though they definitely understand it. So we need our high elf buddy to translate or whatever.
Well, I was thinking more of a case where they don't want you to know what they're saying, so they're speaking in their own language, but you're listening in.
I find it really hard to say that like tongues is something that I'm preparing for that problem, right? Like, if you're eavesdropping specifically, maybe but like the cleric isn't the one doing the eavesdropping, so you touch the rogue, they go off and do the espionage and listen in, and they can understand and come back with the plan. Sure, maybe that's a use case for it. I don't think that's happening as much. It's probably happening more than the Feign Death scenario, so you're probably right, the Feign Death should be the worst. But it's still like this is a really, really niche problem that's actually being solved here that I think is happening once or twice a campaign. Because like I said, the vast majority of, like, me as a DM, as someone I like to think puts a little bit of thought into their world building, not as much as some others, but I try to make it like there's a cohesive theme, there's some good ideas, there's a narrative, there's meaning, and people do things for reasons. I don't find language jumps to the forefront of my mind basically ever. And if you're overhearing some people, if the DM is like, I know they're going to go to overhear them, I'm going to have them talk in a foreign language to obfuscate their plans, that can often make the party feel like they're wasting time. It can be kind of an unfun experience just to be like dirtling around, going over and finally getting to a spot where you can overhear things happening. There's not talking in common for some reason, whenever most things have been talking in common before. So it requires a lot of work to the precedence for that problem in the first place, where you have to know you're in a world that has all of these people talking in diverse languages all the time to each other and hiding information that way. I all in all find that the problem doesn't really come up because it just, common is such an easy catch-all just to say everyone speaks the same language. We don't have to have these communication breakdowns that can lead to frustrations or anything like that. That's how I typically see language used. That doesn't mean that doesn't happen. It doesn't mean that tongues doesn't have a place and doesn't solve small problems. I just think most tables don't have those problems. That's why I think it makes my worst.
Yeah, I can't disagree with anything you said. And it was a contender for mine as well.
There are a lot of contenders. Like, this isn't doing a lot. It's doing something. Like, I've played characters with tongues. My last warlock I played took tongues. Specifically within the Book of Ancient Secrets, he picked it up. Just because, like, or not in the Book of Ancient Secrets, because it's not a ritual spell. He prepared it learned it because that's what his character's job on the ship was. He was an anthropologist. He was sort of supposed to navigate and deal with different peoples and groups. So tongues was part of that, like that role play. I cast the spell in role play like 3 or 4 times throughout the whole campaign. And it had no practical effect on like exploration or navigating the world or engaging in dungeons or anything to that effect. It was just flavor. It was whenever I was actually DMing sessions and my character would run off with the captain to go do negotiations. He was brought along because he knew tongues. That was the reason that he did that. And then I ran the sessions that were, going around doing other things and stuff, the rest of the party. That's how I handled it. And that's where I'm like, I don't see much value in the spell beyond that.
All right. Well, there's a lot of talking about why you don't like tongues.
It's fine, Listen, this video was going short. I need to make sure we've had it out that time with a juicy sandwich.
I'm sure our viewers appreciate that.
You just want to listen to 5 minutes of
20 minutes of filler.
Listen,
all right.
I am curious to hear from our viewers. This is, I think, one of the more open and up for, like, very clearly up for debate lists. I think this has some of the most interesting best worst options. Bestokers could have been our worst. Create Food and Water could have been our worst. Maybe something like Daylight does make your best. I can't fathom why, but maybe it does. Life Transference is an interesting option. Magic Circle is neat. Like, there's some interesting spells on these lists. Even Sending, where you might consider them as best cleric spells just because of the way you prepare casting functions and because of how the cleric class interfaces with them. I'd love to see the lists below for people's varying opinions.
I would too. Yeah, there were a lot of options on here that, like, neat things are happening, but couldn't bring myself to put them at the top 5, or certainly not the worst. But
I think that domain spells is another big contributor as to why, like, these don't necessarily feel riveting. Most of your riveting stuff comes from your domain, typically. The stuff that you get super excited about, like the stuff that's in your archetype. Which leaves a lot of cleric spells feeling kind of generic. And like, it's fine utility. It's just not that exciting. It's not like a specific fantasy I have.
All right, yeah, let us know what you think. Let us know what your picks were or are. And we will see you for level 4 spells and for a bunch of stuff between now and then. Nailed it. All right.
Nailed it, Bob.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 4 cleric spells. This was a short list to choose from.
I never realized just how like dependent on domain spells clerics were until I looked at these and I was like, oh, there are 8. We're picking 6 from the 8 to talk about today.
Probably worth noting, these do not include domain spells. We're just looking up generic cleric list spells.
And these also clerics are prepared casters, so the utility, like niche ones tend to be better because you don't have to like put them on your sheet forever. You just take them when you need them, which is a boon because there are like a surprising amount of niche ones here. We'll have to get into it. Or I think we actually might, because of how mediocre I find almost all of these to be. I'm pretty sure we're going to cover all 8 just by through sheer variance, because we have to talk about 6 anyway. So there's very likely going to be a good chance that we just cover all of them.
Something interesting here. I'm counting 10.
10? Are you on D&D Beyond?
No, I'm on my own. No, I'm on the Caverns and Creatures website.
There's 10 4th level ones?
That's, all right. Do you have your list up?
Yeah.
All right. I've got Aura of Life, Aura of Purity, Banishment, Control Water.
The only 2 I didn't have were the auras, but I now found my worst, so that was easy.
Right.
Thanks for that.
Well,
let's get into it.
All right. I think you picked first last time, so I'll jump in the fray here. As soon as I find my list, here it is. I picked Banishment. Oh, once again, Sam chooses his in order, best 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mine's just a hodgepodge.
Yes.
So, Banishment. Did that make your list?
Absolutely. It's my number 2. Not quite my number 1. It was close. Banishment's just a saber die. That's a really good saber die. It puts something where you want. It takes something and goes, hey, I don't want you in this fight right now. And it goes away forever. And that's great.
Just put them on ice. Wait over there. I got to kill all your friends. And then you can come back and be horrified at their corpses. And then I'm going to kill you. It's
a pretty tried and true strategy at this point. Like, I think it's in the mid tiers. This is a pretty known quantity where your DM's like, okay, I have to throw 3 ogres at them instead of 2 ogres at them because one of those ogres is going to spend a minute in timeout. And then the rest of them are going to die, and it's going to be a 2v3 and then a 1v3, and that's going to be how like the party handles these kinds of situations. It being able to upcast to get more hits, gravy. I mean, getting able to banish for a 5th or 6th level slot to hit 2 or 3 things, that's just great.
That's not just gravy. That's making sure almost making sure this is going to do something.
Yes. Like in that instance where you're against 3 ogres, banishment targeting all 3 of them, even if there's nothing else around, expect 1 passes and then the other 2 get shunted to the Shadow Realm, and then you kill that one, and then you kill the 2 when they come back. Seems great. It literally is a Christmas save or be banished. It doesn't get to any other saves until the spell ends. So until your concentration's broken, they're just there. And no subsequent save is a big deal. It makes the spell like, yeah, we can consistently say the cleric don't get hit for the next 30 seconds. We'll deal with everything else, and then you can break concentration. It comes back and we beat his ass. It's great. I think, like I said, this is a pretty known quantity at this point. The banishment, it's a save or die, save or die. If they save or the encounter is over, in a lot of meaningful ways, at least.
All right, we are in agreement there. What have you got?
All right, my number 1. This was, I think, the easiest one for me, just because I really like how it plays. Guardian of Faith. That
made my list, yes. I think we're going to have a lot of similar ones here.
I have no idea what happens after this. Third and below, I was like, ooh, what?
I think I had
time with 3?
Well, I'm looking at my list again. Oops, that's not it. Yeah, I had easy 3 and then 2 stragglers and then a pretty easy worst.
Yeah, you found it for me. I can't believe I didn't. I don't know why that didn't come up on either of the sources I use, but yeah, there's a really easy teasing it, really easy last place option here. Yeah. So Guardian of Faith though, Guardian of Faith is sweet, and we talked about it kind of briefly when we talked about on Spirit Guardians last week. I think that's actually like a little worse than Guardian of Faith, where the way clerics handle area of effect damage versus the way wizards handle area of effect damage. Clerics have a little zone around them. They create this little bubble of damage that it rewards you sort of sticking in with the group. It rewards defensive play patterns where you're locking down specific areas around you to do large amounts of damage. And it also deals damage in a little bit of a different way. They tend to do persistent over time damage, where wizards are big one explosion fireball. Wizards have like other area of effect consistent damage effects. But like for clerics, this is more their wheelhouse as far as how they do their damage. Guardians of Faith also just does a flat rate. You get 60 damage in total. If a creature passes, it takes 10. If it fails, it takes 20. So you get this kind of neat this neat little game where you're always dealing 60 damage, and whether things pass or fail, you kind of want lower HP targets to pass, so they take just enough damage to kill them. Then you also have to have that weird question of, well, does the overkill damage take away from this pool? I rule no. I don't know if that is rules as written. Like, I don't know if that's exactly how it's supposed to be ruled, but that's how I tend to play the spell, because the spell's not that busted. It's 60 damage for a 4th level spell. It hits a set number of creatures. Against one creature, 60 damage, excellent. Top tier. Put this down, run up to the dragon. It lasts 8 hours. You got it right on top of you. It's gonna just wail on that dragon. If it takes 6 turns, it's taking 60 damage over 6 turns. That's great. If you've got 5 or 6 little things, it's good too.
But it's stationary, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm sorry. You run up to the dragon and put it down.
But the dragon can leave that area.
Absolutely can, yes.
Yeah.
But if it wants to kill you,
yeah, I mean, you're saying this was slightly better than Spirit Guardians. I was thinking I disagree.
Fair.
Only because with Spirit Guardians, you can run at the dragon or run at whatever you want to kill. You're controlling it. Whereas with Guardian of Faith, I think it's great. I think there are going to be times when it's useful, but it's visible.
That's true.
So,
a large spectral guardian appears and hovers for the duration of the unoccupied space. So, like, the creatures that have to go, the goblins are all like, I'm not going near that. I don't know what you're talking about, boss. That thing's gonna kill me if I go within 5 feet of it, regardless of my save. Yeah, that's absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, it might be something cool to ward off or a corridor or something. Give them a choice. You can come get slaughtered, or you can wait there and we'll shoot arrows at you or something.
It's also like, this is the kind of thing where it's 30-foot range. You can just pop this down inside of an enemy group, get your barbarian to bar the door, and then it's a meat grinder in the room where it's just 60 feet of damage that kills everything. That's kind of cute. Where I think you're talking about it is all of like, you can put it you have to put it in neat positions. It's not great in every circumstances. I always find that's a boon to a spell. I like that the spell asks you to put it in interesting places to get the most out of it. You really are at most gonna see this needing 3 saves to get its full effect, 4 saves if there's like a single thing that passes. Like, assuming 2/3 of the things fail your saving throws, 3 to 4 saves is on average where you're gonna get all 60 of your damage from a Guardian of Faith. So you really just need to throw this down. The moment they move, all the creatures wherever you put it, you put it down at 10-foot radius area. The moment any of those things move, this thing is going to smack them. If it's not 4 or more creatures, you're probably getting all of your maximum utility out of this. Is what to make it look like a fireball. Alternatively, you can just set on yourself and have it act like the defensive spiritual guardian's barrier that we talked about prior. But in all of those cases, I think Guardian of Faith is a fantastic little 4th level spell. I think 60 damage raw isn't going to be better than Fireball. It doesn't have to be better than Fireball. It does something a little bit different, and it does something a little bit unique. It defines clerics as this is how we do damage. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
8-hour duration almost never matters, by the way.
Well, I mean, it's nice that it doesn't require concentration as well.
That's a huge boon to it. You can be concentrating on. You can have this up and spiritual weapon up and have a concentration effect going at the same time. That's sweet.
All right. So, Guardian of Faith.
Next.
My next one, I had Death Ward, which I think we talked about recently.
We did.
I take it this did not make your list.
No, it did not. Well, we're gonna go with it. Probably didn't make my list. I might. We might change things up as I see just how terrible these other cleric spells are. Why is Death Ward on your list? Let's talk about it.
Well, yeah, this was I wouldn't call this a struggler like the last 2 on my list, but it was a half struggle. It's a why not spell. It's a preemptive alternative to using Healing Word later.
Yeah, I think the reason why I don't really want this on my list is I like to make this 4th level spells like the best of videos. When you become 7th level, when you get access to 4th level spells, what ones do you want on your sheet? Death Ward's never there for me. It's always like I'm 13th to 19th level. That's where I'm like, yeah, Death Ward's on my sheet because I can use a couple cheap 4th level spell slots on them. I don't love casting my highest level spell slot on just a Death Ward, on just a preemptive healing word that may not matter. That's not something I'm super interested in. I think healing word in the tier you get this is way better than it. Again, that being said, though, in the upper tiers, if you have, again, 2, 3, 4th level spell slots lying around that you just want to be like, okay, great. After the long rest, Death Ward, Death Ward, Death Ward, we go off adventuring. That's not a bad play pattern at all. And like the other, its competition is not particularly stark, right? Like outside of Guardian of Faith and Banishment, I mean, in Banishment you're happy to upcast, like we just said. There's lots of room for you to have leftover 4th level spell slots just laying around. So if you're not getting great at main spells, this is a fine place to put them, probably.
All right. Yeah, we recently did a Death Ward video. We don't have to go too much into it. I wasn't super excited about this pick, but yeah, like I said, we didn't have much to choose from 4th level.
That's true.
All right, what else made your list?
I cannot believe it did. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I'm really about to say these words. This should be an endorsement of just how bad I think the 4th level cleric spells are. These are quite bad. However, in the situation where it is good, I think Control Water is exceptional. And because it's a prepared spell, I think it's the kind of thing where if you know you're going to do the pirate thing, putting Control Water on your sheet is pretty excellent. We talked a lot about it.
We had a big talk about this one recently and got a lot of comments, but most of it came down to it's amazing if you're in a water environment.
Yeah.
And I'm normally not, and
most players
yeah.
normally aren't.
Yeah, because outside of that, it's not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like some of the modes are old, like redirect flow only usable at running water. Part water, I don't know, think is usable even with running water. Like there's better things to do than part water. Flood is
well, it was talked about
like
in the comments. People talked about part water to expose underground or underwater tunnels and things like that, or structures. This is a D&D world. This could happen.
You see this face?
Yes,
this face
I
is
do.
Unimpressed. It's for 10 minutes? You're telling me you're going to investigate that entire dungeon over 10 minutes? Get out of here.
Well, you're going to... No.
Water breathing exists. That's a ritual spell. Get out of here. You don't need that. Unimpressed commentaries. Unimpressed.
Yeah, but water breathing doesn't protect you against sharks. Parting the water, having them like swim out and flop around in the empty space you've created, that's hilarious and keeps you safe.
It's cute. I don't think it's good. I think it's cute. I think what's good are Whirlpool and the Flood Wave stuff. I think for naval combat, this spell is a real baller. I think Redirect Flow is really fun in a lot of instances, and you can get a lot of creative use out of it. That being said, like you just said, Bob, this is useful in exactly aquatic environments. And outside of aquatic environments, if you're in the desert, this isn't a spell. Good luck. Godspeed, and take anything else. If you are in under a mountain, if you're doing the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, if you are in doing the Wizards of the Thay adventure, if you're in the Plane of Fire, if you are, in Sigil or any of the other multi-dimensional, multi-planar spanning nonsense. Are you going into the Abyss for Out of the Abyss? Are you playing delving into Avernus for whatever the Baldur's Gate book was? Yeah, in all of those settings, the spell is uncastable. So that's why it's like, if you're doing the pirate thing, if you are around rivers frequently, if you're doing, I think even like if you're in a situation where you're doing large scale hex crawling exploration, where you're more likely to be using and caring about things like rivers, this spell becomes something you can care about preparing 99% of the time. Otherwise, though, this is spell something you prepare on a specific setting. In a specific setting, though, sinking ships is great. Having a big whirlpool effects to control environments is pretty cool. You can do some neat stuff with it.
There's a MacGuffin, a piece of treasure you're looking for at the
Again, you
bottom of
dropped your
this
cell phone.
lagoon. Yes.
Yeah.
But the lagoon is crawling with aboleth babies.
Sure. They have to be non-amphibious. That's a really important note. They have to be exclusively aquatic, because if they're amphibious, they go, okay. And they just hang out in the open air.
All right. Well, yeah. Control Water made your list. That's fine.
Did it make yours?
No, it did not, but it could have, compared to my other two picks.
Such as?
Such as all these icons look the same. There it is. I picked Stone Shape. That's a thing I did.
Too.
Did you? Oh, all right.
It's my number 5. And
Yeah, I mean, I
I
figured
don't love that.
not super
I'm
excited
not
about it. No.
proud of it.
But I mean, it does some things. You can shape stone, make weapons or statues or art, or you can go through walls and it's
I don't. Have I ever put a 2 on my top 5 before until now? I'm pretty sure the spell's a 2, and it made my top 5. Like, you can make some weapons.
out of stone. That's
Cool. You
not
could just
typically
use
a great weapon
your
material.
weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could
I
do other things like you can make I don't know, just a bar to put through a door handle.
sure. I think this most of the time looks like pass wall, and I think in that instance is pretty good. I think that's like the most usable instance of this is there's a stone corridor, there's a room to your left, be like, hole, in we go, and then it's there forever. And you just have this stone-shaped door or stone-shaped hole in the wall, whatever you want it to be. You can make physical doors and stuff with this if you want to be like lock this passageway with an actual physical door. Cool. It is an action for a door, kind of, if there's nearby stone you can use. I think that we've covered the vast majority of its use cases in this small 30 seconds.
Now, duration instantaneous. That means whatever you create is permanent.
It's there
yes?
forever.
All right. Well, there you go. You're making your structures a wall of stone, and use this to make doors and windows.
I knew that's why you would love it. I thought that
I
was going
didn't
to be
say
the
I
main
love
reason
it. This was a struggler.
I thought that was going to be the number one reason this made your list is because it goes in the Wall of Stone Civilization Builder game. That I'm getting more and more aligned. Like, maybe I do just like see what I can do over a weekend, drafting up some ideas for making that a real Let's Play experience of being like, here's a solo playbook. You sit down with it, you play for an hour, and you build your own little city. I think it's cute. I do like the permanence does feel fun to use. It very rarely is going to come up more than once where you're going to be like, oh, hey, look, I made that door. Remember when I made that door 3 sessions ago? And then you walk past the door and then you're done. But there can be some meaningful, like, there are ways where you can say that there was a door here. There is no longer a door here by, like, stone shaping closed a passageway. That's not nothing. You can do some neat things where you, like, roll a boulder into it and melt it into the wall. It's there forever now. They have to find a way around or break through it, and that's a huge pain in the butt for a lot of monsters. It pairs well with strength-based ability checks. It pairs well with creative adventuring. I think that its use cases, based on the rest of this 4th level cleric list, this is kind of the best you get when it comes to world exploration options. So like that, I think on its own stakes it as a little bit higher of a cleric pick than it does for the druids wizards that get this. I'm still not super excited by it, but it's probably fine enough.
All right, this conversation has made me feel better about picking it.
Great success. Yes, maybe that should be my number 4.
Well,
I don't know.
That depends on what your number 5 is, I suppose.
Is freedom of movement good?
Not really, but it's also on my list.
Yeah, I don't know if we've talked about this one yet. The really big boon to it is it doesn't take your concentration. If this took your concentration, I'd be like, this isn't a spell. It doesn't, though. I think this is kind of similar to Death Ward. In that, like, if you've got 4th level spells lying around, you can pick it up. It's particularly good whenever you're going against things that you have, like if you're going against ghouls, things that you know paralyze you. This beats that condition. If you're going against ropers, this beats the restrain condition. If you're going against specific targets that are known for grappling, freedom of movement seems like an easy way to be like, the barbarian doesn't have that problem anymore. I don't have that problem anymore. The fighter doesn't have that problem anymore. And you just give them that boon for an hour.
I was thinking, you're about to be arrested.
Sure, that also helps.
Or you're just intentionally giving yourself up. Yeah. All right. Put the cuffs on, officer.
This definitely, I think, would benefit a lot if it had like a little bit of pass wall-y stuff to it. If you could like slip through, if it gave you like the amorphous trait, which lets you move through thin spaces and make you like ooze, like kind of like master way through stuff.
I think you're asking a little much of it.
What I think right now it could be a 2nd level spell, and I'd be like, it's fine. This is a 4th level spell.
It is a 4th level spell, yes.
I don't think I'm asking a lot. I think there's a reason this struggled to get on both of our sheets, and I'm like, is this better than Stone Shape? I'm kind of going back on that now. I don't know. It's definitely better than the worst option, and I don't know if it's better than some of the other, like, Divination isn't great, but it could be here. I don't love Death Ward, but it might earn the spot over this because you will, at least upper tier, you absolutely prepare Death Ward. I don't know if you ever prepare Freedom of Movement. I think it's a contender. I think you can probably, again, in very niche encounters, find use in this. Beyond that, this is something you prepare whenever you're going to go fight rovers. You prepare this when you're going to go fight ghouls. You prepare this when you're against like the dragon with paralysis breath.
Yeah,
That's kind of it.
so it has uses.
Yeah, it
That's
has a couple times we'd be like, I prepared this.
With the list we're given here, that's enough to put it on.
It really is that low of a bar. It's
Yeah.
really tragic. For Wizards, we're like, oh man, there's so many good options that this could have made my list, and this could have made my list, and this. And for Clerics, we're like, we got 10. Half of these have to get talked about. So.
All right, and I think we probably have the same for the worst.
I mean, they're both quite bad. Why don't you go for it? Tell me which one you picked.
Aura of Life.
Aura of Life is really terrible. It's also my worst. We can talk about Aura of... I'll honorarily say mine's Aura of Purity, because that one's also terrible.
I did consider both of them. And I considered Divination, but that was my own personal bias. I will respect the integrity of these lists and not bring my metagaming bias into it.
If you never have before, why would you start now?
Did I on the list?
Yes,
I know I bring. All right, well, whatever. Starting now. Integrity all the way.
I'm pretty sure I'm more than one of your least favorites where I just really hate the spell. Like Augury, I'm pretty sure was your worst second level cleric spell because you just really hate Augury.
All right, well.
Sure. Anyway,
Divination did not make my list.
I'm proud of you. Character growth.
But Aura of Life, Aura of Purity. That I looked at them both. I considered, but Aura of Purity doesn't have great uses, but it's got some uses.
Yeah, that's like, again, that feels like Freedom of Movement. You prepare it for that one encounter. Aura of Life, there is no encounter to prepare this for.
Let me look at. I want to look up Aura of Life real quick.
Sure. So I have it.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
So it's a 3-foot aura around you. Each non-hostile creature has resistance to necrotic damage, and their HP max can't be reduced.
All right. That's nothing. I mean,
that's nothing. That's nothing.
So few creatures.
Most undead don't even do necrotic damage. Yeah.
And what reduces? How many things reduce your hit point maximum?
Single-digit creatures, and they're normally undead, and that normally falls off on your next long rest anyway. So it literally is not a feature in this game. It used to be a thing in like 3.5 in second edition. You used to have things that taxed your max HP and it didn't come back. In 5, you're like, that's not fun. Let's make it come back, which made it no longer a problem. And then the last line of text is, in addition, non-hostile living creatures regain a hit point when it starts in the aura with 0 hit points. Nope. Yeah. You're not spending an action on that. Nope, you're not doing it.
Two problems with this. Yeah, if that many people are going down, your concentration is probably breaking. All right,
you're not spending an action on this.
Huh?
Like you'll just mass healing word, right? That solves that problem better and faster. And then you have an action to dash, hide, disengage, dodge, do any of the things to get all these problems to go away. Yeah, Aura of Life's terrible. This is one of the worst spells.
It requires everybody to be within 30 feet of you.
Yeah.
So, if something's dropping all your companions, it's also breaking your concentration. Or is my thoughts.
100% agreed. It's
nobody's
an active present threat to your life. Yeah. Aura of Life is really terrible. Aura of Purity is also really terrible, but poison's a little bit more common in resistance. It also gives advantage on saves against blind, charmed, frightened, deafened, paralyzed, poisons, and stun conditions. And those are often going to be more meritable than
that's a lot of conditions.
That is a lot of conditions. It's more meritable than Aura of Life. I still don't think there are going to be a lot of times where you're like, I'm willingly putting this effect down. Just because you have to spend an action for that long 10-minute 10-minute duration effect. It's only usable against the conditions. It only gives you resistance to poison damage. Sometimes you're going to take damage that falls off and does nothing. Things that have those saves that see Aura of Purity up are just going to be like, great, we kill the cleric real quick, and then we do the stunning stuff. It feels very clunky in practice to use, even in the encounters where it's supposed to be very good. I think Aura of Purity reads better than it actually is. It is definitely better than Aura of Life, but it is still terrible.
It was not great, but looking at the two, there was no contest for the worst.
Yeah. Honestly, this actually might be a side grade to, or Purity might be a side grade to Freedom from Movement or Freedom of Movement. So I don't know how much I can really say it's that bad, because again, Freedom of Movement is really bad though. So listen, we're really struggling here to put together this list.
I'm curious.
Aura of Life is the worst.
Now, when you were making your list, for whatever reason, you didn't take the aura spells into account.
They
What were
literally
you-
didn't show up. I don't know why.
Yeah. What were you considering for the worst at that point?
Locate creature.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
Yes, locate
We
creature
had
is
some
also
conversations.
really terrible. It isn't as like Aura of Life actively has no text. Like you'll try to use it and it'll just do nothing. You'll be like, oh my god, I can't believe everyone's dead now because I tried to cast Aura of Life. Which seems
Ironic.
counterintuitive,
Yeah.
but like that's what ends up happening so often. Locate creature is just a next to impossible to use tool that is as good as just tracking them mundanely. It is worse than using a familiar or a pet to go track the thing. It's requires you be within like 3 blocks of whatever you're trying to locate, so its distance is really short. You have to have been within 30 feet of them already. It has like a whole slew of really big issues. It can find the wrong person. It's bad. If there's running water, just ink, like, it just happens to be within 10 feet of you, it just stops working. Like, no, locate creature is really terrible. It's not as terrible as Aura of Life, though. This is definitely going to be one of our shorter ones, I think. But
Oh, yeah. I
this
mean, it's
list
a short
is-
list. We didn't have a lot of great things to talk about.
Yeah, commenters, I would like to know, because there's so few, like, I would even love to see, like, a ranking 1 to 10, if you feel it in your soul, of, what are the best and the worst of all of these. I'm just interested in, like, what's your list? What are your rankings? Where do you think these cleric spells fit? And, like, of the ones we've talked about, like, I'm interested in Guardian of Faith. Am I overrating the spell? Is Bob Moore right? And this isn't really that much better than Spiritual Guardians, and it may not even be that good. I saw some people talk about Spiritual Guardians in our last video comments that was like, this spell's not that great. I'm like, I kind of disagree, but I'd love to see more of those ideas, thoughts, and opinions. I think there's some interesting talking points to be made with the 4th level cleric spells, namely how middlingly bad they are. So let us know.
And how few there. I was thinking, all right, well, cleric spells, maybe they just don't get as many in the upper tiers. But looking forward, 5th level, there's a bunch more. 6th level is a fair amount. 7th level is getting. Yeah, 8th level is only 1, 2, 3, 4. But
That'll be a short video.
yeah, so that 9th level there's 5. But yeah,
I
we'll
was
cross that bridge when we
genuinely
come to it.
baffled because, like, you're right. There's more 5th level slots or 5th level spells than there are 4th level, and there's about as many 6th as there are 4th, and that's wild to me.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Oh well. Maybe they're going to be putting out some new books in this year. Maybe we'll get some more 4th level cleric spells out of them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm truly also amazed. Like, from Xanathar's Guide to Everything and Tasha's Cauldron to Everything, did we see a single new 4th level cleric spell? I don't
Probably
think
not.
we did. Yeah, there's not a single one. We got like 8 new 2nd level wizard spells, and we got
Yeah.
0 new 4th level cleric spells. That's crazy to me. All these are, I think, all but the aura spells are in the SRD. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's
probably.
crazy.
All right. Well, that was our 4th level cleric spells. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for watching. Like Sam said, leave us your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to read them. And stay tuned for a level 5 coming up in a week. And
That should be a more interesting list where we're not like,
Yeah.
this spell's pretty bad, but I guess it's our top 5s.
And yeah, check us out. We'll be doing some other things between now and then. And go like and subscribe and all that. And bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 5 cleric spells.
Indeed.
Already at level 5.
I feel like we're blazing right through these.
Yeah. All right. How did you feel about these?
There were some clear, I think, winners. Like, there's some good ones as far as like, this is pretty nice. There were some that were like about just like slightly worse than better ones. And there were some that were like, oh yeah, this is terrible. There were also some that like you definitely prepare when you need them. So they're not particularly high on my list, but they're like, if you need this, it's nice that it's on the spell list, but you just don't need it most adventures. And that leaves this list, I think, feeling pretty good, honestly. I think this is one of their better selections of spells to pick from.
Yeah, I had a lot easier time with this one than I have with the past few.
Yeah.
And I guess we'll get our disclaimers out of the way. These do not include domain spells. These are just generic cleric spells that we're ranking. And as always, Sam ranks his in order. I just have a grab bag of top 5 in no particular order. All right. Which way you want to start? Your best or your
Let's start. I'll go my number. Let's just do my number one. I think this
Oh.
one is. I think my number one on this might be like finding my ordering here. I thought was really tough, but I thought the 5 that I picked from I'm pretty confident are pretty good. Well, 4 of them I'm pretty confident are very good. The last one I put like I love it. But my first one I put Summon Celestial, and Summon Celestial makes my list specifically because it's like the only good lower level summoning spell clerics get access to. Lower level being 5th, so you need to be 9th level to start getting this. At still, they don't really have any other summons options, and it is pretty important to have. So I figure I think this probably deserves a top slot, and that you're pretty regularly casting with your concentration and are happy with it.
Yeah, I thought about including this. This one did not make my list, and maybe it should have. Now that I think about some that did, it probably should have. But I don't know. When we were talking about Summon Celestial, it just felt like the least exciting of the summon spells, maybe. And that's probably not how I should have been looking at it when doing this list. But
Yeah, within
what's
the
done
context
is done.
of just cleric, it's still really good because it's a summon spell.
Yeah.
And the defender is still pretty sweet. You give a bunch of temp HP to a bunch of your buddies as it beats things to death with a giant hammer. That's pretty cool. And the other one is just like, you can have a giant angel with a bow. I guess that's neat too. Sure, why not? It's powerful. Undoubtedly
Yeah,
powerful. It's a
powerful,
multi-attacking extra buddy. It's just not, I agree, not the most exciting of the summon spells.
Yeah, as we talk more about my picks, I'm gonna regret not including that one.
We're gonna have some interesting choices. I can't wait.
No, not particularly. Yeah, all right. Well, anyway, I'll get into it. My list. Oh wait, are we done talking about that one? Or?
We have a long video on it. I recommend you go watching that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a Tasha summon spell. Summons are good. They're hour-long concentration effects. You're never gonna be disappointed with that. The 2 modes you get to pick from aren't all that exciting. You get like one somewhat interesting choice between the 2. I wish there were 3. There aren't. There's only 2. I wish lessons were more interesting. I said all these things in the other video. You could go watch that, and you'll learn all those kinds of things. You want to hear more about Summon Celestial?
Yeah, do that. My first pick is going to be Mass Cure Wounds.
That didn't make my list.
Well, I mean, we know how you feel about healing. Oh wait, was it Mass Cure Wounds or was it? Oh, it was. I was thinking Healing Word, but that's not on this. Maybe I shouldn't have picked this one, but like I said, what's done is done.
What's done is done. Why did you
Yes.
pick Mass Cure Wounds?
Because I thought it was Mass Healing Word. I guess I wasn't paying close attention.
I think that made both of our lists for a 3rd level, right? We both picked Mass Cure Wounds for the 3rd level slot, right?
Mass Healing Word.
Yeah, Healing Word. Sorry.
Yeah,
See, now you got it. Now you got me doing it.
Oh, but yeah, well, shucks. I'll have to try and defend this. Now I got to look it up. What does it do?
It's 30-foot radius
just
sphere. Each target radius 3d8 plus your spellcasting mod of 6 things in the sphere.
all right. Well, one annoying thing about regular Cure Wounds is it's a touch spell, and this is not, correct?
Correct.
So that's something it's got going for it. It still takes up an action. So that's still in the
Its range is lower than Mass Cure or Healing Word. You're
yeah,
trading...
but I mean, it has a range. That's
true.
You know, that's something.
It's also it's not negligible to say like this will get 2 buddies up, 1 buddy up when you need it, and it'll give more HP than the Mass Healing Word does. Not that much more HP because an upcast Mass Healing Word is doing 3d4 plus mod. And this is doing 3d8 plus mod. So like you're trading off the range, the flexibility for 2 dice sizes up, which is fine. If you want a good healing spell, I don't think you'd be upset to put this on your sheet. I don't think it's as good as Mass Cure or Healing Word, but it's still fine, I think, right?
It'll still, I mean, it'll get people back in the fight. If things go really badly for your party, this is something nice to have. And you're all about action economy. You're trading an action that you could be hitting somebody with to heal somebody, but in this case, you're healing multiple people, so that's something.
That's true. And it also should be noted, 3d8 plus mod is often going to be in this tier around an attack from the enemy. Sometimes a little bit more than attack, sometimes a little bit less. So like if you're fighting against like 4 things making 1 or 2 attacks around, this might just eat their turn too. That's not nothing. It doesn't scale particularly well past this point. But you know, it will bring up 2 people, give you some action advantage there, block a couple hits. That's fine. They are to be damaged for the hits to get blocked, and they have to like actually get hit for the hits to matter at all. But that can happen. It doesn't necessarily always happen. I don't love the efficiency here, but it's still fine. Didn't
Yeah.
make my list if you couldn't tell.
No, it if I had been paying more attention, it might not have made mine either. But probably would have, when I'm looking at the rest of my list. All right, what else do you got?
All right, my number 2, if we're just going to go top to bottom, because why not? I like Dawn a little more than I thought I did every time I read it. Every time I looked at Dawn again, I was like, this isn't bad. The numbers are right. The area is pretty gigantic. Dawn, if for those of you wondering, it's from Xanathar's Guide to Everything. It's a 5th level damaging spell for clerics. It's a 30-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder that deals 40-10 damage on a creature in it whenever it's cast, and then sticks around for up to a minute, dealing the same damage on creatures that enter into the space or start their turn there. You also can move it around as a bonus action on your turn, so you can like take this giant 60-foot area and move it 60 feet around at a time. So you can like initially drop it on some things, pull it over on top of them again, and then they just make it again. That seems, I'm sorry, it ends its turn in the cylinder, which is a very big difference, but it's still pretty good as far as like, this is, if you get 2 turns of this, it's about as good as a 5th level fireball, and I think that's pretty reasonable to ask for a cleric damaging spell. It also has the upside of it can do more rounds than that. It asks things, the very difficult question of, do I keep attacking or do I have to move now? You can scoot it around and play around it in pretty fun ways. I think it's a pretty fun spell to play with. Definitely eclipses Insect Plague, the old one from PHP that was same damage, but in a single smaller area that couldn't be moved. Definitely eclipses that spell's power level by quite a bit. And I think it's like, if you're playing a damage-based backline evocator or evocation kind of cleric, you're like light domain or knowledge domain, you want to be doing damage for the backline, I think you're going to pretty readily cast Dawn and be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I looked at it. Maybe I didn't look hard enough. I didn't realize you could move it around. That's pretty exciting.
It makes it a lot more usable.
Yeah, you give people the choice. I mean, you put it between one end of it between them and you, and all right, if you want to run at me, you're going to take damage. You're not
ending your
going
turn in this.
Yeah, but if you don't want to take damage, you can run the other way. That's a little bit of control there.
There are going to be some creatures that are like, this pairs really well with difficult terrain, which I know you like a lot, right? So like you throw down an entanglement or something, and then you throw this on top of it, and there's no way they can get out before the end of their turn, right? Even if they dash, that's only 30 feet, and that's still within the radius, and they're still getting fried. That's pretty good. And then you can be like, scoot, and then they're still stuck in it.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
I think Dawn's pretty good.
Didn't make my list.
Okay, what did?
Again, probably should have. Let's see. I'm feeling less confident about my list as we go on.
I was about to say, I like that we went into this. You're like, I thought this was a lot easier than the last ones. You're like, oh man, that shouldn't have made my list. And oh, that should have made my list. Oh, and that should have made my list too.
Yeah, that mass cure wounds thing really rattled me. Let's see. Let's see if I can come back.
All right, hit me with one that you know is great.
All right, and I'm pretty sure you got this one too. Hollow.
Hollow is my barely made the list. I love this spell. It probably shouldn't have made the list, but it's really fun, and I think.
Well, I know really you loved it.
Yeah, go for it.
So, no, you go for it. Why so down on it then?
Okay, so Hollow is really cool. It just is really impractical. So you need to spend 24 hours to cast it. In the amount of environments that you're going to have 24 hours to prep something and then come back to and fight in it are very few. This is the kind of spell that you bust out like 2 or 3 times a campaign at most, where you have a set up protect a space kind of encounter, and you want to get like, we're against a bunch of creatures, so like you can do a daylight effect against undead, you could do energy protection to fight against like elementals, you pick everlasting rest if you're like against an evil necromancer and you gentle repose a graveyard or something. Like there's a lot of really good lore and like richness here flavorfully, on top of it also being a way to just keep out specific kinds of enemies full stop, right? Like things cannot enter the space if you pick a specific creature type. Oh, sorry, they can't charm, possess, or they can't charm, possess, or frighten depending on the condition. Yeah, and then creatures can't be affected by those when they come in, but they can still enter the space. But when they do, they have the other penalties that I just listed below. It does a ton of stuff, and it's really cool. It's permanent. It's expensive.
Permanent.
I know you love it for the permanence, right?
Permanence is a huge selling point for me. Yes.
I don't think that there are going to be a lot of encounters per game that will use Hollow. I think the ones that will be pretty memorable because you'll have set up the cool effect where one thing you've been fighting, like if you were fighting a recurring villain and threat for a while, you'll get used to having to deal with their frightened effects or their possession effects or their charm effects or their fire damage or whatever. This is a silver bullet to say that doesn't work anymore. We're gonna beat that. You could even you can do something cool with silence, where if you're against magical enemies, you can turn off all verbal component spellcasting in the area, which is sweet. So if you're fighting against things that want to use verbal components in their spellcasting, you can say absolutely not. This is a almost no magic zone, and that's pretty spicy. Again, it takes 24 hours to cast and set that up, though. So, you're not going to be using this on your average big bad fight. You're not going to be able to set up the throne room of the evil vampire you're going to go invade and give them hollow out their space, right? You can't use this adventuring into anywhere. You have to adventure whenever it's things coming to use when it's weaponized. And that's why it makes my number 5 slot. Because I think even with the number of high level games I've run, I've seen 5, I think, total casts and actual encounters within Hallows occur, and that's over 10 years playing this game. So it's not that common, but it is really sweet.
It's a little mini game. The rest of the party is out doing the adventure to distract the big bad to give the cleric time to cast Hollow.
I'm envisioning you draw Strahd out of his castle. You're running around in the hillside for a day while he's trying to hunt you all down, and you just sneak into his bedroom and just set up a Hallow for some reason.
This is when the player playing the cleric can't make it to the game. Say, I cast Hallow. Everybody else distract this guy.
Sure.
But yeah, the permanence thing sells it for me. It's got a big area that it affects. A lot of cool things in there. I don't know. I'm a sucker for this kind of thing.
Me too. This I think is our sucker.
I do stand by this decision.
Oh, right.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was gonna say this is where you love the permanence of building a world and things, and I like really weird niche kind of crappy effects. And this is the perfect melding of those two things together for a spell that we both love that I'm pretty sure isn't that good.
All right, well, despite you
it's
trying
still
to
my list. It's still my number
chip
5.
away at my confidence. What else do you have?
You made my number 5. It's still good.
Okay.
This one's uncertifiably busted. We had a long video about it. Planar binding is really gross. It's really this should probably be my number 1 because the abuse case for this is I think the most outrageous of all of the options. Where the idea is you take a Scrooge McDuck vault of money and you convert that into elemental assistance you get for a year by using 9th level spell slots as a 7th level character. Then you just have a small army of elementals at your disposal to run around and throw at shit until they all dies, right? That's sort of planar binding at its best. Using it fairly in the lower level stuff, you can use it as the upcasting is really relevant on it because it increases the duration from 1 day to 10 days, even from 5th to 6th. But even at a 5th level slot, 24 hours to be you there, evil fiend demon man, bind to my will, and then it does, and then you have a demon running around with you if you can keep it in a spot for an hour with a little magic circle mini game. That's going to be pretty powerful. It's going to kill things. You can even summon one in and then bind it. It pairs well with summon celestial, like we just talked about, where it extends the duration to an hour and drops the concentration component. So that's pretty cool. You can be summon a celestial, it's a celestial spirit, bind it to my will, and go. Then you have 24 hours of it with 2 5th level spell slots. That could be pretty cool. I think that works. I think it does consume the gold on usage, but you get some neat powerful interactions. So the floor of it, I think, is you don't find any, so you summon, you have a druid summon more likely, or your wizard summon some things that you bind them with planar binding, and then you have this creature that follows your instructions running around with you adventuring. You're going to run into conflicts with your DMs and stuff about, them trying to screw you over, or, maybe your DM's just sick and tired of you having a robust suite of 15 earth elementals at your disposal, and they're actually, they've all decided to unionize and beat the crap out of you. And that's, an issue for you to deal with then, but...
That's why it didn't make my list. I don't need these kind of headaches. But
it is kind of a headache.
If I'm going to summon something, I want it under my control, not hostile towards me, not going to try and bend the rules or whatever and get away with stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
It does specify that it only will strive to twist your words to achieve its own objectives if it's hostile when you bind it. So things that are allied to you, you can be hey, I'm going to bind you here for 24 hours and we're going to be buds. And it's going to have to be like, cool, I didn't have dinner plans or anything. That sounds good to me. That seems like it's going to be a difficult conversation to have with an angel. That seems like it's a difficult conversation to have with a fiend. But it could happen. There's, I think, going to be a non-zero amount of times where your DM just goes, that seems like dickish behavior. I'm not going to do that. And in that case, the spell gets a lot better. But even at its worst case scenario, even if the things are trying to disobey you, being able to let the law go kill that thing right now, it's going to be good.
Oh yeah, that's no doubt good and powerful. Just
usable in an
not
unfun way.
Not my style of spell.
Same.
All right. What else do I have? All right. I've got Holy Weapon.
That is my final one. We got 2 for 5. That's, I think, our lowest rate of overlap, right? This is, I think, we haven't hit lower than 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that just certainly doesn't bode well for my next 2 picks. But all right,
why do you like Holy
all right,
Weapon?
the reason I like Holy Weapon is because it doesn't have to be the weapon you're wielding, right? You cast Holy Weapon, give it to the fighter, and all right, he's dealing damage on your behalf. While I mean, it does take concentration, but you can be doing other stuff. And since the fighter is going around with your weapon, you can hang back and hold on to your concentration.
Absolutely. What I like about it is we sort of touch on a couple different fantasies here. So like Summon Celestial, I think, is a bit more of the and Dawn. They're both kind of like the background damage dealer kind of clerics. Planar Binding is just doing broken things for the sake of doing broken things. Hallow is sort of the world building cleric ability, and Holy Weapon to me very much fits in this. You're a backline support that's also assisting your allies do damage. So you're working in a cooperative way in the support role and have it feel powerful and impactful still. And I think Holy Weapon nails that fantasy really well as being the supportive cleric, but also having a major contribution. I think this is a great spell for all the reasons you said.
What rank did it get for you?
It's my number 4.
Number 4. Okay. Yeah. Not a whole lot else to say about that one.
2d8 damage is great. It has a bonus action explode effect too. That's super interesting. So you can say
what's the duration on that?
An hour. It lasts a while. You sticking this on your fighter that's got 3 attacks a turn and be like, yeah, go kill it. Seems pretty sweet. I really wish you could stick it on your monk's fists. That'd be pretty cute. Just be like multi-attack. But that's not gonna ever happen. Monks once again have very low synergies with other things in this game, which is kind of a bummer for them. But on your fighters, on your rangers, on your paladins, on your barbarians, things making lots of attacks are gonna attack a lot. It specifies also it doesn't have to be a melee weapon. You can stick this on a bow if you want. So you can have your ranger making 3 attacks in the background and do that, and you can still be a frontline character if you can somehow protect your concentration. So that's kind of neat. I like this spell a lot.
Yeah, me too. All right, well, I guess you've had all your picks. It's my turn again.
Keep it going.
I've got 2 more. Goodness. All right, I put Raised Dead on here. It's felt necessary.
I think Revivify is necessary. I think Raised Dead is kind of gravy. That's why I didn't make mine. But I understand. I kind of agree that this is a pretty big pillar of cleric. I think I prefaced the video by saying there are some spells on here that you're glad exist on the cleric spell list that you'll take. And this I think fits that category of spell for me. It's this is a solid spell. You prepare it whenever you are like, oh crap, Bob's dead. Let's go take a long rest, drink some tea, have some crumpets, be like, all right, I guess now we can finally raise dead Bob, and you can bring you back and a laugh on stuff, right?
Yeah, I put this on here because I remember back when we did the wizard spells, and I didn't pick Detect Magic, or maybe
that's fair.
Yeah, and I thought, it felt like too obvious, but then because it's that obvious, it needed to be here. And if you're a cleric, you're in charge of keeping people alive or bringing them back to life if you fail to do your first part.
I think this would probably eke it out for Hallow if I didn't love the spell that much. Just because I agree, this is sort of you expect your cleric to be able to do this thing, and they will do it, and when they do it, it will be powerful.
All right, but yeah, Raised Dead.
It's a great spell.
And my last one, now this was a struggler. This is where I should have had Summon Celestial or maybe Dawn, but I picked Gaius.
Gaius is neat.
Yeah.
I still don't know if it's good. but it's neat.
I don't love it. I'll probably never ever use it.
You know,
But
it's got a minute cast time. That's so weird.
I can't think that's going to matter a whole lot. I mean,
It does
this
last 30
isn't.
days.
Yeah, it's not something you're casting in the heat of combat.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
It's got the weird condition. So for the viewers at home that don't know that, like, it categorically off the top of their head, or not categorically, you know what I'm saying. You take a minute to cast it. It's a 30-day charm that has to obey your, like, it binds to your service. You command it to carry out some service or refrain from action as you decide. And then if it chooses to not do that, if it chooses to break your command, it takes 5d10 psychic damage. And then you get into
but
this
only
weird
once per day.
only once per day. So you get in this weird spot where it's like, if you do it on a dragon and it fails to save, it just goes, great, I'll take 5 to 10 damage and then rest it off every day, and it's just a bad migraine for the dragon. Or you do it to the commoner and it
For
just
a month.
outright kills them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, those are the two modes that it kind of has, which makes it a little bit awkward. But I imagine, did it also make your list because upcasting it makes it permanent?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
I mean,
like,
and
not even
necessarily, not necessarily the permanence. I mean, the other upcasting is good. Where it goes from like a month to a year.
Yeah,
that's a huge difference.
it is.
Depending
gigantic
on what you need it for.
Yeah. Especially for like long, like sprawling campaigns where you're trekking a long distance. The difference from a month and a year is travel time, right? Like, it's huge distances that you're going over there. Now, granted, this is in a game with teleportation, but still, like, I think it's a pretty massive upside.
But if you're mentally enslaving somebody, yeah, you're not going to worry about teleporting them there. You just walk for a year. Get started, buddy.
We're definitely in the realm of, like, we're playing capital E evil cleric, or you're like the capital G good cleric that's like, you're not allowed to be bad anymore, and they have to or they'll die. So,
yeah, I don't know if that's capital G good.
Yeah, that's more like lawful neutral, just like, this is justice at its finest. You're gonna obey the law, or you're gonna have a bad time.
All right. Well, that's our picks. You gonna go over yours again?
My number 1 is Summon Celestial, 2 is Dawn, 3 is Planar Binding, 4 is Holy Weapon, and 5 is Hallow. What'd you pick? All right.
My picks were Mass Cure Wounds, Hallow, Holy Weapon, Raise Dead, and Gaius. Yeah, I'm not as confident about this as I was when we started the video. But
here's an important question.
Yes.
What's your worst spell, Bob?
I am pretty confident about this one. I picked Legend Lore.
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I. Legend Lore is comedically bad.
I mean,
I was a little bit touched that they didn't have that stark of competition. I'm used to the Cleric Spell lists having, like, oh god, all of these are really bad. Like, I remember the 2nd and 3rd levels, I was like, I could pick like 4 of these and be happy with it. Yeah, but I think Legend Lore stands slightly on like a different tier as terrible.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, look,
it's a dictionary.
It's a dictionary.
It's
no, but it's not even, because you can't look up anything you want. If it's not legendary, it gives you nothing.
Yeah.
Like, I want to learn the history of this library. No
one cares about this library, apparently.
I mean, couldn't they just give you that?
Yeah, right.
That's not making anything super. And the stuff that is legendary, that's, to give it to you this way, to put that in the player's control, say, hey, I want to learn about this artifact. That's something that, like, the DM's planning on dropping little hints and clues here and there. But no, I want it all right now.
Well,
I don't like that.
It runs.
And I don't like. I'm sorry.
Go for it. No, pivot with it. Bit. You're about to say what I'm about to say.
All right. Yeah, I don't. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh.
Wait, it's going to come to me.
Do it.
Yeah, I don't like that the player gets to request that, and the shucks, I really just had it. Now it's gone.
You were ramping right into it too. You're like, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. When I start this sentence.
What was I gonna say?
The information you learn is accurate, but might be figurative. You might get mysterious magic axe in one hand. The spell yields the information. Woe to the evildoer whose hand touches the axe, for even the haft slices the hand of the evil ones. And you're like, what? this is I cast a spell to learn about this, but that doesn't tell me anything. This is useless. You might get like a DM that's just like, random odd old riddle that talks about the command word of this thing from 2 decades ago that you're not supposed to learn anyway, and you're like, I just wasted 250 gold, thanks. There's going to be a large amount of the time where you'll have something you want to learn more about, and the DM will just be like, cryptic, spooky message, no, and that's dumb. Because that means the spell, even when it's supposed to be working, sometimes just doesn't.
Yeah, that's not where I was going to go.
Oh, I
There's
thought
something
that was.
about
So you hate the DM screwing someone over.
no, no, you're right, and there's that, but it was something about I mentioned from the DM's point of view. Oh crap! Now the player has cast this, and I can't drop little clues like I meant to. My whole campaign, I've got to rethink the whole thing. But also from I remember now. Like in the other instance, all right, the dungeon master knows that you have this and is requiring you to use it
Oh God,
to
yeah.
get the information. Then no, I don't want a spell for that.
That's
I
literally
mean, that's
just
the only
gold tax.
reason. Yes, that's the only reason the spell would ever exist. I mean, if there's not like fun role play ways to get this information, and you need the information, and you can only get it through this spell, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely, you're gonna cast it and be like, I'm so upset that I had to cast this. I'm so upset that like, and even in the instances where you're expected to cast it, if you ever are like, well, I did the thing that you wanted me to do. I prepared legend lore. I cast the spell to learn about the magic item because we don't know where to go next, and you give me some cryptic crap that we don't know how to take forward anyway because you think that you're being clever, DM, but you're not. It's just like why couldn't that just be like inscribed on the handle? That does exactly the same thing. Why couldn't this information have been available without us just shelling out 250 gold and me preparing a spell and wasting everyone's time? Why do we have to jump through figuring out this in-game mechanic for a niche spell that's bad outside of exactly finding information about this legendary artifact? Yeah, I'm not here for it. This spell's awful.
I mean, yeah, the spell is a shortcut to the reason that I want to play D&D. I want to go adventuring, finding answers. I want to talk to the local shopkeepers and stuff, or have my rogue gather information or whatever. And no, I don't like this one at all.
What I find curious, did this make our? I think did this make our worst wizard spell too, or did we pick create spelljamming helm for that one?
I think we certainly talked about create spelljamming helm. No, we picked something else because I remember saying at least spelljamming helm does something.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
I don't think this was the winner.
I'm looking over I was just curious. Like, I wonder what we picked for a 5th level wizard. In the comments, you can tell us if we're wrong about this. Maybe Legend Lore is actually great. But I don't think that's true. I think it's the worst 5th level cleric spell, probably one of the worst 5th level wizard spells and bard spells too. So like, yeah, don't love it. Wouldn't take it. Don't recommend.
Oh man, now I got a bitter taste in my mouth.
Because you go out on this cool adventure and you'd have to pull out Encyclopedia Britannica, 250 gold pieces of search just to learn what your DM doesn't want to tell you.
Or to learn what he wants to tell you. No, what he does want to tell you, but is refusing to unless you use this stupid spell.
All right. Don't be that DM.
Yeah. Shucks. Anything else we gotta say? That was about it. We covered a top 5 and one worst.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't give an honorable mention to Commune. Commune is also pretty terrible, but I know you hate those kinds of spells.
Yeah, well, Legend Lore is another one of those kinds of spells, except it sucks even more.
It does suck way more than Commune does. Commune actually can give you information about anything. Legend Lore is just like, not specifically this has to be related to history. And imagine like you stumble across an ancient
legendary history,
odd paintings and stuff like that. You're like, this seems mysterious and legendary. I will spend 250 gold and cast Legend Lore on this space. And the DM goes, no one gives a shit about this cave. And you go, like, come on.
All right, that was our top 5 and one worst level 5 cleric spells. Stick around join us again next week. We'll be going over level 6 spells. Go back and watch our levels 1 through 4 and cantrips and wizard. We've gone all the way through level 9 with those.
as always, we had really different lists this time around. So what
Yep.
your list of best 5th level spells are isn't a mix of the two of ours. Did like for some reason just felt good even when good make your list. I couldn't really figure why
you know
that one
what?
would, but
Sorry, we didn't even talk about that. You were saying some spells are situational and great when you need them, but like I was thinking Greater Restoration.
Yeah.
If you need it, fantastic spell, but if you don't, not so much. It's
yeah, you're never preparing that one ahead of time. That's like, crap, he's made of stone. All right, I guess I'll get Weird Restoration. He got petrified. That's like, we need a long rest. I'll fix it in a minute. Give me an hour.
Same could really be said for Raised Dead.
Yeah, that's why it didn't make mine.
Yeah.
But it's definitely good. But maybe it makes yours in the comments below. And that's what I'm
Yeah,
here
let
to-
us know. Let us
to
know
do.
your lists, your opinions on our list, whatever. Just leave some comments. All right, that was our video. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 6 cleric spells. All
We're getting
right.
up there.
Yeah, we are.
This is what the quantity I expected for level 6 cleric spells, not the quantity I expected for level 4 cleric spells. But here we are.
Yeah, there's another short list to pick from. I found this a little bit easier. I had at least one struggler at the end.
I did too, and I think my opinion is somewhat changed on some of these spells as far as like how powerful they are. I still don't like some of them, but here we are. As we always mention in the other cleric spell videos, though, there aren't any domain spells past 5th level, so you won't have to worry about domain spells ever again for the cleric stuff. But there are still prepared casters, which means you can spells that have more niche effects tend to be better because you just take them when you need them, and they're just knowing they exist in our cleric spell you can prepare whenever you finish a long rest is good. That's just something that you want to kind of keep in mind whenever you're looking at cleric spells as opposed to like sorcerer or warlock stuff, just because they have to. I can pick this and it's here forever, and I can switch it out every once in a while, but like I'm more locked into it. Whereas with clerics, every time you take a long rest, it's a brand new spell list for you. Whatever you want to take, it's up to you. Want to dive in?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we should also put out the disclaimers. Sam picks his spells in order. Top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just do random top 5 in any particular. Although this one I kind of went in order, but don't hold me to that.
All right, I won't.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go ahead and start this time?
All right, my number 1. I like this one a lot. I think this is. It surprised me that I liked it as much as I did, having now seen it in play twice. It's Sunbeam. I think Sunbeam is a sweet little spell that I'm very happy to take on a lot of clerics, specifically in clerics at tables that are playing a lot of combat encounters. I think Sunbeam is pretty excellent.
Wait a second, Sunbeam.
Sunbeam, 6th level evocation spell.
I don't have that on my list. Oh shucks. Oh man, that would have made my list.
Make an edit. No one has to know. Yeah, so Sunbeam is pretty spicy in that it basically lets you say for the next minute, as long as I can concentrate on this, I have fireballs as my actions. But they're more like lightning. You have lightning bolts as your actions, right? You can say, when I cast this, I fire a lightning bolt that is a sunbeam, because it's a 5-foot wide, 60-foot line of 68 radiant damage, right? And it also blinds things, which is a bigger upside over lightning bolt than just it on itself. And then it lets you just do that as an action for as many turns as you want to. That's pretty spicy. It just on top of that, you get like a little glowy light thingy in your hand for flavor reasons. Sure, you get a big 30-foot bright light, 30-foot dim light, but what's really important is you repeatedly fire off sunbeams. It really isn't sunbeam, it's sunbeams, and that makes it pretty sick. I'm pretty happy if I'm a backline cleric to finally get this, because now you're gonna really start feeling like a big evoker wizard, where you're like, okay, great, I'm Iron Man. This is great.
What? I'd be really happy as a cleric to get this, and I'd feel like a wizard, because this is not on the cleric spell list, Sam.
It 100% is, I promise you that.
I'm looking it up right now. Sunbeam, classes, druid, sorcerer, wizard.
It's wrong. It is a cleric spell right here according to D&D Wiki.
Well, I'm looking at roll20.net.
Roll20 is just wrong.
Huh. All right.
Maybe it's light domain that gets it. Maybe that's where I'm
Maybe.
getting it wrong. But it says on the cleric spell, it can't be light domain that gets it.
Oh yeah, that's right, because the
Here.
domain spells.
Give me a half a second. I'll grab my player's handbook and we'll consult.
Oh, good.
All right. Player's handbook. Plus, now the whole of the internet gets to see. I got one of those one of the first printings of the PHB whenever they were utter like quality control crap. So all the pages.
I have that too, and mine is the same way.
Yeah, it's really awful. All right, let's see here. Spellcasting clerics. Let's see. We'll just consult the sacred text. When in doubt, just give it the good old search it in the book. All right, warlock spells, bard spells, cleric spells. You're according to the player's handbook. Sunbeam is not a 6th level cleric spell.
Yeah,
I'm
according
lied
to
to.
D&D Beyond as well.
Yep, D&D Beyond is correct. Don't trust everything you see online, kids. Sometimes the internet lies to you, including D&D Wiki. So Bob, what do you got for your number 1 instead? While I find a new number 5.
Wow, this video is going to be super long.
It's
All
fine.
right, yeah. Let's see. What do I have? I have Blade Barrier.
That'd be my list. That's my number 2, or my now new number 1. So that's great.
You know, I find it weird that this is exclusively a cleric spell.
Yeah, me too.
This does not seem cleric-y.
It's Sunbeam. Get out of here. Anyway, Sunbeam is super cleric-y.
Yeah,
That's
right?
important. Yeah. All right. So why do you love Blade Barrier?
I don't know. I'm all flustered now. Let me look up Blade Barrier.
It's just a big old chunk. It's the meat grinder, as I like to call it.
Yes, it is the meat grinder. I like that it lasts 10 minutes. I don't know when you ever need it for 10 minutes.
Something's got a lot of hit points.
Well, it's a lot of hit points. Or, all right, if they're... the only thing that makes sense is zombies. That just hordes of things coming at you without regard to their own safety.
Yeah.
Or self-preservation.
Just for 10 minutes on end. Then you do it again.
I don't know why you need this. I mean, otherwise, why you would need this for 10 minutes. But
you normally don't even need it for 1 minute.
That's cool though. I mean, I'd rather have more than less.
Fair.
But yeah, it's one of those spells that you can throw people into or have fun with that.
Yeah, I think this is one of those ones that rewards figuring out how to get things coming in and out of it over and over again. Because it's when a creature enters the wall's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, which means if you can push it through it and then push it through it again and then push it through it again, each one of those instances is doing the damage. And that's pretty sweet. So like as long as you can get it in and out on a turn using like gusts of wind or using, thorn whips or, just good old fashioned shove actions, you can do 60-12, 12-12, 18, or sorry, 60-10, 12-10, or 18-10 damage in a single round. And that's pretty brutal and pretty awesome. And I love that.
And I like that it gives you the option of having a ringed wall around you. If you just need to buy some time, or specifically 10 minutes worth of time, then you can do whatever you need to do for 10 minutes while creatures outside that wall decide whether or not they want to get shredded to come attack you.
The answer is normally they don't want to get shredded. Normally.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're biding your time for.
That's true. Sometimes they have no choice but to run through it, or their evil mastermind says elementals, damage be damned, go through the wall, go get the enemies. Do what you must,
All right.
It's pretty neat. I'm a big fan of it.
Well, do you have a new number 1 or do you have a new number 2?
My list just shoved up and I have a new number 5 because
new number 5.
Yeah, because there weren't more that I didn't have. It was just Sunbeam was on there and shouldn't have been.
Yeah, right.
This is the first time D&D Wiki has betrayed me, and I'm disappointed in that. My number 3, I think, might surprise you. It surprised me that I put it on here at all.
Well, let me guess then.
Okay.
Is it oh shucks, let me go look at my list. Cleric spells. Okay. Is it?
The audience is waiting. The suspense is palpable.
Is it heal?
It's not. It's Hero's Feast.
All right. Well, if it was heal, that would have surprised me. Hero's Feast, not so much.
Yeah, I think Hero's Feast is perfectly fine, but it's not really a spell, which is normally the kind of thing that I'm normally bummed about. But it's something you'd like. You spend $2,000 on a campaign, you get a bunch of extra HP for the 1 or 2 fights. You're pretty happy with it. It has the potential to be abused by very rich parties, where you just every long rest. This is now as a passive boon that everyone always gets. That's probably not most tables. At least I hope it's not most tables. I mean, a lot of tables at the upper tier do tend to get like Scrooge McDuck vaults level of like 100,000 gold pieces, and you go, okay, great. This we'll just use this 50 times, then we're not gonna have 50 long rests before the campaign's over. So that's perfect. But yeah, bunch of HP maximum. What's not to love? It's a 6th level slot that doesn't really cost you a 6th level slot because you're doing this before you long rest. So like, it's just pretty exceptional. I'm overall. If I have an opportunity to cast Hero's Feast, I'll cast it probably right before we go fight Strahd or whatever the big villain of the campaign is, and then you're gonna be pretty happy with it.
Yes, Hero's Feast made my list as well. It's
Oh, great success.
yeah, same thing. In fact, I was thinking more of the abuse case scenario where, guess what? We've all just got this forever now.
Just we all have about as 9 HP for the rest of the time. That's fine.
Hero's Feast is called breakfast.
Yeah, and like it beyond like giving the temp HP, it also heals all of like blinds, deafens, and stuff, right? Like I'm sorry, it cures all diseases and poisons. You become immune to being poisoned and frightened, which is really big. And you make all wisdom saving throws from now on with advantage. Why not? If you got the cash to burn, light it up, baby. This is free. This is the best breakfast you'll ever have, and you can have it for the rest of the time if you have that much money. You know, and then as you're winning the adventures because you have the Hero's Feast, you're making more money from those adventures to pour into more Hero's Feasts, and it funnels money directly to the top, and top being you, the adventuring party.
Yeah, how could this not be on your list? Actually, it was kind of lower on my list, but yeah,
it's my number 3. I think still that most tables aren't going to be doing like I don't think most tables are abusing this. I think most tables are probably doing the Twist campaign, and that's I think a pretty healthy spot for this kind of thing to be.
All right. Well, I wonder if my next pick will surprise you.
Hit me with it.
I chose Forbiddance.
On my radar, didn't make my worst, didn't make my top 5.
Well, can you guess why it made mine?
Is it permanent?
It can be for a mere 30 casts.
Only 30 casts.
That's a month.
And does it consume the powdered ruby?
I don't know. I have to look it up again.
This is an important question because it also then costs you 30,000 gold.
Let's take
it doesn't say it consumes it, so you can keep reusing the same powdered ruby.
Sure.
Conceivably, sure.
Yeah, it doesn't say it's consumed. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So potential permanence and 40,000 square feet. That's amazing.
I feel like you see that number and you go, wow, that's gigantic. It's a pretty large area, but it's not like how many city blocks are in 40,000 square feet in city blocks?
All right, how many city blocks? Just the unit you're measuring by is enough for me.
That you know what, that's fair.
But with combine that with the potential permanence, and you've got your realm covered.
That's true.
Eventually. But and all right, I guess we should talk about what it actually does. What you had something to say?
I do.
What?
According to this calculator, 40,000 square feet is a third of a city block.
Okay, still.
That's still a decent space. It's just not like, gargantuan. It's like a building. Sure,
that's fine with me. As for the effects, I was a little bit reading through it. I was a little bit bummed out. It says, all right, it prevents this creature type of your choice from teleporting or entering this space or whatever up to 30 feet in the air. I was thinking, well, they can just teleport over it, and a lot of them will have wings anyway, and they can just come down after that. But it also damages them once they're in there.
This is true.
I mean, that's a huge space that's relatively safe, or at least if they want to come tangle with you, it's gonna hurt.
That's true. I still always struggle with it. You have to put it somewhere, and the things have to come to you for this to have any text. And that
this is strictly protective. This is you're protecting your third of a city block.
Yeah, it's a third of your square city block, which is different. And I'm sure the commoners, hopefully that, if there's got to be someone that can tell me the exact in building estimate size. Give me something I can visualize. I'm having a difficult time seeing exactly how much space this is in my tiny little wee brain at the moment. But still, like, you protect a space, a decently large space. How often in the campaign are you going to be tracking villains back to your lair? Not that often. How often are you going to be like baiting celestials to come kill you in your church? I don't see that happening all that often. Like, I think the use cases of it are very fringe at best. That being said, it is prepared, so it's the kind of thing, right, where you can be like, we are doing this once a campaign encounter where we're defending this space. Forbiddance goes up. And that seems fine there. That seems pretty usable then.
Here, I looked up a football field is 57,600 square feet. So a
Okay,
little bit
so
smaller
we're
than that.
a little bit smaller than a football field. Okay, that's great. That's a great metric that I can visualize in my brain. It's a decently large chunk of space, but it's like a battle
yeah.
map's worth,
This,
right?
you know, Sam, this is you and me. I will always value this sort of thing, even
That's
though
true.
I will never, ever, ever, ever use it.
Even though it's not getting cast, it's like, yeah, this is cool. I definitely get. I again, as a person that loves Hallow, I agree. Forbiddance is very cool.
I need to protect all my wall of stone structures.
So you just go around, you pay 30 clerics, spend 30 days spamming forbiddance around your whole domain so nothing gets in. That's a cool campaign arc, actually. If you want to run a campaign around the idea of just like, this is a bastion against otherworldly and extraplanar magic, and it's just a whole bunch of forbiddance before everyone that casts the forbiddance gets exiled, and you have this magic free zone. You can run some cool ideas there. Is it great in the actual table in play? Probably not, but it's very nifty.
All right, well, that's enough of that. What else made your list?
Okay, I have Create Undead as my number 4. And
that just barely didn't make mine.
The reason Create Undead made mine isn't because of when you cast it up 6th level. It's because when you upcast it, it gets really, really game-breaking munchkin-y busted. It's still also just like a summon spell, and summon spells are normally pretty good. Even though ghouls aren't that amazing, getting a bunch of free ghouls is still pretty solid. Clerics don't... if Summon Celestial didn't exist, this probably be higher on my list, honestly, because, again, it's one of the few ways clerics get to actually do the summoning minigame. But because Summon Celestial exists, I think this is a comfortable number 4 for me. It's fine. If you need some ghouls, you got some ghouls. If you want a ghast, you got a ghast. Sure. If you upcast it and get some whites running around that are killing a bunch of towns and are creating your own little zombie army, now we're in business. Especially
what level is that?
You can get a white at 8th level, I believe.
Okay.
I think you get more than one white at 9th level.
Wait, all right, so 8th level spell.
Yes. Which is
okay,
like 17th
that's pretty high up there.
That's 15th level, yeah. I mean, okay, we're talking about 6th level spells. We're at 11th level already.
No, that's fine.
So we're well over halfway through the game. Yeah. I normally don't like have spells based off their uppercast merits. I did here because I wasn't that impressed with the rest of the cleric spell list. And so this gets my number 3 slot. Wow, it really does, because Heroes Feast is my number 2 slot because everything gets bumped up because Sunbeam is not a cleric spell. Bummer. Do you have anything else you want to talk about Create Undead, or is it pretty tried and true metric we've mentioned a lot?
Not really. We talked quite a bit about it on the Create Undead video, so go watch that. All right, so I guess let's see, what else do I have? I've got Word of Recall. Did that make your list?
I can't believe Word of Recall made your list. It did not make mine.
Why? What's wrong with it?
It's okay. All it does is get everyone out right now to a different spot.
Yeah.
We had a long video about this. I couldn't think I was very defensive of it in that video. It seems so narrow.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think I've ever used this, but there have been plenty of times where I wish I had.
Everything has to be within 5 feet of you
to
be able to Word of Recall.
Hey guys, shit just hit the fan.
Get over here.
Gather together. Yeah.
Jimmy's on the ground dead over there.
Well, I guess we're going to meet over there.
Sure. Or just, I guess, Jimmy's not coming with us.
Or teleport him over here. Or telekinesis his body.
Listen, the creatures have to be willing, and unconscious creatures can't be willing, so that's like an important designation you can't bring.
I mean, you can hold him.
He's not willing, though. Is he equipped at that point? I don't think so. Listen, I think Word of Recall is incredibly niche and narrow. you have to designate a sanctuary beforehand. You go back to that sanctuary. It's a one-way teleport effect. It's a 6th level spell worth a one-way anti-distance teleport effect. Maybe. I don't love it. I don't think I would want to really actively prepare this. It is one of few ways clerics kind of have to do this thing, though, so that's the end of the world. I just think there's going to be a lot of fights where if Word of Recall is your planned escape route, someone is getting left behind and dying. And I think that's, not necessarily what you want your escape plan to be.
I mean, all right. There is the like, oh crap, things are inevitably going bad now.
Yeah.
We gotta bail. But there's I'm sure there's also cases where, you go in there, you find the treasure, but there's still dangers lurking behind you. You don't necessarily want to work your way back through the caverns or whatever. So, all right, we got what we came for. Word of Recall.
Sure, it helps that it's a prepared spell, right? So, like, if you can get to a safe spot, you long rest, put it on your sheet, get out of there. That's pretty harmless. It makes it feel more like a class feature than a spell, and it's probably to its boon. That use case alone's like, yeah, sure, okay, that's fine. It's a convenience for if you're doing like a large scale adventuring, you don't want to have to go exposition. We walk back to camp. You just go, we're back at camp. Sure.
Well,
I don't.
I mean, I feel you could just say exposition. We're back at camp, and fine.
That's where I find this normally overlaps, and that's not a huge use case selling point to me. Is that what is normally skipped over? Like, so much of adventuring is the going through of the adventure and beating it on the way in. Most adventures don't tend to be also beating it on the way out. That's where I'm like, the few use cases that this does exist are in those dungeons, and then you've removed the interesting, exciting like gameplay of that to just Word of Recall back and turn that into exposition. That's kind of lame. But
Right,
sure, fair.
I'm just trying to come up with other uses. It's mainly for, oh crap, we're all gonna die.
Yeah.
Word of Recall.
Everyone get it within 5 feet of the cleric and
Yeah.
hope for the best, which notably is fireball formation. So good luck with that. I don't know. I'm not very
This
high
will
on it, but
be
I see it being
initiative dependent.
Definitely.
All right, well,
I have 2 more to go now, don't I?
yeah, all right. So 2 more that are objectively better than Word of Recall. What do you got?
Oh, you might have me on that. Word of Recall might all of a sudden be my number 5. My next one, I don't like that it's on my list, but I think it's responsible to put it here. I still don't like that it exists. It does do a powerful thing, and it's True Seeing. I think True Seeing.
Ooh, I am surprised.
Yeah, I really hate this spell. We talked a lot about it, and you're like, I'm kind of indifferent to it, but I think it's fine. And I'm like, this is actually the devil itself come to the Dungeons and Dragons tables and making me hate everyone. True Seeing is a binary check that says anything that isn't real, we now see as not real. And that can lead to some frustrations to me personally as a DM, that leads to some frustrations where interesting ways to engage the party start to go away, because just for an hour duration, no concentration, you have this ability to have a 120-foot true sight of just, I see all illusion, I see all invisibility, I see all of any kind of magic. You notice secret hidden doors, you can see onto the ethereal plane, you just see whatever you need to see. I don't love that. That being said, it does have a really powerful effect in the upper tiers as far as we need to not get goozled by the wizard anymore. We need the lich to stop screwing with our brains. We need to understand what is real and what is not. We need to know who's the doppelganger. We need to know X, Y, or Z. We've already done the puzzles in the lower tier. We've had that fun. We're moving past that. True Seeing comes down and says we now have a catch-all solution to most of these problems. And that's pretty good, especially being as something that you can prepare when you need it. You say, okay, we're going to fight fairies. I'm bringing True Seeing so we don't get goozled. And that seems reasonable in that use case.
Yeah, I won't argue with you there. Yeah, just maybe it should have made my list, but I don't know. I don't feel bad for leaving this one off.
I hate True Seeing, and I'm annoyed that it's on my list, but it's definitely, I think it's better than Word of Recall, like power-wise. I would much rather play at a table using Word of Recall than True Seeing, though. So, your mileage may vary. And then, are you all finished with your 5? Do I have to pick another one?
No, I've got
Oh, great.
one
What do you
more.
got?
And this was my struggler. This is where I ran out of ones that I thought, yeah, these deserve to be on a list. I've got Heal.
That's just 70 HP?
Yep. Well, and what the some
Blindness,
different
deafness,
effects.
diseases
Yeah,
all
right.
end.
Yeah. So like I said, I was making the list. I got Hero's Feast on there. They're like, heal. This is like really, really crappy Hero's Feast.
It's
Like,
70
these are-
hit points right now.
Yeah.
That's not like, so that's not nothing. I don't love it, but it is a lot of attack. Like, if you're fighting things that are doing 2d10, 3d10 damage, that's 3 or 4 hits. It's pretty good. Like, I don't hate a spell that mitigates 3 to 4 hits. It being a 6th level spell that doesn't move you towards ending the fight, though, I don't love. Is this going to be my number 5? Probably not. Let me check its competition real quick.
Let's see. Now,
Man,
what
why
if?
can't Sunbeam be a cleric spell?
Yeah, really.
Were you gonna
Yeah,
say?
I was gonna say if your fighter is blind, deaf, and diseased, and sitting on 5 hit points, then this would be an awesome spell.
Agreed. I mean, and like, let's be honest. It, like I just said, this is enough healing where it will mitigate a lot of. It'll make a lot of enemy actions be required to put something at 0. If you could even do this on, like, if you know your barbarian's got 130 HP or whatever, and they're at 40, you sometimes will say, great, heal, even out of combat. Now it's not costing me actions, but we're about to go into a fight. You have 70 more HP. You're going to have this whole fight. You double it up with resistances. You're looking at 140 HP worth of hit points. That is a lot of, there's a lot of attacks. It's a lot of area effect damage. There's a lot of mitigation that you're doing. That isn't unreasonable. I still probably don't ever put this on my sheet. I probably would rather have the upcasting things like Summon Celestial here specifically, because you get 2 attacks with your Avenger now, and that seems better than almost all of these. That being said, I've talked myself into it. I think heal is good enough, and the rest, more importantly, the rest of these are bad enough that heal can be my number 5. It was that or harm, and 14d6 damage is laughable. So let's go with heal.
Yeah, I briefly looked at harm, but yeah.
I can't
I
wait to talk
do
about our
like
worst.
that there's a cleric spell called harm now.
Yeah. Very reminiscent of the old days.
Yeah.
You got heal and harm. I just wish harm did 70 flat damage. I think that'd be way better.
Yeah.
You just pick something to take 70. That'd be sweet. It doesn't though.
All right, so does that make your full list then?
Yep.
All right, that's mine. You want to give us the rundown again?
Sure. Mine's Blade Barrier, Hero's Feast, Create Undead, True Seeing, and Heal. I don't love my bottom 3, but that's cleric spells for you.
All right, we weren't super far off this time. I have Blade Barrier, Forbiddance, Word of Recall, Hero's Feast, and Heal.
And this is, listen, a learning experience for me. It can be a learning experience for our viewers too. Don't trust D&D Wiki at their word. Track the PHB, check other books. Maybe Sunbeam isn't really a cleric spell, even though it definitely should be.
All right, now the fun part. What did you pick for your worst?
I always go first with these. You go first.
All right.
There's 2. There's 2 that are very clearly like awful.
All right. I hope mine was one of them. I think it is. I think it must be. God. But yeah, I don't have as much vitriol toward this one as I do for a lot of the other ones. But Find the Path.
Find the Path is also my worst.
Oh,
it is.
Okay.
Yeah. This is terrible.
It's a map.
It's worse than a map because it doesn't even, like, a map will show you what danger you're going into. This just goes that way's fastest. This isn't a spell. This isn't nothing. Your DM already wants you going in the right direction. No DM is like, I would think it's going to be a very fun play experience for you all to wander around aimlessly for 4 hours. No one's got time for that. Teenagers playing in high school lunchrooms don't have time for that, right? Like, there isn't a game that exists where Find the Path is going to be good because you already will generally know where you're supposed to be going. Find the Path shouldn't cost a 6th level spell slot for an effect that is a glorified. It's a glorified survival check.
What level would you put this at?
First, and I wouldn't cast it.
Oh man,
this spell is horrendous. It's so bad. It's not even a ritual. You have to spend a 6th level spell slot on this.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking.
It takes your concentration, so you can't concentrate on other things while this is up for its day duration. Basically, I think what the intention was, what it feels like to me, is that this is supposed to be like how to get out of hex crawling in the upper tiers. You just go, okay, find the path replaces hex crawling. If you're at the table that wants to be doing that, this spell is unfun. And at every other table, no one's using it anyway. Like, if you want
Yeah.
to go exploring, if you have a ranger that's set on survival, if your whole objective is to build a character that's built around detecting tracks, finding the clear routes, navigating through jungle brush, keeping a sense of that survival gritty realism that D&D's not great at, but it can do well enough that you can play that way in it, Find the Path just goes, screw all of that.
Yeah.
You know the right direction. Now just keep living. And at every other table, no one wants to jump through that rigmarole. No one wants to do the, I detect which way is north. We use the compass. As you just say, I make a survival check. We know what direction we're going. Great, you move forward. Because again, and I cannot emphasize this enough, there are not many tables that really enjoy meandering around aimlessly for 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, back when I was first playing, that's what we used to do. Just wander through the woods and random encounter.
You got really excited about the random encounters because
Yeah.
meandering through the woods couldn't possibly be that interesting. I do have a runner-up if you want to talk about a runner-up.
Yeah, I was curious what else you thought was almost this bad.
Planar Ally.
Oh,
Planar Ally is a glorified, all you do is you say, dear sweet divine forces above, send me a mercenary that we may pay so that we may go on an adventure with said mercenary. It doesn't give you a summoned companion. It just says, I would like to rent a Solar, please. And as opposed to going to the extra planes to get said Solar, which we're in the tier that's viable now, you just ask politely for a 6th level spell slot. And that's not worth 6th level spell slot. This is an event that you should be going on. This is an adventure to go find aid. Conjuring it in this way and then still having to pay it is just stupid.
I don't know. I mean, you do get something. You get a, well, presumably you get a little helper, a mercenary.
I'm going to read this line of text. When the creature appears, it is under no compulsion to behave in any particular way.
Yeah, I get that. As intended, though. I mean, look, I don't like it either. But I'd really not like my DM if I had summoned this guy. Thanks. See ya.
Thanks for the ticket over here, bud.
Yeah.
I'm heading out. You want a beer? Let's swing by the local pub on my way out. We'll catch up. Then I'll head out. Yeah, no. Listen, I think the spell is ripe for frustrations. I think it's ripe for just like the kind of thing, like if my DM doesn't give me exactly what I want here, I'm going to be really annoyed. The spell tells them not to.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But it's like
it's better than Find the Path.
Yeah. But I was thinking the same thing with a planar binding. It's just a headache. That's why I didn't make my top 5. Thought it might have made yours, but no.
Planar binding did make my top 5 because it's ripe for abuse, not because it's a fun experience.
All right. Well, I guess that's that.
6th level cleric spells. I thought there was a better list than the 4th level, but I think I may without Sunbeam, this just feels so much weaker.
Yeah, man. I can't imagine what you're thinking right now because you went into this list with Sunbeam at number 1.
And then that got yoinked away from me. I was like, finally, clerics can feel like a different class.
Oh well.
I will say this experience has been very enlightening to me as far as like what upper level clerics look like, and I think I might be a little bit nicer to them. I used to think clerics were right up there as far as power goes with wizards. I think they might be quite a bit worse in the upper tiers. They're still really, 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 really good in the low tiers because they get their subclass at first level, and multiclassing them is really busted. But like, God, their upper level stuff, we are not in the arcane caster's wheelhouse of goodness. We are far from that.
Well, we're not done yet either.
I'm sure we got 3 more levels to go.
Yep. All right. Seems like, well, how do we usually end these? I feel like
ask the comment.
Oh yeah. Viewers at home, let us know what you think. What are your personal list or your picks for level 6 cleric spells? What did you think of our list? And yeah, there you go.
If Find the Path makes your top 5, I have to know why. I have to. You'd need to tell. You're legally obligated to tell me if Find the Path is on your top 5 list and why.
And if Sunbeam makes your list, I want to know that too.
Or you don't have to pick any 6th level spell. It doesn't have to be from any class list. Just say it's the best cleric one, and no one will notice.
All right, that was level 6 cleric spells. Stay tuned next week for level 7, and go look at all the other ones. And we did wizards too. We'll do more in the future. All right, thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 7 cleric spells.
We are
All
up
right.
there.
Yeah,
I like to add.
There's a pretty short list. Okay,
Yes.
what are you going to add?
I like to add the caveat to all of these. Once we get to the super upper tier stuff, I've played with these spells ones of times. Like most of the super high level magic, you just don't get to it in most campaigns. Most campaigns that I run tend to stop around 11th level, either because the campaign just disbands over time, or people, it actually comes to a conclusion in some cases. I've run 2 campaigns from 1 to 20. That is the bulk of my experience with the upper level spells past 13th level. So these are spells that I've maybe seen cast once or twice. Bob, I feel like you're in a similar boat, right? As like, haven't
Less
seen a
than
lot.
that.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a lot more conjecture. That being said, I think that this list is, while short, fairly encompassing. I think clerics get a pretty good deal here compared to some other classes.
Yeah, this wasn't too hard a list for me to pick some real good ones. I don't think I had any real strugglers for this one.
Yeah, same.
Other caveat, as always, Sam picks as an order. I do not. Mine are just top 5, willy-nilly.
And also consider that clerics are prepared casters, meaning you just take the good ones, the niche ones when you need them. That's a really big boon to a lot of these.
All right. You want to go first?
Sure. I'll start with my number 1. My number 1 also has an asterisk next to it, but it really, the asterisk is don't be a dick. And it's Conjure Celestial. So Conjure Celestial is really, really busted for one particular reason. It's called the Coatl. So the Coatl is a Celestial in 5th edition. It's a winged serpent that comes with a character's worth of spells, on top of getting a bunch of really cool attacks and abilities and stuff. A 7th level spell for a close-ish to full caster like ally, busted. Really absurdly broken. It is one of like 4 creatures that the spell can summon in total in the monster manual, and that's including the upcast. That's including 9th level. There are so few Celestials that are CR 5 or lower that this spell has like 2 valid targets. And how the spell typically works is whenever you cast a summon spell, specifically the conjuration spells, so like conjure minor elementals or stuff. This is in the same bracket as printed in the PHP, so it does the same thing. What happens is in this instance, you only have 1 of CR to pick from, it's CR 4 or lower, and the DM picks the monster. And if the DM has 2 choices, and those choices are a Pegasus, which is a glorified deer with wings, or this busted, hugely powerful, multi-spell casting, cool change shaping, cool ability attacking celestial ally. Those are their 2 options. And if they ever give you the Pegasus, you're in a very sour mood because you spent a 7th level spell slot on Fine Steed, but worse. That's where the don't be a dick caveat comes in. If you're a DM for someone with the spell, give them the Coatl because it's definitely what they came to use it for. That being said, it's also really busted. So maybe there'll be a window where you can say, I will give you the Coatl sometimes. There will be windows I'll alert you ahead of time. You've been using it a lot. Pegasus might start showing up now. That might be a conversation to have as a balancing factor for this kind of power. It's something that I would keep in mind. But if you ever get Coatl, oh my god. It gives you 3 times a day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spells, 1 time a day, 3 spells, and at will, detect evil and good, detect magic, detect thoughts. That's just all stable to something that you're getting for a 7th level cast. It's ridiculous.
Conjure Celestial did not make my list.
I'm baffled that that's the case.
Oh, I'm so unprofessional. The reason it did not, I was thinking Summon Celestial. Which, not a bad spell, but it's not Conjure Celestial. Yes, that should have made the list, definitely.
Yeah, Conjure Celestial is really, really, really good.
I really
specifically
need
because
to spend
Coatl's
more
really
time
good.
on these picks.
Sure. We talked about. Didn't we literally talk about Summon Celestial last video?
Yes, and that's why it was
Okay.
still on my mind.
That's fair. The Defender and the Avenger and all that
Yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
well. All right. Well, I'm
So
gonna give
you're
you
saying-
one of my picks.
Back in time, had you known this was Summon or Conjure Celestial, not Summon Celestial, you would have picked it.
Probably.
That's fair.
Yeah, because if I went back and read your review, yeah.
Quaddle's really busted. It can change shape. It magically polymorphs into a human or beast that has a challenge rating equal to or less than its own. They can just do that. Just for
Yeah.
free. Whenever it wants. It's really good. What else
I didn't have to tell you that. I could have just taken one of my spells off and said,
Installed in there.
that made my list.
You know what?
but,
That's
you know.
some integrity, Bob. That's some
There you go.
good old-fashioned integrity.
That's what it's called, integrity.
Yeah, last little comment I'll say, if you cast at 9th level, you get a Pegasus. That's pretty good. Pegasus are pretty sweet. If you don't get a Pegasus, if you cast at the 9th level spell and you get a Quaddle, shame on your DM, because that's rude. If you cast at 9th level and get a Pegasus, shame. Deep shame. It's not so busted. This isn't the most busted summon spell or conjure spell, but it is very good. Hop it over to you. What's your
right.
next one?
I still feel good about my picks, though.
Okay.
And I'm maybe I'm glad this happened because now we're going to cover at least one more spell.
Probably going to cover almost all of them. They're only 9, so.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right. Yeah, my next pick or my first pick is Etherealness.
Etherealness is on my list too. It's my number 3. It maybe should be my number 2, but Etherealness is very high on my list.
Yeah, it's really cool. Walk through stuff. Awesome.
Yeah.
That's
what you got? That's why you love it? Walk
yeah,
through stuff?
pretty much.
Period.
I mean,
Awesome.
it really opens up the world. There's places you're not supposed to be. Now those are fair game.
Yeah. It can be.
I mean, it's a huge tool.
Yes, it's a really massive tool. We've talked about it at length in our Etherealness and stuff videos. I find there are some issues with it at some tables. That's not going to be all tables. A lot of players are going to play with this perfectly fairly. And it won't be I freely scout whatever dungeons I want, and DMs will make countermeasures for it if that starts to be the case, and you can get in a cool little arms race that can be really fun for some people, and for others, it can be a gigantic headache they don't necessarily want to deal with. I don't think this is a spell that plays well in every single group. I don't think this is a spell that's necessarily... It's something you definitely want to talk to your DM about, because it is such a powerful utility tool just to jump onto the ethereal plane and fly around for 8 hours, that you're going to need to come to some consensus about how this can be used, how your effective and efficient ways to, assess and attack different problems with it. It's worth talking about with your group before taking it, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, we're getting into 7th level spells here. This is the case. I think if there's no ability to abuse it or cause headaches, it shouldn't be a 7th level spell.
I think it probably doesn't make a top of any list if it is not giving you those caveats, right? If it's not abusable or breakable or warping the game around it, top 5ing it's very difficult unless you're, a particularly bad class spell list, which we've been to a couple of times. Clerics have had some real rough levels. This is not the case here. This one is really potent. Definitely deserves a spot.
If you're getting into this tier of play, I think you just need a dungeon master that knows the game and knows how to roll with these kind of punches.
A DM, I think if another big important point is if you're taking this, you can probably expect it to be really, really busted once. After that, expect DM countermeasures, even not ones written anywhere. Expect your DM to come up with means of navigating and dealing with this in ways that aren't even necessarily in the player's handbook or monster manual or DMG. That is the kind of power this spell presents. I would definitely advise to be wary that your mileage will vary depending on how much pushback your DM sets against this kind of effect. That's why I don't love it. That's another reason why I don't love it, at least. It's still going to be really powerful most of the time, though. And again, I think the vast majority of... maybe not the vast majority. At a lot of tables, this is not going to be a problem at all. It's going to be a fun scouting tool. It's going to be a fun infiltration tool that you'll use once or twice as part of a larger scheme still. And that's pretty sweet.
All right. What else you got?
I have Plane Shift as my number 2.
I have Plane Shift, yes.
Plane Shift is kind of like water breathing in that once you get access to it, you get a whole new axis of adventures that become available. Your environment for exploring goes from the material plane, or in the case of water breathing, above water, to all of the planes, and in Water Breathing's case, underwater. You open up a whole new extra worlds of exploration that become possible with plane shift. It, like Etherealness, is going to be a spell you're going to want to talk to people about if this is a spell that's even going to be able to be used at the table because of how it just says, I don't want to be on this plane anymore. Take me to a different world with different events and different things happening.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Not always great.
Like you're worried about giving the DM a headache with etherealness. What about this?
Like you said, if it doesn't give the DM a headache, is it really that powerful? Plane shift definitely is one of those spells too. This is another spell you definitely talk to your DM about and say, wouldn't it be cool if we decided to go to the City of Doors that I heard about or read about online in Giant the Playground or Cavern of Creatures website or whatever. If you decide that you're the pyromancer and you want to make a pilgrimage to the plane of fire, plane shift is a way to do that. It's something you're going to definitely need to discuss ahead of time with your DM because prepping multiplanar adventures mostly will default to your DM making things up very quickly and in very rapid succession that will lead to some wild outcomes in adventures that are more unpredictable than you're even necessarily thinking plane shift is going to lead them to. Asking someone to, like, on the spot, make up what heaven looks like. Just right now. We're going there right now just to see what's happening with the angels and whatnot. And the DM kind of goes, that is a solution to this undead problem. I was not prepared for this. Buckle up, kids. We're going to go on a wild ride. And then you just appear on Mount Celestia and do some stuff, right? So, yeah, talk to him about it. Very powerful. Axis changing. Very good.
I mean, I like it for the other uses it has. I mean, you can use it to access teleportation circles. So to
Sure.
A higher level teleporting kind of spell. Also, what was the bit about banishing creatures?
You can banish an unwilling creature to another plane. Choose creature, make a melee spell attack against it. So that's not really where I want to be when I'm casting plane shift.
No.
On hit, the creature makes a charisma saving throw, and if it fails, it's trampled to a random location on the plane of existence you specify. It does permanently get rid of it. So if you get it to fail twice, it does just solve that problem. And that being attached to this effect is pretty decent. I would never take this spell with that being the intended use case for the vast majority of the time, though. It'll be really funny, though, when it does happen that one time, where you find the big evil maniacal villain, you give him a slap on the back, and gone forever. I don't know how you're getting out of the abyss, but you're going to figure that out on your own, buddy.
All right. Well, yeah, plane shift made my list as well.
Sick. What else did?
Let's see. All right, I got Divine Word.
That's my number 5.
Number 5, yeah.
I think I've come around a lot on plane shift and Divine Word since our initial chats about them, I think. What do you love about Divine Word? Why does it make your list?
I'm looking it up right now to make sure I'm talking about the right one. This
it does things to things with 50, 40, 30, 20 hit points or lower.
Yeah, I just think there's I like different kind of effects. And yeah, as long as you're not casting it in at a town where everybody has fewer than 20 hit points and all die, then unless it's an evil town, I don't know. But yeah, if you're in a crowd of creatures with, somewhere between 20 and 50 hit points, it could be a lot of fun to use.
I really think you want it to be 20 to 40 hit points. The Devon condition isn't that good, and that's what the 50 HP threshold is. I still think that's a large quantity of monsters. If you're ever in an encounter against lots of things, this will do a huge, stunning is almost equivalent to murder. If you stun a zombie for an hour, you've killed the zombie. It doesn't matter what it does for the rest of the hour. It's out of the encounter. There's no subsequent saves once that happens. This also only takes a bonus action, meaning this is exceptionally efficient, which is pretty cool. The range is kind of low, but a very efficient AoE stun, blind, instant killing of weaker creatures that also is a silver bullet against Celestial Elemental Fae Fiend mass encounters where it sends them to the plane of existence regardless of its hit points. It can have 200 hit points, and you can run up to you and you can say, no thank you, sir, make a save or get banished to the plane of existence for good. That's really solid. It can't return to your plane for 24 hours, but it still has to find a way to get there once those 24 hours are done, too. It's a pretty neat little spell. It's even against an army of orcs, you're going to be able to get a good amount of value out of this. But in the cases where it's exceptional, this spell shines very, very brightly. It's something that you can definitely put on your sheet regularly and be happy with, and then put on your sheet whenever you are looking ahead to see there's this big undead chapter or big celestial chapter or big elemental event coming up, and then you put on your sheet for that, and then oh my god, it happens once your DM goes, well, half the encounter just disappeared into thin air. What do I do? And you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, there's the element, I just forgot what I was saying. Yeah, elemental fey thing, which is cool. There's, yeah, like you said, I was thinking about walking into a village. I don't know why my mind went there, but yes, there will be advancing hordes of enemy army and stuff that you can maybe kill a bunch of them. Fun. And for stronger but not too much stronger creatures, there's like minions in a boss battle or something. Effective
This is
stuff there.
this is definitely a kind of spell. Your DM's playstyle is going to really tell you if the spell is even usable. If your DM likes running 2 or 3 big things at a time, uncastable garbage. You can never touch this spell. If your DM likes putting large quantities of stuff against you, I'm that kind of DM. I love throwing big boss monster, lots of little things for the party to interact with that make the combat more complex. That's kind of how I like to DM and run adventures. And I think spells kind of ask and push you to do those, so you can still say the martial characters can do all their big damage against the one big thing, while the spellcasters have the area control of dealing with all the little things. They can weaponize more conditions, they can weaponize more spells and stuff like that. If your DM is more of 2 or 3 frost giants, make this encounter balanced and not hugely on the varying quantities of HP varied enemies, it's gonna get a lot worse. So you might want to consider that bait whenever you're considering picking it up. If you get to this tier, you get to 30th level, and you haven't had a single encounter that's had more than like 4 enemies in it, you probably want to steer clear of Divine Word. Otherwise, it's probably excellent.
You should know by the time this becomes available.
Yeah, you should have a good read. And even at those tables, if you're ever against 3 really big elementals, whoo boy, this is just a permanent banishment for probably 2 of them. And that's excellent.
All right. That was Divine Word. What else you got?
All right, I also, and this pained me, that's my number 5. This pained me to put it on this list. I've come around on it a lot. My number 5 is Regenerate.
Oh, you have come around on it a lot.
I've come around on it a lot.
Thought for sure that was going to be your worst.
No. My worst we've talked about kind of recently. Did Regenerate make your list?
Not the top 5.
That's fair. I will say this about these 7th level spells. This was none of these are particularly bad. I think the best of them, like Etherealness, Plane Shift, and Conjure Celestial, are kind of a tier above the rest. But there were no spells that I would be offended to cast. None of these spells slapped me in the face with how awful they are. Except one.
Right, well,
we'll get to
talk
that
to me about the religious experience you had since we last talked about Regenerate.
I said Regenerate was fine. It was a 3, and I stand by that's probably a 3. I said that the instances of it being good are there, and it can be a fairly effective tool to have access to. It's just going to be at very specific, like, silver bullet tables. You have to be playing 5-6 encounters for Regenerate to be excellent. In those tables, it is excellent. Outside of those tables, you don't really need it. Healing is abundant enough that this probably isn't something you want to necessarily spend a 7th level spell slot on. It's a very high price, but the effect on, you stick this on a barbarian and having them go back to full health in between fights is ridiculously powerful. Getting an extra 500-600 hit points out of things is really good.
Yeah, I guess I'm misremembering the conversation we had about it.
I don't like most healing magic, and I don't like this that much. I wouldn't prepare this. This isn't a spell that I would put on my sheet most of the time. I would be taking the conjure stuff. I'd be taking the plane shift stuff. I'd be taking even spells that are probably worse than this is my intended way of casting. It's having a minute cast time means it's not something you're using in combat, meaning this is exclusively something you're doing to prep. This is something that you're doing after encounter 1, knowing you have 4 more encounters coming down the road. You want this up. That is where it is potent. And I think that if you are at that table, this is a home run. If you aren't at the table, don't ever consider it. And that's a nice, easy place for a cleric spell that you are a prepared caster. You have that luxury of figuring out to be.
All right. Well, I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because I have a feeling we'll talk about it again soon. All right. Well, I guess I'll go on to my next pick.
We've never had this happen before. This is excellent.
No.
Yeah, hit me with it. I can't believe that's. I'm so angry with you, Bob. I'm so angry with you. All right, kid. What's your next one?
I've got Symbol.
Symbol's in your top 5. It's not my worst, so they didn't happen the other way around. But what is Symbol?
Well, just because of the variety of stuff you can do, I'm looking it up again. But yeah, just it's a very flexible spell. You got your different effects you can set to trigger. Because yeah, at first I was thinking this is just more expensive glyph of warding, but yeah, it's got a bunch of different effects you can have. You can set up a different triggering mechanisms, and then like, and what's the is there like a maximum area of effect?
It affects touch 60-foot range. So the 60-foot range is the maximum area effect. Requires touch to set it up. You touch a thing, that thing can have up to a 60-foot area that is affected by the effects.
All right, up to a 60-foot area. Yeah, if you set it to wait until 100 people gathered in that spot,
Yeah, sure.
then it could be hugely effective.
Sure, this could be a great tool for mass destruction and
Again,
evil.
I don't want to get back into
Killing a village.
It doesn't have to be
It
evil.
always
It
comes
could
back to
be-
killing a village with you, Bob.
No, it doesn't have to be damage. You could make them fall asleep or be afraid or just be in pain or something. Whatever. I mean, that's not nice, but it's not death.
I really love Symbol. I don't think it makes my list because it is even more niche than Regenerate is whenever it comes to the number of instances where it's good. You'd be at a table that's playing defensively, that's guarding a space, and that we've talked about this with Glyph of Warding.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
happens like once or twice a campaign, I think. That's where you take Symbol for that encounter, and it's pretty baller there. I don't think you take it outside of that ever. And that's where, because it's got a minute cast time, because it's got, a pretty hardy gold component, 1,000 gold a pop, you're not doing this more than once or twice a campaign. In those instances, it'll be pretty sweet. It's like Hallow to me in a way that this is a cool effect to set up. This goes right alongside Hallow as far as like building defenses for like protecting the city from this ambush or this oncoming army or whatever. That's where I like it a lot. Outside of that, I don't think it has a whole lot of merit, albeit the modes are all really cool. I love that Hopelessness is one of the modes. That's pretty sweet.
That's so sad.
On a failed save, the target is overwhelmed with despair. Cool. Neat.
See, I mean, I don't think this definitely has to be you're defending a spot against an oncoming. I mean, a minute cast time, it's until dispelled or triggered. I mean, a minute's not super long. If you know there's somebody you want to fight nearby, you cast
You
this.
could goad them back to the space.
Well, then you make yourself known. Like you start talking loudly or something.
Sure. I think that there's in the tier you're getting this. If you have hidden yourself, you lay a trap, you let yourself known. That's a big plan to enact, and that's pretty cool. If you can make it successfully happen, I'm here for it. I think we're at a tier of play where you're not necessarily against the idiot bugbear bandits. You're not necessarily against the big dumb ogres running into traps head first anymore. I think we're probably dealing with more competent aboleth-like villains, and you maybe use this as a way to draw out some of their minions and kill them to weaken their defenses. Maybe use this as a grander tool as part of a larger sort of back and forth with a higher intelligence, scarier threat. I don't think if you're like trying to go to dragon to get within 60 feet of this thing, that's just not going to happen. It's going to breath you from a mile away. It's not going to fall for your trap almost ever. It has got so many other tools to circumnavigate this problem. I see it being a very difficult order unless it knows it needs to take that space from you. Unless it's an aggressive force attempting to control an area that it's not allowed to be in. That is where I think the spell is most usable. And I think the goading application is a bit weaker, specifically as we get into the higher tiers, like even the Glyph of Warding.
All right. Crowded market. You trigger the fear. Everybody drops their money and runs away.
I think if you're in a crowded market in D&D and you see a holy-esque figure begin scrawling on a piece of parchment, run. Just run. Because in a minute, a bomb could go off, as far as you know. A death bomb that just kills you. Don't be anywhere near that, villagers. Get out of there.
That's no way to live your life, Sam.
In fear of the clerics.
All right, how many more do you have?
I'm done.
Oh, you're done.
Covered.
All right, well, how many do I have left?
I don't know.
Let's see. I got that one.
We're gonna probably cover every single spell on this list.
All right, I've got one more that we haven't covered yet.
Mm-hmm.
I have Firestorm.
Firestorm did not make my list.
Well, clearly not.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Why did I like this one? It doesn't hurt plants. That's nice. But no, that is not why.
That's the kind of text where I just go, why is this on here?
Yeah, that's weird.
How did we get here?
But again, this one, I feel like it's, I mean, for a strictly damaging spell, I think it's kind of versatile. You get, 10-foot cubes that you can put anywhere you like?
Not anywhere you like.
Well, okay.
You have to arrange them so that they're like stacked against each other. so they have to be
Oh.
connected. You make a size of 10-foot cubes. They have to be connected in some way. So you can make a snake. You can make often you're making a 3x3 with a 1 extra on the end somewhere. Cube of it.
Oh, all
Typically
right.
is how Firestorm's working.
Okay, yes, I see. Still, I think it's, I mean, kind of like Fireball, except that you can move the damage around where you want it, and not hurt your precious plants.
I think if Fireball weren't so easy to sculpt already, in that a lot of tables don't have an issue saying being directly in front of the explosion is perfectly fine, right? Like, it can be an inch from your face and you have no issue with a fireball exploding there. I would say this has a lot more merit because that sculpting becomes more powerful. I think most of the time, like, we can fireball test this damage-wise, is doing 70-10 against the 12d6 fireball upcast. And 12d6 hitting for 42 on average. 70-10 is less than that. It's hitting for 38 on average. So you're saying, I'm trading 4 damage and no ability to downcast this for the ability to sculpt and shape it. And when most of the time it's an area that's it's smaller than a 20-foot radius, because 40 feet wide in a diameter circle is bigger than a 30-foot diameter circle, or 38-foot diameter cube, which was what this gives you, plus an extra 10-foot cube somewhere. So this area is often going to feel smaller than Fireball, but not by a meaningful amount. The damage is less. I think this is kind of Cleric's Poor Man's Fireball, where you go, I'm so jealous of the Wizard. They've been blowing things up with Fireball for the last 10 levels. I get my own Fireball now. And then you pick this up and they start doing more damage with other things, and you're like, this is a bummer. I wish I should have played a Wizard.
But
It's
the
fine.
sculpting,
I
though,
don't hate it.
the sculpting does allow you to like maneuver it around, like if you've got your friends and enemies all fighting in the battlefield together, Fireball just nukes everything. But this one, you can kind of finesse it a bit so that you hit fewer of your allies.
I think
Correct?
yes, I think that will come up occasionally. I think more often than not, a fireball will do almost the exact same thing because of how you can already position it. If you've got an ally to the right of it, if you've got an ally right here, and the monsters generally tend to clump and the allies generally tend to clump, normally you're coming from sides at each other, and that's going to shape and sculpt to be that 2 halves is what it's often going to look like. 2 parties approaching each other from varying halves. Not all that often do you have one element of your party jumping into the other side somewhere in there that you want to sculpt out. If that does happen, this is better than that by quite a bit, because then you're going to have to damage your buddy.
Well,
I
I'm just
don't see that
thinking of
happening all that often.
two groups of enemies like coming clashing together, and everybody's stabbing and punching and all that.
Yeah, and what that normally looks like on a 5e table is 2 walls. And you've got the enemy wall, and you have the party wall. And then the enemy wall just gets fireballed. Now, this does have the other upside, right? If there is a full wall, right? If you have 5 party members that slam into 5 enemies, you can be like, great, line hits all of them, and Fireball doesn't hit in that instance. So this can shape to be longer. It's not all strict downsize over Fireball. Is it worth a 7th level slot? Probably not. But you're a cleric, so you might take this because that's the kind of thing you can expect to do as a cleric. In the cleric context, if you don't have a wizard, it's really, really good. Fireball is excellent at most tiers you cast it. So Firestorm can be that for you if you need it. I don't think it's like the best thing they have to offer. I don't think it's like defining them as a cleric. I think it's good. I like that it doesn't like define clerics as this big damaging archetype. It's a reasonable thing if that's what you still want to do as a cleric.
All right. Well, I guess it's no secret that I picked Regenerate as my worst spell.
Talk about that.
Man, I feel like I would just be repeating what we talked about in the Regenerate video, but clearly I've forgotten a giant chunk of that. But
Sure.
I'm gonna go back and look. Regenerate, you're getting back. Yeah. All right. So if between fights you're gaining a bunch of hit points, great. But I guess I was just thinking like using it during a fight, and that's nearly impossible unless you're
Impossible.
preparing
Yeah.
it ahead of hand, or using it, before you go into a fight, casting time a minute. All right, well, those guys are way over there. They don't look happy to see us. All right, well, start regenerating, and but yeah, you're getting 1 point at the end, at the beginning of each of your turn. That's no fun.
Have
And
you
then
considered that 1 point at the beginning of each of your turns means every round you come up from unconscious? That often gets you killed.
that, yeah,
But
that's something. But yeah, and then there's the severed body parts. That's nothing.
yeah, that is
Nobody
nothing. You're absolutely right about that.
So yeah, I guess if you can make it last, what, an hour?
Lasts an hour. You get
Yeah,
10
I
hit
guess, I
points
mean,
a minute. Because every 6 seconds you get a
if
hit
you can
point
get
back.
it going 2 or 3 or 4 fights,
Mhm.
and you're just regenerating in between, I guess that's something. But
I think
that's
if
not
you
top
want,
5 something.
I think it is. I think it is at the table where if you can realistically say this character is taking more than 300 damage per long rest. Regenerate gives you the ability to mitigate 600 damage worth of hit points. 600 is a very large number. 600 is a ton of actions. You're almost never taking 600 damage. That's a pipe dream. At the grindiest tables, you're not taking 600 damage. 300, I think, is where you kind of want to hit. And that's like your barbarian dying 3 times at this tier. And the table gets, as you get higher level, the table paladin or the barbarian starts having 200 some hit points plus the resistances. They all kind of double for the damage resistances because you're getting 2 hit points for 1 because they take half damage. So then you're looking at like 1200-ish possible hit points to mitigate. That is a huge amount of damage to be able to mitigate. Most tables don't need that. Most tables don't need more than the barbarian's base amount of hit points. The ones that can leverage it, though, I think they can leverage it exceptionally well. So I think you putting this as worst, I would agree. At tables that are doing one fight per long rest, I 100% agree the spell's terrible. I think that you have no reason to cast this. It's a waste of 7th level spell slot. It takes a minute to cast. Can't even use it in combat. You'd use it prior to combat before anyone's taking damage. There's no point to that. The effect of getting 1 hit point back a minute or a round is not good enough in combat if there's only 1 fight. If you have 3, 4, 5 fights per long rest, saying you are always at full hit points at the beginning of every single fight, no matter how battering they are.
Well, it's not per long rest. This is like over the course of 1 hour.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is if you're not casting this more than once, so you need to be in 1 hour doing these fights. That's a very good point too. I think very often you are. Most dungeons are happening in that kind of window, and you can short rest in between if you really feel you need to, but with Regenerate, you don't really need to anymore. All of those I see as upside.
One guy's got Regenerate.
And that guy's supposed to be taking damage. That's the goal of the spell, right? Is you stick this on the paladin, you stick this on the barbarian, they do their thing. Is it amazing? I don't think it's like the best 7th level cleric spell, but at the tables where it's good, I stand by. I don't love it. It's still quite good at those tables.
All right. Well, my curiosity is piqued. What is your pick for the worst?
We haven't talked about 2 7th level spells.
All right, or you tell me the guess. 2, and I'll guess.
Yeah. Well, one of them is Resurrection, and the other is Temple of the Gods.
Oh man, that's knowing
it's a toughie.
you. That's a toughie. All right, I'm gonna guess Resurrection.
Temple of the Gods. The spell's useless.
Right.
It doesn't do anything. It's a house, Bob. You're spending a 7th level spell slot on a house for a long rest. Sleeping in Comfort is not worth a 7th level spell slot. You have to not cast this, cast it for an hour, and then you have a place to long rest. What? No, absolutely not. You're never doing that, ever. There's no real cast use of this.
Well, it does have the permanence thing, doesn't it?
If you cast at the same spot every day for a year or whatever, yeah.
Is it a year?
It's a long time.
Well, I mean, some of them are a month, some of them are a year. That's going to be a big difference for me. For me.
Okay. For actual play, does that make any difference? The answer is no. That makes no difference whatsoever at any table. Casting spell in the same spot every day for a year makes it permanent.
Ah, all right. Well, yeah, I can't see me doing that.
You don't need this. You just don't. No one needs this. This is worse than Hallow. This is worse than Symbol. This is worse than any of the defensive spells that you'd want to cast before a long rest anyway. It doesn't cost you anything, but you can prepare this, I guess, if you just want to say we always rest luxuriously. You don't need to do that ever. This spell's awful. This spell's uncastably bad.
I feel like I could personally build a temple in a year for, or less than that.
Possibly. I think Regenerate has very good ceilings, and that's why I think it can be a top spell if you're at the tables where that ceiling is happening. I think Temple of the Gods never has a table where it has that ceiling. What is an example where this is as good as where this ever is like something you're preparing over any of our top 5s?
No, don't ask me. I don't like it either.
Sure. Resurrection, at least, you take whenever you say, we don't need to use, like, if you're taking the long rest anyway, if you're re-preparing a resurrection spell anyway, this is just sort of now this is a slightly better raised dead. Sure, I guess we take that. If you've got the money to burn, why not? It doesn't really hurt anything. So this is a slightly better version of a spell that you had at 5th level that you don't really spend resources on because you're casting in between adventures. That's why Resurrection isn't my worst. But Resurrection is quite bad because Raise Dead exists.
Yeah.
Temple of the Gods actively has no uses, and thus I don't think it's very good and you shouldn't take it. It's like, would you spend a 7th level spell slot on a motel for the night? I mean, if I can do magic, I don't think I want a motel. That's where I'm at. I think I can do better things with magic than a motel.
Man, this, I'm looking at it, it has a lot of text.
And none of it matters. We talked about it. The temple's interior is an open space, an idol or altar at the end. You decide what temple is illuminated with. Very useful. Very exciting. The temple opposes a creature type with the spell. On a failed save, it can't enter for 24 hours. Oh no! That's not useful. You don't cast this.
It might be. If you know, like, a bunch of demons are coming to get you.
And then a couple of them can't get in?
Yeah,
they can just wait outside the temple and eat you when you come out.
Yeah, well, that's true, but then you're playing on your terms.
I don't think there's a reason to cast this, even in the situation. Like, you could just take Symbol instead. Doesn't Symbol do everything that it does against those fiends and Fae better? Doesn't Divine Word answer that exact problem better?
Probably, yes.
And this doesn't even really address the problem all that well. They just go, there's a big temple here. Everyone sit outside and wait for someone to go pee, and then we'll eat them.
You don't think the temple has a bathroom?
I don't know. It doesn't say it has a bathroom. We're in medieval times. People went in outhouses and stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I think that's it, huh?
Yes, true. I will say, as far as like worst spells goes, this is a good worst spell. This isn't as bad as like locate creature or anything. This isn't bottom of the barrel, so uncastable trash. Yeah. This at least I can be like, I mean, if I'm living out the fantasy of a lavish lifestyle cleric, why not? It doesn't hurt that much to just say this is something I'm casting in between long rests. But then there's stuff that you actively hurts to cast, like instant summons. So this isn't instant summons bad, but it's pretty bad.
All right. You want to run down your list for us again?
Sure. I've got number 1, Conjure Celestial, 2, Plane Shift, 3, Etherealness, 4, Regenerate, 5, Divine Word. You could probably switch those two. I'm not tighter or harder. You know what I'm saying. I'm not in love with the final 2 placements, but the first 3 I'm confident in. How about you?
And your worst, of course, was
Temple of the Gods.
Yes. My top 5 were Etherealness, Symbol, Divine Word, Plane Shift, and Firestorm, with my worst being Regenerate.
We literally covered everyone but the Resurrection spell, which I think is wild.
Yeah, that is wild. Well, I mean, it's bound to happen with a spell list this short.
I think next time we're not even going to be able to do... Like, I think we're just talking about every single spell that exists at 8th level cleric next time, right? Something like that. So
I'm still going to call it a top 5 and 1 worst, even though that will be a lie.
It'll just be the 6th, 8th level cleric spells.
Yeah, because I'm not changing these thumbnails any more than I have to.
That's fair. Viewers at home, this is definitely the list that Bob and I had the most disagreements on in a while. We had a best and worst.
The most disagreements on, and it must have been like the shortest list we've had too. How could this happen?
I don't know. I think that's a testament to how interesting the 7th level cleric spells are, at least. So, viewers at home, what are your lists? Is Bob right and Regenerate isn't castable? Have I talked myself out of a logical list position that I was before, which is healing magic is overrepresented and you don't ever need this much? Like, let us know in the comments.
Yeah, you talked me out of Regeneration. All right. Yes. We would love to hear your picks and your opinions on this video. So let us know. And that was level 7 cleric spells. Go see the other cleric spells and the other wizard spells. And if you're watching this in the future, the other spells we will eventually cover. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 8 cleric spells.
Which does mean we have to make 2 up.
Yeah, that's well. Not technically, we could do top 5 and then one of the same ones as the worst. You know, the bottom one of that. However, the issue.
I would like.
Go ahead.
For it. Continue.
All right. The issue with this is there are not 5 spells in the cleric level 8 spell list. There are only 4. So my introduction was a bit of a lie.
A little bit of a fib.
What are we doing? We're just gonna talk about the spells and
Sure.
you're gonna
I
rank
rank
you rank mine in order. You rank yours in order. I don't, so I just gotta pick a worst. That's my contribution.
Sounds good.
But yeah, you can run this show since you do rank them, and
Okay.
we'll see if we both come up with the worst. Same worst.
I don't honestly know. I think there are two that are really bad. I think there is
Me
one
too.
that is like, "Ooh, this isn't great," and then there's the last one, which is where we'll start. Let's start with my best.
Yeah.
I think my best is Anti-Magic Field.
Okay, I probably would have picked the same if I was ranking them. Yeah, I think for once our lists are going to be exact. If
Yeah,
I was ranking mine.
I think I don't know where we're gonna sit on this or the last two. I think that's gonna be the most contentious is those two's ordering because I think they're both bad for different reasons. But Anti-Magic Field is kind of sweet. It sabotages yourself and your friends, but it's also like this catch-all universal answer to all magic, and that's so freaking cool. I think Anti-Magic Field, for an 8th level effect, simply saying no more magic in this bubble is really neat. And it's going to do a lot of interactive and engaging things with some monsters and spaces in the world that you just can't otherwise engage with in this manner. This deals with any kind of spells or magical effects, and that makes it uniquely interesting. I love that you can walk into a group of undead and they just collapse into bones, and then you walk back out and they pop right back up. That's super whimsical. I love that you could just be inside of a fireball and it'll just sculpt around the magic. That's so cool. At the same time, given that you're like a 15th level cleric, turning off your 7th level or lower slots entirely is a gigantic cost. So this is going to have a lot of very difficult windows of figuring out when is it right, when do I need to use this to make it particularly good. I think that's really fun, engaging in interesting decisions. I think it's going to be hard to use well. I think it's going to lead to some fun moments, though, and I would recommend it over any of their 8th level cleric spells, very importantly. So,
yeah, for an 8th level list of any caster, this is a pretty poor one.
yes, I think this made one of my top spots for Wizard too. I will say, because it would appear the clerics do have a lot worse of a magical spell list, especially in the 7th and 6th level slot, than wizards do. Anti-Magic Field gets a lot better because they care less about not being able to cast their lower tier stuff because they have access to, worse stuff on average than the wizard does. So this is a little bit better of a cleric spell than a wizard spell because the average spell quality is lower.
Right.
Neat.
But still not, I mean, it's not something you're going to be pulling out every encounter. This is it's got some niche uses. But
this is a silver bullet against magic effects. I will say, it's less niche than a lot of other of the like silver bullet effects. Magic is very prominent once you pass 15th level. As a DM, how do you answer super big magical nonsense BS? You put more into super magical nonsense BS against them, right? You stick hugely magical monsters breathing fire, or raiding giant angry green. I don't know why tomatoes is what I'm envisioning here, but just huge tomatoes with writhing green tentacles raining from the sky. Like that's going to be some high magic fantasy nonsense. And Anti-Magic Field's a pretty great solution to a lot of those problems. I think it's going to be pretty castable at almost every table. And I think that probably earns it as a spot that if you have to reliably prepare 1/8 level spell slot, I think you'll find on average, this will be castable more than every other option available to you as far as like it being good.
Yeah, I do like that it makes you think before using it. It's not like, there's some enemies, fireball, boom. This is like you gotta weigh the ups and downs. Yes, I am gonna turn off all this scary monsters' powers. However, I'm gonna turn off half my party's powers as well. But yeah, good times.
Very cool stuff.
That would have been my number one if I was choosing one.
Right,
and let me predict your number two.
Hit me with it.
Sorry. Let me double check. Yes. Okay. It has to be Holy Aura.
No.
Nope.
I'm not proud of any of these placements for my second ones. I don't love it. It's not good, but I think it's Earthquake.
Earthquake. That was the contender for worst for me.
There are 3 contenders for worst. I'm gonna level with you. I'm not particularly pleased to prepare any of these. What I will say that Earthquake does is have So Earthquake is a big minute concentration evocation that does a menial amount of damage to things around it. It makes a bunch of fissures that are pretty big, and it's got a pretty big range of 500 feet around you. Where Earthquake shines is at being a tool of mass destruction. Where Earthquake shines is you go into a town and you go 500 feet around me, so basically a block in both directions. We're gonna level it, and you earthquake it, and you sit there for a minute, and you cause rampant destruction. So doing this in a dungeon, doing this in specific environments that you're sieging or attacking can be beneficial. It knocks a bunch of stuff prone, so you don't want to be really using this in the middle of most combats. Like, this isn't particularly powerful in most of those encounters. The fissures are fine. You get a d6 of them that the DM chooses where they go, but they're big. They're like 1d10 times 10 feet deep. If you're getting like a 60-foot fissure, 3 or 4 of those is huge. That is a pretty neat, big, impactful effect. Structures taking roughly 50 damage is great. Things getting buried in the rubble is pretty cool. Most encounters aren't going to care about this. The encounters that do care about it, you're often going to be on the team that's trying to stop the rampant destruction, not cause it. But in the window where you are trying to cause the rampant destruction, it's fine.
I mean,
think.
I guess I'm just more old school. If I want to destroy a town, I'll set it on fire.
Traditional.
Yeah.
Back in my day, we used fireball to blow up towns, and we liked it.
Yeah, and that's why it was. I don't think it was my worst, but no, well, it's not. But yeah, the reason it was a contender is because I mean, the only use for it I could think of is mass destruction of structures and things, and I don't. That's not happening that often.
That's true.
And there
I
are
will say, like,
other means to destroy buildings.
so this is means of destroying buildings is 50 hit points times 10, because it's 50 at the beginning of each round within 500 feet. So dealing 500 damage to every structure within 500 feet of you, that's a huge amount of damage to structures. That will bring down cities. There will be castles that don't withstand that and are rubble after this. I'm actually surprised for like someone that loves the world building stuff with like Wall of Stones and whatnot, that this kind of permanence doesn't excite you, because this is like a rules as written mechanic for leveling big areas, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's very narrow though. You don't usually want to be doing it.
And I want to build. I don't want to destroy.
That's fair. Listen, I'm not over the moon about this.
No,
I want to make it very clear that
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't good in 90% of adventuring environments, but the 10%, it's gonna be fine.
Well, I was not expecting Earthquake as your number 2. So hit me with number 3. Tell me that's Holiara. Is Holiara your worst?
Listen, they're close. So here's what I will say is I think either of the next two, Control Weather or Holiara, can be the worst depending on your table.
Yeah.
So Control Weather is where I currently have my 3. And the reason Control Weather is my 3 is because it has an 8-hour duration. And while the effect probably is reasonably like 6th level in applicability, like I don't want to be spending an 8th level spell slot to help navigate the open seas. It does do that in a pretty meaningful way. Being able to take torrential rain, driving hail, or a blizzard to clear sky in like 10 minutes, that's pretty good. I don't hate that. It will pretty clearly and easily solve a large chunk of extreme hazard conditions. But this tier, they're probably not that much of a problem. That's the big problem with Control Weather for its cost. I think there will be some tables that will still have this challenging environment where you're going into an unbelievably cold Arctic environment and you need to have a way to keep 5 miles around you safe. This does that. Going against a lot of big layer action, or sorry, not layer. I think they're things that have layers have regional layer effects typically. So like dragons, like an Arctic dragon might have blizzards around the area, ice storms. This is a solution to those ice storms. That's not nothing. That can be usable in an actual way in to say, there's no way to journey here without teleportation. We need to get these boats here so we can take back the prisoners that the White Dragons captured or whatever. You go, great. I control weather when we get there. That's so niche. But it's good in that instance. And there aren't a lot of spells in the game that necessarily let you do large-scale mobilization stuff for this cost. Is it the worst? Maybe. It might be worse than Holy Aura. It's certainly not the best, and I think at some tables it'll be fine. So you rate this lower than Holy Aura?
Yeah, just, I mean, controlling, it's one of these effects that in the real world, it would be pretty amazing, and you know, you'd make a lot of money. You know, I'm going to make it rain in the desert, you know, whatever, grow some crops. But in a D&D setting, that I can't think of an instance. I mean, you talk about the dragon layers and stuff, and yeah, I guess that could happen. But I can't think of an instance in any game I've ever played where the weather mattered.
Yeah. And also then you have to consider is, if I'm going into the layer of a dragon, is spending my 8th level spell slot getting there worth it? And the answer is probably you just suffer through the ice storm.
Wear a coat, you know?
Yeah, like, it has to be some pretty extreme weather for this to be able to get justifiably cast. Again, if this was like a 5th or 6th level spell slot, I'd be like, okay, we're in the mid tiers. This is a way to take the boat places before teleportation's on the table, but you got so many better
Also,
options than
this is a way, you know, now the frost dragon sees you coming from 5 miles away.
Yeah.
So, hey,
they're like, oh, why is the weather there not happening?
Blotch of nice weather over there.
Yeah. I also, this spell has so many words and tables, and it just feels like, I guess it doesn't have that many words, but it has some tables as like, these are the conditions that they go between. I guess it's fairly concise. I just feel like there had to be a more potent way to do this. If I want to control weather, I feel like I want to be able to say instantaneously right now there's lightning on you, right? There's no mode that does that in this text. There probably should be for its spell slot level. There's not, though, and that makes it quite bad.
Yeah, it's not like there are spells, you know, call lightning where you can do that.
So you divined what my worst is, judging by there are only 4 of these.
Yes.
And, listen, I'm not saying it's the worst spell ever printed, but I do have Holy Aura down here. Why do you think it justifies a higher level spell? Why do you think this is better than Control Water or Control Weather and Earthquake?
See, I don't know. I gotta go back and look at what it does. Have I completely missed? Let's see. All right, divine light, yada yada yada. All right, disadvantage. This is something I could see being used. I mean, between these 4 spells, I mean, well, yeah, even including anti-magic field, this is something like you get a reliable effects. You might want to use this. The you know, earthquake and control weather, almost never. Anti-magic field situationally. But this, when creatures of your choice have advantage on saving throws, other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls. And then the undead thing I could take or leave. But yeah, if those are effects that you care about in a fight or something, then okay, you have this option. It's not amazing, but it's something, which is more than I can say for earthquake and control weather most of the time.
I think Control Weather, you might be right. Control Weather might be so niche, it's on the verge of uncastability. I will say that both Anti-Magic Field and Earthquake, in the situations where I want them, they are far higher impact than Holy Aura ever can be. Holy Aura's ceiling for an 8th level spell slot is quite low. It will feel like an asymmetrical sort of imposing disadvantage on a large amount of creatures sometimes. The 30-foot radius isn't particularly large, and it being attached to your concentration means you can't have other concentration effects up while you're doing this, which makes in combat particularly is where I go, I don't know if I want this, namely because I want like Conjure Celestial or sorry, Summon Celestial or Conjure Celestial, either of those. I want those up more regularly. I want other Bulwark style defense concentration effects up on my clerics more often than Holy Aura. Holy Aura is something that you don't really, I don't really think you need it. It encourages fireball formation a little bit. 30-foot is a pretty wide radius, granted. It's not the end of the world. It going off isn't the end of the world either. I can't get excited to put Holy Aura in my character sheet. I can't really get into the vibe of it, how much better is this than Bless. I don't think the answer is particularly high. I think a D4 on your attack rolls as opposed to disadvantage on the enemy attack rolls is that big of a difference. And Bless is a first level spell that has a minute duration. This is an 8th level spell that has a minute duration. Both at your concentration. I don't know.
All right,
I don't
I was
see
going
the
to look it up. Bless each your concentration.
yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
all
see
right.
this being a high enough upside to justify the concentration on it. So while this, I think you're right, generally speaking, in a vacuum with no other spells on your character sheet, this probably is the most castable. Like, you'll get benefit out of it consistently. I don't think I want to cast it, is where I'm at. I want to cast the 8th level spell slot that if I'm in an environment where I need an earthquake, where I need to bring down this tower around me, Earthquake does that, and does it something no other spell can do. Holy Aura isn't doing anything a lot of other spells can't do, and its cost of eating your concentration in 8th level spell slot just seems too steep for me to actually want to ever cast this. So it might be the most castable, yet least useful of all of these spells to me. That should just, I think, should be a Cleric's got it rough in the 8th level spell department.
Yeah.
I think is what the viewer should take away from this.
Yeah, I mean, all your arguments are solid. Yeah, and I think mine are too. We rate these for different reasons, and that's okay.
Agreed. It's
Well,
cute that it blinds undead, I guess, and fiends.
yeah, I didn't even bother reading that part of the text. I got fiends, maybe.
Undead, I mean, against large amounts of undead, sure.
Yeah.
It helps that it has to be a melee attack, so I can't take it back. Like, you need to be getting bodied by undead, and if you're getting bodied by undead, the effect ends. And then whenever the effect ends, the blindness goes away. So you're like, I don't know how usable this actually is, because undead tend to be in large quantities, but yeah, whatever. And that's not the bulk of the text here. The bulk of the text here is very fine. That it's text you can get elsewhere. It's not. I'm not over the moon about it. Well, I'll rearrange it. I do think that this isn't so bad that I'm trying to think if I'm comparing it to a first level spell slot. And I'm like, is that better than control weather? And I'm like, maybe. I don't know. My bottom two probably can get rearranged in any order depending on my mood in the day. But I definitely think Earthquake is higher ranking than both those, and I think Anti-Magic Field's a pretty clear winner out of all of this.
Yeah. I will say you made good arguments, but I am shocked. This is the one I thought, this time we're totally gonna see eye to eye. Our lists will be identical. But wow, I don't think they could have been more opposite.
You said Anti-Magic Field's probably your number one, and there's only 3 other options to go through there. But yeah, that we
I was really on the fence between Anti-Magic Field and Holy Aura.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Anti-Magic Field does so many things another spell can do, though.
Yeah,
that's the difference. This is an 8th level. You're spending an 8th level spell slot.
I'm not.
That's fair. Exactly. You're not spending an 8th level spell slot on Holy Aura and being excited about it. I don't think.
Yeah, I guess. No, yeah. Anti-Magic Field has to be the top spot. That's the only one I would like. But yeah, it's
like
not castable all the time. But when I do cast it, it's going to be for specific reasons, and I will be excited to cast it.
I think if this is competing in the same realm as something like Animal Shapes, which is a spell that I love dearly, that is super broken and abusable, where you turn a bunch of commoners into giant scorpions and fly off into the sunset with them and murder things from underground after throwing them in as hamsters or whatever. That spell is really munchkiny and fun and super high power and does something that no other really spell can do. I think Anti-Magic Field's on that axis. I don't think any other spell here is really on that axis outside. Earthquake kind of is, but again, it's in a very small window of actual circumstances where it's providing that really powerful effect. Structure damage isn't something that D&D typically cares about all that much. So that's why it's my number 2. It's the closest to that level kind of spell. I want my 8th level spells to do big, exciting, powerful, new things.
Yeah.
And Control Weather and Holy Aura just don't do that to me. Maybe I think it's entirely reasonable if your opinions are different, though. I think that, Bob, your opinions are entirely valid. As far as like what's the most castable of these, I think you probably are right in that Holy Aura is the one you can most reliably get use out of it counter to encounter.
All right. Yeah, I guess Earthquake. I guess if you are going against like an army or something,
bringing a building down around them seems cool.
Well, just the building, but also making a bunch of them prone. That's something. All right. Well, yeah. Yeah, doesn't have to be a super long video. There's only 4 spells on the list, so I guess we'll call it a day there.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go watch our other spell lists. We have cleric levels 1 through 7, or no, cantrips through 7. by next week, we should have the big level 9s, and we've also done all the wizards. And if you're watching this far enough in the future, we'll probably have done some more as well. Go check them out.
If you've got your own opinions, thoughts about like this ordering,
yes.
Bob and I are very different on this. I'm sure there are other people that have other opinions too, as to like anti-magic field's actually never castable in my games. I've never seen it once come out to use. It's my number 4. Sure, hit me with it. I'm excited to see other people's rankings where they're putting things. It seems difficult at this particular grouping to order them, but hit me with it. I'm curious what everyone says.
I cast control weather every day.
I don't know if I want to be playing at the table, but I'm glad you're having fun.
All right, that was our level 8 cleric spells. See you next time. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. Goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our top 5 picks. For top 5 and 1 worst picks for level 9 cleric spells. We've made it all the way to level 9. But just like last week, we don't have enough for top 5 and 1 worst. There are only 5 level 9 cleric spells. So we'll be covering them all.
That's more than there were 8, right?
Yeah. 8 had 4.
Great. Moving back up in the world.
We can do top 5 and 1 worst. The 1 worst being
number 5.
The top 5. Yeah.
So I know what your top 5 list is because you don't rank yours.
My top 5 list is the spells.
Yeah, mine is ranked 1 to 5. Although I'm gonna level with you. I don't know. These all. I think I would rate almost any upcast 7th or 8th level spell probably above almost all of these. I think there's one outlier. But let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah, let's see. Is the outlier your number 1?
I think so.
And is that Power Word Heal?
No.
No?
It's Mass Heal.
Oh, Mass Heal. Oh, that's what I meant. Shucks.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, naturally.
I think Mass Heal 700s is just so many hit points. When you need your party to all be back at full HP, oftentimes that's just what Mass Heal says. If you were going to make a 9th level healing spell, if it wasn't every party member returns to full HP, this is probably the number that you'd want it to be for it to justify it. This is going to eat a lot of actions in that things are going to have to spend a lot of actions reducing those hit points back down from 150 to 0. So you, like, 3/4 of the way through a fight, you guys look like you're losing, the whole squad's going down, and everyone's, bloodied and beaten, and the wizard's unconscious in the corner, and the barbarian's got 3 HP left, and you go, that's it! Mass heal, rally the troops, and then everyone goes back up to full HP and goes, oh, this is now a cakewalk. All of a sudden, we have way more HP than this fight can deal with, and you turn things around. Now, caveat, what if, instead, you used a 9th level spell like Wish or True Polymorph or Meteor Rain or Meteor Swarm, whatever it is, the one that I always say the name wrong of, and just won the encounter instead?
Yeah, but that's not an option here.
That's true. You could upcast Conjure Celestial and get a Unicorn. You could upcast Create Undead and get an army of whites and there's an army of zombies. You could upcast other powerful things for big game ending effects. I'd probably do that. But if you don't want to do that, if you want to be the cleric, cleric, if you want to do what your big casty spell is for 9th level, it really is, to me, like, just Mass Heal. Like, that's just like kind of the only one that I'm going to get excited about taking on as a cleric in the upper tiers, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I think I've asked this when we were talking about the specific spells, but when are you ever using Power Word Heal over Mass Heal?
You're not.
I guess if there's conditions attached, so that's something.
So yeah, Power Word Heal it's not my worst. It's my number 4. So Power Word Heal removes Charmed, Frightened, Paralyzed, and Stun conditions, and it lets them stand up. So if you don't care about getting more creatures more hit points, and instead would rather have one creature not be Charmed, Frightened, Paralyzed, or Stunned, there might be a case where that happens. I'm never excited to use my 9th level spell for that impact. That impact is not good enough. If removing the condition is often good enough, and Greater Restoration does that just fine. Wish also can do that, and also does about 30 other things. All of that is to say Power Word Heal does give you a lot, but it's not enough for it to be an ninth level spell in my mind. That's why I don't love Power Word Heal, especially whenever you compare to like 700 hit points is multiple characters back to full HP. Power Word Heal is a creature back to full HP minus a condition. And I think more often than not, you'd rather have everyone get topped up and actually spend that well of hit points than one person gets 150 HP back and is no longer charmed. I would just probably grade a rest of that person to remove the charm condition if that's what I really care about in that moment.
If they are charmed and frightened and paralyzed and stunned.
One of the four is probably, like, if something's stunned, being able to say, okay, the paladin, you're no longer stunned, you probably also don't care about putting them back to full HP. You probably just like, great, now the paladin continue beating to death whatever stunned them. And that's
No, I'm
probably
just
good
saying
enough.
if he has all of these conditions on him at the same time,
Sure.
then
This does get rid of
might
all
be
of
worth
them.
it.
I mean, if that is ever occurring, incredible. I need to figure out, that's very much a how did we get here kind of moment.
All right, well, that's let's see. Don't mention save your number 5 for the end.
You know what it is. I believe in you. You know what it is.
I feel like I do, but I've felt that way before, and this one has some contenders.
It does. It does.
Let's
You want to
see.
guess my 3? Or I guess we haven't done my 2 yet either, huh? We can do either of those.
All right. Is True Resurrection?
True Resurrection is my 3.
You're 3. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see. That would make
It was not
that would have
easy.
that would have to make Gate your 2.
Correct.
All right. Talk about Gate, because that one confuses me. Why did it make your number 2?
Because it's worse than Plane Shift, but still Plane Shift is pretty good. That's the reason why I made my number 2. I think the moment you get under Mass Heal, we're in a category of these probably would have been fine as 8th level spells or lower. And that is not nearly where you want to be with 9th level spells. But you're a cleric and you don't get any other options. You get these 5. So Gate is you conjure a point between 2 planes that is open for a minute, and that portal is 20 foot in diameter. So you basically like make the dark portal from World of Warcraft or whatever, right? You create this extra dimensional zone things can move through. Then things can go through it. In addition, you can also call things from the portal using it. So whenever you cast a spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature. If that creature is on a plane other than the one you are on, the portal is opened in the named creature's immediate vicinity and draws them through the portal to the nearest unoccupied space. So you can like yoink things from other planes of existence here, and they don't get a save. It just happens. So if you happen to know, like, there's one angel named Jim really screwed us out of this contract. Jim, get over here. If you're willing to spend a 9th level spell on it, that will get Jim to your location, which is neat. It's a little bit of extra upside over something like Plane Shift, which I think is, again, probably doing what Gate does better for the most part, because you really mostly care about moving your party places. But having Plane Shift attached to a summoning feature like that, it's a pretty high fantasy, high magic ability. It really won't work at a lot of tables that there is a planar adventure on the one plane. We're playing on this world. I don't really care about what's happening outside of this world. This makes Gate a lot less useful and pretty uncastable in those tables.
I don't know. I mean, you can still yoink.
It has to be not something from a plane that is not the plane you were on.
Right,
so if
but you're staying on this plane. You're not interdimensionally traveling. You're just bringing somebody over.
Be like,
hey,
I know,
Satan, I need your help.
In a world where you don't necessarily even know the name of Satan, right? Like, let's say you're in just a very classic kind of sword and board classic fantasy. There's big old evil dragons. You're running around in a medieval Europe-esque environment, very regular Aragon kind of fantasy.
Right.
That world doesn't have extraterrestrial beings. It doesn't have things of other planes that you necessarily care about. And there's going to be a lot of homebrew where that's the case. And it makes a lot of these kinds of spells not necessarily fit their worlds. It's not going to be most of them. Most of them are going to be Forgotten Realms Plus, which is going to be like, yeah, bring it out Asmodeus. I don't really give a shit. Sure, call down the god. He can show up here and cause a havoc or something like that. It's just, it is good. I like to include whenever we're talking about anything that's extra planar. This is not setting agnostic. This does have settings that it requires to be played in for it to function. And I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're at a table not doing that, then yeah, obviously, this is not a spell you could use.
Exactly, and it's like, I don't know. Are you putting this on your sheet? Maybe it costs $5,000 to use. Man,
if I need Satan,
am I specifically need Satan right now? Yeah, sure.
But the thing is, it's not like a summoning spell where Satan just pops up and says, "What do you want?" No, he could just, why did you bring me here? Boom, boom, boom.
Or just
Attack
leave.
you. Yeah.
Like most of those kinds of really super powerful creatures that you'd want to summon can just do that at will a lot of the time. That's like their realm, like gods and whatnot. I would expect to be able to traverse the planes in sort of a different axis, especially if something like Gate can exist. They really do need to be able to like freely move between worlds. So that's probably not something you're gonna have all that consistent usage out of. Still, it could be really funny. Maybe you just happen to know like the name of some really angry Baylor or something stuck in the abyss, and you'd be like, okay, I hate this town. Baylor, get over here. We're leaving. And then it just is there now, and it doesn't have a way to get back, and it kills everything.
All right. I think you've made good arguments for that being number 2.
Out of these 5 specifically.
Oh, yeah. Where does that leave us? That was True Resurrection is your number 3.
Yeah. I'm not happy about it.
No, but I completely understand.
Like, it's the amount of more juice you would need to get True Resurrection to be like better than a 5th level spell is you need to specifically care about something, and it had to have died between 100 and 200 years ago, because if it died 100 or less years ago, you can use a different resurrection spell at a cheaper slot to get it back. And if it died over 200 years ago, that doesn't work anyway. I really think this should just say, you resurrect a creature that has been dead. Doesn't matter how long it's been dead. That feels like it's a 9th level spell. That's where we should be at. If it died of old, or if the soul was free and willing. Alternatively, we throw out that text too. If you can bring back people that don't want to be brought back, this is more of a 9th level spell then. But it's not. The creature has to be willing to come back. It then makes them like, they come back with all their form intact. So if you don't have a body, this builds them back their body. Sure. I don't know. I think the vast majority of resurrection spells lower level than this are just going to do its job better and cheaper. And this costs 25 grand. Sometimes you don't have a body though.
I really think, they need to get rid of that 200-year thing. And what was the other thing?
It has to be free and willing.
Free and willing. Yeah, the reason to use this spell, I mean, like you said, there are other. If you just want, Ted's dead, we need to get him back. There are other options.
Yeah.
The reason to use this spell is, the ancient dwarf king. We found his bones, and
the ancient dwarf king that has died between 100 and 200 years ago specifically.
No. I'm saying like we need to get rid of that because we want the ancient dwarf king. He doesn't want to come back. He's up in Valhalla or something.
Having a good time. He's partying. He's like, who's calling me right now?
He died 6,000 years ago. We need your help. We need you to solve a riddle for us.
I think that should be the scope of the spell, right? That seems like more appropriate than a race. Like, if you think about it in the terms of like our lives, it's like 4 or 5 generations back tops. That's how far back this goes. And that doesn't seem like in a game with creatures that live for tens of thousands of years, this seems like nothing. Like, if you're a regular dwarf, you could be in your mid 400s and be like, my wife died back when I was 106. I'm 550 now, and I'd love to bring her back to life, and she wants to come back to life, but I literally can't. And that's like, if a 20-year-old got to 60 and found a way to bring his dead wife back, and now he can't, and that just feels weird, right? Like, it feels arbitrary too. Like, why is it
poorly thought out? All right, why do you think they put that in there?
Because they hate fun. I don't know. I would guess that it has to do with being legacied in from older versions. A lot of 5e has just these weird things that are like, this is text, I guess, sure. And there might be reasoning like you don't want to allow these ageless, indefinite things, but that's the point of Dungeons and Dragons, is like liches and undead and things, and like, elves living 10,000 years. Like,
liches and undead are a different thing. That's,
right, but like when we're talking about in the scope of living for long periods of time and being ageless and undying, that's within the scope of D&D. Things do that already. 200 years feels like a really weird number to be like, this is the cutoff for 9th level magic.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll grant things live forever. However, there's a trade-off. I want to live forever. I don't necessarily want to be a lich.
Sure, but then you just need to make sure you're resurrected once every 200 years as opposed to once every 500 years, which feels ridiculously arbitrary.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, even if you are, I get stabbed tomorrow, 190 years from now, somebody resurrects me. I just pick up from this point. I've still got old age to deal with eventually,
which will eventually kill you.
Yes.
Which is
So yes, like commenters, I want to know your thoughts.
Well,
Why does it have these stipulations?
and another stipulation that we didn't really talk about, we talked about free, or we talked about willing, we didn't talk about free. So souls can be trapped. That's a thing that like canonically magic items and stuff do, like Soul Cage traps a creature's soul and it can't be resurrected while it's in that. So your DM already has a release valve for this, right? They can already say the soul is like, even if a soul could be on Valhalla, maybe souls physically cannot leave the realm of Valhalla in this world, right? That could be a reasonable way to turn off spells if you don't want players to access this kind of magic. There was already a way to mitigate this. You don't need 5 layers of mitigation for what is supposed to be the best resurrection thing in the game. This is so much like, this almost feels just like a extra 100-year span on resurrection.
Yeah.
And that's not good enough. It's just not. And that's my number 3.
We have talked about your number 4, right? That was a power word heal. I mean,
Yeah.
You got anything else to say about it? It's well, we didn't really talk. We just talked about why mass heal is better. But your power word heal, that's just you're better, right?
Yeah, and like
you one guy are no longer charmed, and you've got full hit points.
The reality of it is, I think heal restores 70 HP, and oftentimes that's just enough, and that's way lower level.
Yeah.
It also ends blinds and diseases and deafness, which is another suite of conditions you'd want to end. So that's like, I would say, close to par with Power Word Heal in a lot of situations. Power Word Heal does things that Greater Restoration solves the problems for, and Lesser Restoration solves different problems. So all of these sort of lower tier spells that clerics kind of expected to get already solve the problems Power Word Heal solves. For the most part, right? If you really care, the Paladin is paralyzed. Their HP probably isn't your primary concern. You're probably primarily concerned with them being unable to take actions. And restoring their from paralysis solves that problem. You don't necessarily need your 9th level biggest, most powerful magic to solve that problem. You have other tools that you want to be using your biggest, most powerful spell slot for.
And if they're paralyzed or frightened or charmed or whatever, and at really low HP, I mean, they'll probably shed the condition with a saving throw if they just get to live a little bit longer. I mean,
yeah.
How many effects, like, or spells or whatever, make these conditions permanent?
We're in a tier where
magic
like
items or artifacts or something.
Yeah, we are fighting against bigger and scarier things. I think there won't be a zero amount of instances where Power Word Heal is castable. That's why it's not the worst. Well, that's not the only reason it's not the worst. I think it's the least castable of the 4 we've talked about yet. I think there'll be niche situations where you'll be like, okay, so the Barbarian or the Paladin is going to be immune to a lot of these conditions anyway. There are a lot of character classes and options that like subclasses will just give you immunity to Charm, give you immunity to Frighten. There are things like Protection from Good and Evil that give you immunity to all of these conditions. That's a 1st level spell slot. So like we have cheap ways to answer that problem. I don't think it solves paralysis or stuns, but other things do. There are always going to be cheaper options to solve those problems. If they're at like 4, Power Word Heal does it. If they're at 0, they're probably not also stunned, paralyzed, or charmed, though. Because that condition doesn't subsist through unconsciousness, I don't think. Maybe it does. In which case, Power Word Heal, like, I guess, sure. But I'd still rather just have, like, heal. I'd still rather have the concise, easy, clean, you get X hit points back because you can get right now. I don't even love heal that much. I think often healing word's going to get them up long enough to enact the big impactful things. You probably don't ever want to have to be spending your 9th level spells on Power Word Heal, and instead just be using Mass Heal, because that's going to solve way more problems in preventing TBK and turn a loss into a win. That's what 9th level spells need to be doing. This is like comparable to so many lower level options. I just can't ever want to prepare this.
And yet, it is not the worst.
No.
No,
it's not.
Well, good news. We are agreed on the worst. I'm not really participating in this list, but I did have to choose a worst, and it is Astral Projection.
Yeah, it's Astral Projection.
I mean, it really, the whole cord cutting thing.
It's so stupid. I love that. So we have Gate. Gate is a way to create a portal between 2 planes of existence and move there, and it summons things. You have Plane Shift, which you take your squad and you go and fly to a different plane of existence. You have Teleport that takes you around the plane you're currently on. What if you wanted to make that harder and risk instantaneous death.
Completely at the DM's discretion.
Well, then you have astral projection. If astral projection is the biggest middle finger to your DM ever, whenever you go, I want you to come up with an adventure right now on the fly of how we're navigating whatever astral soup is out there that may not have ever been a part of this world prior. I'm taking astral projection, we're doing it. And everyone just then sits unconscious somewhere. Their bodies can still be just murdered regularly, right? Like a random peasant come around and be like, these are high-level adventurers have a lot of money on them. Behead. And then all of a sudden people are just gone and they have all your things and bad things happen to you because you were astral projecting and just willingly putting yourself unconscious to go on a random adventure in another world that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the current world that you're on. It's stupid. This should be its own form of game, not a 9th level spell. This isn't a 9th level spell. This is a weird mini game that you're asking the DM to play that has a whole bunch of hiccups that could end with you randomly spontaneously dying. No, this is not a 9th level spell. This is one of, if not the worst spell in the game. It's horrifically bad.
No argument here. Yeah, big middle finger to the DM, and they can give you a middle finger right back with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to play your crappy adventure. I'm going somewhere else. Well, guess what? You're dead.
The character you've been building up for these past 2 years? Yeah. Snip, snip. There goes the astral cord. See you next time, bud. Let's go and play with other people.
Oh, man.
Short video.
Yeah, it has been. Well, I mean, we are only as good as our tools.
Listen. Clerics, I'm sorry that your 9th level spells have to be this bad. I'm sorry that your 8th level spells have to be this bad. Your early game is really nuts, though, so, like, that's pretty solid. You're no wizards in the upper tier, but
probably makes cleric good for multicasting.
Multiclassing cleric seems fine, yeah. Clerics are really good at multiclassing just because of they get their first level makes them really easy to dip into. Like, think about taking 1 level in cleric, you're getting cantrips, you're getting first level spell slots, 2 of them, and you're getting a domain. Whew, and then you take a 2nd level, you get your channel divinities, which also give you a 2nd subclass feature baked into it. You get a lot. Cleric,
and you don't care about your upper level spells, so you don't feel like you're trading off that much.
Yeah, whenever like your upper level spells are control weather and mass heal, and we're at to be like, yeah, these are the reasons you should stick in cleric.
I mean,
no, thank you.
I've got to take a look at this list again. All right, our options are astral projection and gate, which are both nigh unusable. 2 healing spells, one
pretty usable.
One you use and one you don't.
Yep.
And then true resurrection you probably never use.
Yeah, true resurrection, just a worse version of the 7th level spell resurrection. Because it costs 2 levels higher, it does almost exactly the same thing. Yeah. Which is a worse version of the 3rd level spell revivify.
Yeah, well, so there are going to be windows when you can't use revivify.
That's true, and then you take the 8-hour break and you use resurrection in that window. Or
all right, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You use raise dead because raise dead is only a 5th level spell. There's a cheaper version than resurrection. I really think like what they should have done is just taken raise dead and made its upcasting true resurrection and the other one, and then just bake it all into one, and then we don't have to talk about it ever again. Yeah. We can just talk about it in the raise dead video, and so we talk about it every single time. They're like, but this is a slightly longer version of it.
But it does. I mean, it feels like a cleric 9th level spell list should include a resurrection option, an ultimate one. Just like, I don't know, make it better than this somehow.
I think we discussed pretty concisely how it could be better than this.
Oh, well, yeah, take off those 2 restrictions. But yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's still going to be a really niche use case.
Yeah. But like that, for a 9th level spell, I want to be able to meet this big historical figure that was like some evil tyrant or some ancient hero or some, like if I'm doing 9th level resurrection and we're in a Greek setting, I want to meet Odysseus, right? I want to have the ability to rally some of the most powerful and important historical figures of the time to my team, because that's what a 9th level slot is worth. Whenever the wizard can turn into whatever they want, literally whatever they want, you should have access to the deep well of history. You should have access to the clerical things.
You should be able to do Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Exactly. Bring
Did
Abe
you see
Lincoln
that,
along.
Sam?
I have seen Bill and Ted's Excellent
Okay.
Adventure. It's a
Whew.
classic.
Got
That's
one.
a good one.
Ah, all right. Well, that
Most
was
excellent.
our 9th level. Man, that's a sad ending to this adventure.
I really wanted like Massiel to be like my 3. That's where I would hope that hits, but it's my 1, and it's not by a very far margin. Gate would probably make my 5 on a better caster spell list, but
All right. Well, that was our level 9 cleric spells. Go back and watch the better earlier ones, and stay tuned for whatever's coming next. I'm not sure what we're going to cover next, but it'll be something,
it'll be
and
something.
it'll be next week.
Woo!
Yeah, and we've already done Wizard, so go look at that. Leave us some comments. Let us know what I guess what order you'd put these crap spells in.
Yeah.
And
I'm also
or if you love astral projection, let us know.
I'm also interested in specifically Power Word Heal. Again, we didn't really preface this by saying we've cast these spells ones of times. I have seen exactly and only Mass Heal cast. I have seen none other of these spells actually cast at the table. I would be interested to say, no, Power Word Heal was really worth it. I've seen it cast a couple of times. It was baller. I would be amazed to hear that story as to it wouldn't be better than like a great Arresto, but okay. Hit me with it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. If you found this helpful, informative, or entertaining, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button below. You needn't smash it. A gentle tap will suffice. If you want to see more videos like this, subscribe to the channel. And make sure you check out the links in the description, where you'll find my Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels, Sam's full review of the spell, and other fun things.